see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future. I see the hope of the future. Right here. I see the hope of the future right here.
Like the sun awakening from the heavens, I will set fire to the clouds, setting their hearts ablaze, changing the way they see these
I see
skies.
the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future. I see the hope of the future. Right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future. I see the hope of the future. Right here. I see the hope of the future right here.
Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. think finally someplace I found peace in the dark of night. Tabletops counting hours in the early hours, stone cold inside, banging drop stanzas, never needing answers. We wander all alone, but we can't find the street lights go. We wander all alone, but we can't deny we are the street light people. Chasing whatever kills. For so long I forgot how it feels in the dark of night. Tabletops counting hours in the early hours, stone cold inside, banging drop stanzas, never needing answers. We wander all alone, but we can't find the street lights go. We wander all alone, but we can't deny we are the street light people. 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 Wishing that I could know where you imprison my fear, just pull me away, pull me away. Secret fantasies of me. Will they ever see the light of day, light of day? I don't know where you are, but I will find you. I will find you. fear just pull me away, pull me away. Secret fantasies of me. Will they ever see the light of day, light of day? Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's Carball Championships, a fun, competitive environment featuring your favorite female Rocket Leaguers in a battle for high-octane glory.
One last attack as he chases one down to the corner, keeps the ball out, there goes into the center, and it will be a 0-second goal.
I saw her rotation. This one dangerous. We gotta get it out. And Licious Sarah.
With a minute and a half to go, and somehow double crossbar.
Just in case. Now Bella keeping the pressure going. Princess Cheeks is there. The pass, and it works out.
So sweet. Alisa getting beat now. Ravina on the other side. Maybe get over Quinton. That's the 2-1. 7 seconds on the clock, and Ketchup take the lead.
Welcome to WCBC Season 3. Hello, folks, and welcome in to week number 1 of the brand new Women's Carball Championship season. It's season number 3, and we are so happy to have you here. My name is Hunted. Joining me on the desk is Stealthy Wolf, a new face to the WCBC, and returning from last season is Tamashi, or Layla as she also known, and so glad to have you back. Tamashi, Stealthy Wolf, it's nice to see you here on the broadcast, and before I get to you guys, just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors for Season 3. TGS, of course, being our broadcast partner based out of Vancouver. Thank you to them for all that they've done to get everything set up for today. Jordan Wright and the City of Sound working for us for the intro music. Girls House and Girls Boss for creating amazing places for women to play in various other esports, Diabolical, PUBG, and beyond, Valorant, things like that as well. But again, Stealthy Wolf, Tamashi, welcome in. It's week number 1. It's EU Rocket League. And Tamashi, how you feeling?
Feeling very excited, especially after what happened with the preseason. It's been a lot of fun seeing everybody just coming back in. And now we have the actual proper season kicking off in week 1. Very excited to see what all of the teams have to offer.
And Stealthy Wolf, again, really happy to have you on the broadcast. Hope that you brought your A game, because I know the players have today, certainly.
Yeah, and of course, that's something that we're looking out for. Like, if players can't bring their A game, it's going to be a little bit on the boring side. But we know that individually, every player in these teams is incredible. Like, they might even smack us up, let's be fair. The guys in the room here, and of course, Layla. We might even lose to them. So
yeah,
we know that we have to watch out with what we say.
Well, again, it's going to be a lot of fun today. Some of the best of the best European female talent going to be showing their skills this week. Week number 1. NA is next week, where we'll have a whole different group of talented female Rocket Leaguers right here on the WCBC_RL channel. But let's talk about this. Let's take a quick look at the bracket before we talk about anything to see what we've got on the docket for today. We'll bring that bracket up for you here in just a quick second. And Sammy Smiles in that upper bracket, going to be our first matchup to watch today. Cat Jam and Tree Fruit, also a couple of top teams in the bottom coming in through the losers bracket. Of course, we had qualifiers, so that's why there's winners and loser sides already. Coming in is the Venus Vixens and Catastrophe. I love that name. In Catastrophe, and then Prima Ladies and Arcturus rounding out the bottom of the board there. And we're going to be watching just about all of the matches. We're kind of going to be skipping that losers round one, of course, to kind of expedite the process here. But everything best of 5. And, again, our first matchup on the day is going to be the Sakura Blues and Sammy Smiles. And this SKB team has 2-time WCBC champion Caro on it, as well as Alyssa and Crimson looking for their second championships as well. So, Layla, you got a great chance to watch them last season. How are you thinking about this team coming in?
Honestly, it should be pretty exciting to see how they've developed from season 2. We know we saw them take part in the preseason last time round, and it's proven that they are capable of losing just as much as they are winning. That Cat Jam took them to the absolute clinic of what was potentially possible between those two teams in that grand final last time out. So we know Sakura Blues have it in them to come out on top once again, but now that we see new teams coming up and, again, some of the players that are coming in as well, like they've had a chance to see what Sakura Blues have to offer. So it's like just picking apart those strengths and weaknesses and seeing how Sakura Blues deals with that.
And, Stealthy Wolf, Layla just mentioned Cat Jam. Of course, it was a 7-game series in the preseason to kick things off here in Europe. And you look at that roster, Ravina, Dux, and Sofe. And it's a roster, obviously, if you watch the WCBC, that you should recognize at least Ravina and Dux. I believe it's Sofe's first season here, but a very talented roster. And they're looking to make their mark today as well.
Yeah, and like you said yourself, in that Game 7, they just showed up as well. SKB at first time was just really on that way to speed through, because of course Cat Jam had 1 game win already because they made it through the uppers. And then they just pulled it back. After 3 wins of SKB, they just pulled it over. And then that last goal from Ravina, for example, that just showed that the top 3 is not settled. It can change between everyone, because Cat Jam, of course, they won of Tree Fruit. Tree Fruit is the only one that for now has not been able to live up to the expectations of Cat Jam. But they won of Sakura Blues with 2-1 in the semi-finals in the preseason, then lost 3-2. Very unfortunately, very close series as well. So I think the top 3 is definitely something close that we can talk about.
Well, while talking about the top 3 and the preseason, to be fair, the rosters were a little bit different, so we're not kind of basing too much off. I didn't take too many stats away from the preseason, as there were subs playing to kind of get feel for the roster, things like that. So this is kind of like really the first week here for Europe, but I do want to talk about Sammy Smiles and the fact that they're coming in through the upper bracket here. You look at that roster, Tamashi, and what are your first thoughts when you look at players like Layla and Vix?
The first thought is that they've got that consistency on their side. We saw them be able to deliver in the previous season. Unfortunately, they didn't quite make it to the top 4 on that occasion, but they definitely showed good promise. Like, they're able to sort of like climb up to that point. So I feel like that downtime between the 2 seasons, they've had a chance to sort of like just bounce themselves out, just calm it down, figure out what their weaknesses from season 2 were. And that's always the best part when you take part in seasons like this. Like, you always take away what you can improve on. And especially when you then have the bar set high by teams like Sakura Blues, you now suddenly have a goal to work towards. And honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing how much they've improved between these 2 seasons. I think it should be really good from them.
No, I totally agree with you. And Tree Fruit, as mentioned before, Stealthy Wolf kind of taking that 3rd place spot in the preseason. Certainly a team to that needs to be in the conversation for top team or for top 3 at the very least here in Europe. And you look at that roster, a couple of German players rounded out by Kluey. It definitely seems like a team that can compete with teams like Cat Jam and Sakura Blues.
Yeah, and the nice thing to see about Tree Fruit is they don't have a set roster of 3. Like, they play with all 4 in this battle. Like, sometimes it can be Azara together with Chloe and Ame, or other way around. And each time we see a new 3-fruit with new strengths, also new weaknesses. So maybe that's also something that they're going for each week, trying out a different roster to throw the entire opposite side, from the Sammy Smiles to Cat Jam to Sakura Blues, who are probably trying to look forward to getting somewhat of more predictable opponents. And I think that's maybe something that 3-fruit is aiming at.
Well, I mean, again, we're going to see how they deal with a team like Cat Jam in our second matchup of the day. We're going to be jumping into Sammy Smiles and Sakura Blues here in a moment. But before we do that, I want to put the both of you on the spot. I'm going to start with Layla here. I'm going to put you on the spot. We're not going to do predictions. I want to know, who is kind of your dark horse team in Europe that could make their mark specifically this week?
Ooh, that is a very good question, actually. I mean, I actually kind of want to highlight Tri-Fruit. I mean, the fact that they were able to take a set away from Sakura Blues, I mean, yes, they did come third in the end, but I feel like the fact that they have that in the bag, they're going, okay, we did lose Sakura Blues, but we've also proven that we're able to best them as well. I honestly think they might have a good shot to get into the grand finals this time around. I would definitely like to see massive improvements for them. Also, I got to shout out the Phoenix Vixens. I really want to see them get higher up as well, because, again, they were doing so well last time around, but I feel like they were quite rocky in places. And from what I saw from the preseason, I think they have the chance to potentially improve as well. I'd like to see them into top 3 too.
And Stealthy Wolf, I want to follow that up with you as well. Anybody that you're trying to eye up here as a team that could potentially upset a couple games?
Yeah. Now the real question is, what do you consider like an upset? If we want an upset, we have to look outside of the so-called top 3 right now, which is Sakura Blues, 3-fruit, and Cat Jam. Of course, there's no denying that at this point. I know, for example, that Rose from Venus Vixens has to play with keyboard and mouse because she still hasn't got a controller again, and her old controller is a little bit broken. So, I mean, if they can do a couple of upsets, like win games of Cat Jam, Sakura Blues, and 3-fruit, I definitely think that they have a bright future ahead of them. Also, the new coach KJ joining them is definitely something that's going to help them in the long run, and maybe a team that we will not see upsets this week from, but maybe further in the season.
Well, again, I mean, we've got a whole lot of Rocket League to play in both Europe and North America. This is the first of many weeks. We've got 10 weeks in the regular season, 5 for Europe, 5 for North America. And then, of course, playoff time will come around immediately after that. So a lot of WCBC happening here on, again, the WCBC_RL channel. And with that, I believe we are getting ready to jump into our first matchup of the day, which will be the Sammy Smiles and the Sakura Blues. So, would like to do kind of predictions on the bracket as a whole. I don't want to, get into the muck and mire of every series, but I mean, who do we see coming out as victors, as champions today? Stealthy, well, I'll start with you. Who do you think comes out on top?
I feel like I'm slightly biased to also say 3-fruit at this point. But I think it will be very close. I think it's going to be a 3-fruit Cat Jam grand final style. Okay.
Well, I would certainly love to see that matchup. We're going to see that here in just a minute. But Layla, any objection?
Well, maybe a little bit of objections onto that. Honestly, with how Cat Jam performed last time round, I feel like they'll probably make it into the grand finals again. But I don't see Sakura Blues taking that line down. Maybe they might actually turn this on and go, okay, we're here to actually stake our claim now. We will win week 1. But between Sakura Blues and Sammy Smiles, I feel like Sakura Blues will probably just stake their claim immediately and not lose a game in that first match between Sammy Smiles. That's my prediction anyway.
Well, I'm very much hoping that we get some extremely competitive matchups, and I'm sure we most certainly will. And of course, just to round things out before we jump into our first game, for anybody who isn't quite aware of the format, again, we've got 5 weeks for each side. It's an open tournament to teams from the region. Only 8 will qualify. There was a qualifier day before this one. The top 8 move into these brackets, and we, of course, will play through pretty much the entirety, showing as many matchups as we possibly can to get everybody on stream, things like that. But winners, well, really where you place here gives you points. I think the first place team takes 201 total points, second 150, and then I think third and fourth is 100, and it kind of goes down from there. And then obviously those points will collect throughout the season. Teams who make the top spots in both regions will then come together and play a playoff bracket. So it's important to do as well as you can each and every week. And even if you don't play this week or you didn't qualify this week, there's always weeks in the future to get your team together, what have you, play and qualify to be one of the top 8 teams of each of the weeks. So these are the 8 teams we have this week. It could very well be a completely different 8 teams. You never know in week number 2. But I do want to go ahead and get match number 1 rocking here. Make sure that you cheer on your favorite team in chat. Thank you to Tamashi and Stealthy Wolf for taking this first series. It's the Sakura Blues and Sammy Smiles. Please take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you very much once again. It's always nice to have Hunted back on the back on the hosted duties. I had to do it in the preseason last time around, and it's sometimes it could be a bit of a nervous moment when you have to take over a spot like that from Hunted. But I feel like I did all right. But it's always nice to have him back. So, you ready for this, Wolf? Should be a lot of fun.
I mean, I'm definitely ready for it. Like, the game itself is going to be absolutely amazing. And even though you said Sammy Smiles might not take a game, I get to differ. I feel like they would be able to take a game at least. Like, Sammy Smiles have been working, have been putting the work in as well, have been scrimming, have been trading, having coaching and replay sessions. I think they might prove you wrong a little bit on the 3-0 sweep.
I mean, I'm always happy to be proven wrong with stuff like that. I feel like it was a recurring theme from last season, where it's like, when I made a prediction, I was just like, if I make a prediction that's a little bit too one-sided, part of me just hopes that I get to be proven wrong, like every time. So if Sammy Smiles can absolutely take it to Sakura Blues, I will gladly be happy with that. But I just feel like with the form the Sakura Blues have been on, because they're so consistently at the top, you rarely see them dip anywhere else. So it's just like, you just begin to think that it's always going to go to Sakura Blues.
Well, yeah, you might really take it that way, but at the same time, you really have to wonder, how is Sakura Blues going to perform? Because right now, they're under a lot of pressure. They need to perform to the level of expectations that people are putting on them. So that's also something that really comes into play, you know? Like, it's less than being that dark horse, that Hunted said earlier, having 0 expectations from anyone in the crowd and then just going upset after upset after upset, actually making it to the grand final at that point, and I'm proving them wrong.
I mean, we did see that last time around. We did see that with the preseason, where we all just thought the Sakura Blues would just cruise on through, and they got knocked into underground bracket in the semi-finals. It was just like, that was such a shock to the system, and it meant that going into winners final, literally anything can happen. So, yeah, the fact that Sakura Blues had to go all the way through the underground bracket and then still not be able to take the win after a 7-match thriller in that final. It was just like, we had practically everything in that tournament. So it's like, it's going to be great to see how they bounce back from that, and to see if they have the same kind of attitude, or just go, no, look, we cannot do this again. We can't do this in the actual season. Come on.
Again, it's an expectation that you have to live up to, and it is extra pressure that's sometimes going to cloud your vision, sometimes going to cloud your decision making. You're going to be a slight second slower to the ball, sometimes slower to the play. And against a player like Lila, I mean, of course, maybe it's a resemblance in name. She is super quick on the pitch. Like, if you hesitate for a second, she's going to challenge you. She's going to take that ball away. And it's going to be like, nope, my ball.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's a good kind of tenacity attitude to have. And it's like, at the same time, you need to be able to balance that with the rotations of your team. You cannot afford to see an opportunity go, yeah, let's just like all commit to the same push. Like you'll rarely see it happen, but every single time you see a moment like that, and it's like it's mostly out of desperation when you know like the clock starts ticking, especially in those last 30 seconds where it's like we're a goal behind. We may as well just throw everything at the wall. Save those kind of plays until that moment, because if you do that towards the early goings, it's going to be disaster. And it's just like any team will be able to tear you apart from that. And we've seen, having said that, we have seen some of those moments not be properly capitalized. Hopefully we have a little bit more of a tidier runs of those, but especially in the preseason, we definitely saw some moments be not properly capitalized on.
Yeah, it's always a hard thing though, because like you're talking about something that definitely makes sense, but like capitalizing on mistakes is not always the easiest thing to do. Again, it brings on a little bit of pressure that's unnecessary. And right now, we are actually in our game, and the kickoff already goes in favor of the fans. Maybe this is something.
Well, we'll soon find out. We've seen some very quick goals in the early goings before, but nothing in the first 10 seconds this time around, so that both teams are going to have to start doing as much pressure as possible. The ball across the face of goal, but unfortunately nobody from Sammy Smiles in the correct position, so it is going to go straight back into the blue half as they all balance each other out, and the first 30 seconds are done and dusted.
Well, right now it doesn't feel Sammy Smiles to put up a little bit more pressure. That became a very good opportunity. I think it was Lila almost being able to put that one on target, and now Crimson, low man who's still able to get that ball to the side. As the pressure remains coming from Sammy Smiles, even if they are in defense.
It certainly is. The ball gets pinched once again into the left corner of Sammy Smiles' base. He's going to get that shifted away. Otherwise, the pressure from Sacco Blues is just going to keep on coming. And they are going to go on an attack of their own, but it is going to be successfully defended. Same goes for Layla with the 1v1. No boost at their disposal, though, so we're going to have to quickly rotate back and find some way of charging that engine right back up. As it's another stalemate in the half. It's actually quite amazing that Sammy Smiles are holding Sacco Blues to a 0-0 for the time being, but it is going to come off the backboard, and that's going to come off the crossbar, and Sacco Blues somehow don't take the lead, but now they do. Literally seconds later, then with the opening goal. Got it. I was say, I did mention that earlier, the aggression unfortunately going against them there, and Sacco Blues just starting to get into that rhythm now, starting to finally get their foot in, and now with a 3-goal lead with just 2 minutes to go, and almost immediately gets themselves a kickoff goal once more, but it's going to bounce straight back onto that side of the field, but I'm pretty sure they'll happily defend that and just pop that straight back over the halfway line. Much apologies about the little delay there, but we are demo almost immediately. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, with just over a minute left on the clock, with the score with a 3-goal cushion for Sacred Blues, it's really all just up to Sacred Blues to just sort of like defend this and keep this aggression going if they so wish. But they're going to have to be careful because Semi Smiles are not out of this yet, trying to get some pushes going. And it is going to flick back towards that middle. Layla pops it into the far right corner, gets themselves the max boost, sets them up, couldn't quite get the finish, but they are on hand to score it for themselves. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, well, anything could still happen. Just tucked right into the top, right into the middle, just underneath the crossbar. And that is what is always important to have, a teammate who is just on hand, just in case something like that happens, where it bounces off the crossbar. And that is going to be a fortunate kickoff for them. Slumpy gets it off the backboard. Are we going to get the follow-up? It's almost there, but it is saved in the nick of time. And that would have been absolutely crucial for Semi Smiles if they could have gotten the third goal right there. 4-2 is the score with 30 seconds left on the clock. And with 5 seconds left on the clock, it does look like it's not going to be any more than that. Semi Smiles doing amazing towards that ladder end, getting a couple more goals in, but unfortunately it is going to be Sacred Blues who holds on to the 4-2 goal lead and will take the first point in this set. Good stats across the board from both teams in all fairness, and Semi Smiles with their fair share of shots, and actually got more shots on a target than Sacred Blues, but the important part is the goals.
Yeah, a very important part is, of course, the goals. Sacred Blues definitely did it nicely. They put 4 in. Semi Smiles was able to put 2 in, though, and that's something that we can't take away from them. They definitely had that pressure. They had some good opportunities. Right now, it is all about staying calm. Don't throw yourself at SKB, because that's what they're expecting you to do. And Lava sometimes getting a little bit too offensively in defense, not trusting Empire or Slumpy. That's a little bit sad.
Yeah, it is a little bit sad, but having said that, though, the start of that was pretty much lightning fast. Like, before you know it, there were like 3 goals in, and it was just like, it could have gone either way. And even with that 4-1 lead, Semi Smiles was still coming back at them. Like, we were still trying to peg Sacred Blues down, and you always sort of like get that build of hope the second you get that second goal, and you have a really good solid kickoff right after that. It was a shame they couldn't quite get that third goal in, but credit where credit's due. Semi Smiles. And they are going to take into the second match with a not so desirable, well, actually a very desirable kickoff as they try to peg their way back into the set and tie it up.
Well, it's right now, of course, Crimson taking her time, and she does get a brilliant 50 right here. Now Al-Assad down to Crimson. The passing plays are coming out as they find Gara in the midfield. This is definitely something that we want to see. Some very dynamic passing plays. Trying to pull apart that defense from Semi Smiles, but now Layla almost finding M3 in the midfield. It does show that Semi Smiles do have a little bit of tactic trying to get that ball in that SKB net.
You're absolutely right there, and we're going to see it almost go back into Semi Smiles half, but a bit of a stalemate so far now developing between the two teams. Neither want to take this any further, but with a demo against Crimson, you feel like Semi Smiles are going to start becoming a little bit more aggressive, but Crimson is back in the nick of time, and Carter gets a shot right on the left-hand side of the goalpost. And from there, Semi Smiles are going to immediately return the favor and peg that straight back down into their corner. Slumpy going to come up with a fair amount of their boost. They only have a little bit left and not enough to really properly challenge that. Crimson lets her teammate go.
Yeah, right now, Semi Smiles is definitely putting under pressure. Layla almost right there, finding that double touch, and
yeah, I was gonna say that immediate silence pretty much said everything, because Crimson with a long shot, the ball just skids right across the ground, and that was just a wide open net. Sacred Blues takes the lead.
yeah, I mean, it's a very confident lead right there. They were just waiting for Semi Smiles to overstep, and that's something that they have to realize, that SKB, they are not only very mechanical, they also play with a lot of tactics. They realize that they are bound to overcommit from the side from Sammy Smiles. So just casually waiting till that moment that they feel that all three is going to step in right here. Crimson, for example, being allowed to clear that ball all the way to the other side. Alice are able to finish it off almost. That's just the way they're going to play. They're just trying to capitalize on all those tiny mistakes, as you said earlier. And Sammy Smiles, they're definitely throwing them at.
Yeah, they are unfortunately just a little bit wide on that shot, and they are going to be almost immediately punished there by Sacre Blues, who gets a demo in as well. It is going to go across the face of goal, and Crimson quickly rotates back, knows that they need to protect that goal, and immediately starts to fire one up. But Layla is going to send that towards the back wall again. And it's just these aerial fights always seem to be going in the way of Sacre Blues, and that one is a very dangerous ball, but again, they've got it covered.
Well, right now it is, of course, Sacre Blues that is putting on a lot of pressure. They're not leaving any space to Sammy Smiles, and I feel like that's why they feel like they have to play a little bit quicker, try and rush their hits. But right here, beautiful passing play. Sammy Smiles potentially had a brilliant opportunity to get a first goal, this game. And that would have been amazing, though, because SKB right now, they feel like they're locked into plays. They feel like they're cruising. A double commit right there from Sammy Smiles. Open that complete backline as Gareth sends it back, potentially for Crimson into Alyssa. This could have been another brilliant goal from
It's a shame I didn't like that anymore up because Sammy Smiles gets themselves the overtime goal, and guess what, my friends? We're going into another match. It's 1-2. Very nice indeed. And with that, you can see the little stats as well. Only 2 shots from Sacre Blues were registered as on target, both of which from Crimson naturally scoring one of those because that's just what she does. That's what she does best, honestly. But again, Sammy Smiles being consistent, being able to hold that game, knowing full well that if they could find that opener, especially when you tick into something like overtime, you know that pressure starts to mount. And be able to deal with that quite nicely and end that very quickly as well. You feel like the longer an overtime goes on, the more it starts to favor a team like Sacre Blues. But Sammy Smiles keeping that nice and short and simple and straight to the point.
Making sure that whatever you do is what you expect yourself to do. Because there's a big difference between thinking that you know what you're going to do and actually being able to pull off exactly what you believe it is that you want to do. And last game, we saw that a lot from Sammy Smiles. Like, they throw themselves at the ball, potentially thinking that they would be able to outplay SKB. And at the end of the game, pushing that game into overtime, also closing it out in that overtime, is exactly realizing what they expected themselves to do. And right now, this might be an awkward scenario. Slimpy still able to find that save. This is what they need in order to stay alive in the series.
Absolutely, and just looking that goal away from the line, as you say, as we start to approach the first 30 seconds and Dustin. Definitely an aggressive play from Sacre Blues, wanting to try and get an early lead as quickly as possible. It's not going to go their way here, and actually a good little deflection in the end. Send that right back on over Sammy Smiles' side of the area. I think they're still in front of the goal. Just in case anything comes up, here's a nice long-range pass. They caught them off guard, but Layla is going to hit that ball. Pop that straight towards the middle area. Not going to get the kind of project they were looking for, especially as they ran out of boost. And thankfully, got up just above, and the next shot just to the left. So crossbar and post both within this score at 0-0.
I mean, SKB at this point, definitely very unfortunate with their crossbar so far. Because, I mean, they might have had a lot of opportunities, just that crossbar being as merciless as ever. And Sammy Smiles at the same time, they are using that crossbar in order to get them saves. And beautiful fake hit from Layla as Zamfiri gets that first finish. Sammy Smiles is in the lead.
Yeah, it's a lead that has been deserved. If he knocks the ball, and Anthony is not going to miss a shot like that. That puts them on the board. 1 minute 20 played, Sammy Smiles are taking this fight to the Blues.
Well, the Blues definitely need to watch out, because right now Sammy Smiles is locked in. M-Fury sending that ball all the way to the other side of the field where Layla is already waiting, really. It just shows that these girls are playing with a lot of strategy. They're expecting passes from each other. And M-Fury right here, just brilliant in defense, making sure that net stays clean. They are definitely in a favorable position right now.
I'm honestly stunned that ball did not hit that net. There was at least two chances there for Sacra Blues to level this up, and they're right back onto the offensive. But again, it's just being coated straight to the right-hand side, and away it goes, and straight back onto defense. They're going to have to rotate out here as Elisa quickly hops on back as we see the charge come straight back at them. This is going to be fake and bounce, and later deflects it off the crossbar. Any different angle, and that would have absolutely been the equalizer, but somehow Sammy Smiles keeps the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, right now the real question is though, like, what can SKB really change up in order to outplay Sammy Smiles? I mean, simple. We saw it right there. One demo, open net opportunities. And yeah, there's very little that Sammy Smiles can do. They have a lot of pressure. M-Fury as the only one. Caro just free in front of that, allowed to place the ball anywhere she wants. That's just way too dangerous. You immediately need one person to challenge that, one person behind it to support if they miss. And that's what you don't have if there is a demo.
Yeah, that demo absolutely coming in crucial for Sacra Blues in the end. They will equalize this as we start to tick on towards the last 2 minutes of our third match between these two. The score still being at 1-1 as Amphi is going to quickly rotate on back, just preparing for a Sacra Blues attack. And here comes that attack, but there's nobody in the goal. There's no one there at all. And Sacra Blues will take the lead of this match by 2-1.
Yeah, beautiful control as well here from Caro. So just taking her time, realizing I can take that ball past one before the ball hits the ground. I can get yet another touch, put it past Amphiray. Then it is just running down that lane, winning that race against Layla. Well, she was already at top speed. Layla still had to speed up. So that was just a race that was destined to be. Sakura Blues, actually Caro just had a brilliant play in order to get them back into the game twice now. And right now, SKB is definitely in a nice position, and Sammy Smiles needs to respond.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 goals in relatively quick succession for Sacra Blues, and you can definitely sense they're starting to pick up that rhythm again. They're looking for that third and just try to put this match to bed. But we know Sammy Smiles, they're going to keep on fighting until the bitter end. As an interception from Layla is going to start to send that towards the central field. Caro doesn't quite get the favourable touch. Thankfully, one of her teammates is going to be on hand. Instead, Amphi tries to win it back out, but again, it's just consistently going against Sammy Smiles here, and that's another open goal. It's going to be off the backboard. Will this be the setup? It is the setup, and Elisa does indeed make it 3-1.
I mean, this was just absolutely brilliant. Amphiray lost woman again, sorry. Needing to jump in on that line as a third man is just very hard. Where is she going to put it? Is she going to put it far? Is she going to put it close? She decided to cover the midfield, and again, it is very hard to actually read the entire play when somebody has a lot of time, a lot of space as well, and is unchallenged. Right now, SKB definitely does seem to be unchallenged a lot of the time. Layla right there going for a demo on that last line, opening up the entire third man position, just, yeah, creates this chaos.
Yeah, and despite Sacra Blues going to play it down, they just charged on through. They saw an opening, turned it into a counter push against the run of play. Elisa gets in another goal, and that is Sacra Blues 4, Sammy Smiles 1. This is the scoreline that we saw in the first match. I know it ended 4-2 on that occasion, but Sammy Smiles have it all to do now.
Well, they really need to come back if they want to take this game from Sacra Blues. But potentially, they're already looking to the next one. What can we improve? How can we have even more pressure? But don't give up our defense, because that, I feel, is like really the equation that Sammy Smiles is struggling with right now. Beautiful goal, though, from Slumpy, as Crimson almost had it saved. But again, that crossbar, not in their favor.
The post, and it's just ricocheted off the crossbar, and it's always annoying to see the ball just rapidly bounce like that, because you just know it's probably going to cross the line. So once again, Sammy Smiles are matching the score of the first match. It's 4-2 at the moment. That's a dangerous ball. Never mind. That's a 5-2.
I mean, in the end, a 5-2, if they scored, it is definitely a dangerous ball, because, like, it was so dangerous that it was lethal for Sammy Smiles. Right now, they definitely need to look at that next game, because, let's be honest, this game is not something that you can come back from right now.
No,
like,
not-
they
not
can't
at-
tie it up anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say definitely not. Like 3 goals in 8 seconds would be well, it's practically next to impossible. But they are gonna get a consolation goal. Would you believe that? On the 1 second mark. That's absolutely hilarious. It's off the backboard. Layla pops it right into the top corner. Callow does not get close enough. And yeah, it's a 3rd goal for Sammy Smiles. We've had 8 in this match between these two teams. What do you reckon? Kickoff goal?
I mean, no, but
No.
like that last goal was very important for Sammy Smiles, because like right now, they were struggling trying to find their momentum in this game, and that's something that we can't take away. Soccer's Blues did that very well. They realized how to outpace them. They realized how to take control on awkward situations, potentially fake out Layla, for example, and that last goal gave them back that momentum. Now they know they can still strike. Now they know they can still put a ball on target. And now that they do know how to do it, they're going to do it next game and going to tell Sakura Blues, like, you took 2 games of us. We're going to persist to game 5. We're going to take the next game.
I mean, to be fair, can we also give a shout out to Kado, who had 8 shots, 8 shots on that goal, and somehow just under half of those ended up going in, which is just like Kado is just a fiend. They have to find a way of shutting them down, because it's just like when you allow a player to just clock up that many shots, you know at some point one of those are going to go in. It's just like you have to stop them, whether it's be a demo or whether it's just by sort of like just pinching them off, interrupting the shot from midair, or just find a way of deflecting it into the corner. Anything to stop a player like that from playing as aggressive as that.
Yeah, and it wasn't really only that aggression. Like, Garo just really showed us how much control can do. She wasn't always rushing in to hit that ball on target. She was sometimes going for a little bit more of a controlled approach, and it was really something that was causing struggles on the side of Sammy Smiles. They were expecting that ball to be banged to the other end of the field the entire time, and right now, Lila does the same thing. Finding Slumpy, though the ball drops down, that could have been a great first play, but sadly enough, it doesn't go.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't quite get the teammate in the position they'd have liked to, although this is a very slow ball that Sakura Blues are taking an age to deal with, and the pressure from Sammy Smiles is relentless here. They can sense an opportunity to go a goal up in the first minute, but it is finally going to get sent back to the other side, and of course it's Carter who is at the key figure of that once more. Slumpy is going to slow the ball down on the halfway line, but Layla is going to now play interception, try to pinch that into towards the corner. Dangerous position, and Carter has to come into
For all of the technical issues, things are getting sorted out on the back end. But I do want to welcome you all back. Thank you for Layla and Stealthy Wolf for sticking with us through the thick and thin there during the matchup. But a pretty good matchup through and through. It's the Sakura Blues who come out 3-1 against Sammy Smiles. And, I mean, a pretty close series, all things considered. I know that that last game, Game 4, came down to the wire as far as what I could tell. Layla with a pretty decent opportunity at the end of the game. Tamashi, why don't you talk us through that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we saw two very close games, to be on, in all fairness, we had an overtime win that went Sammy Smiles' way, which I thought was a pretty nice touch, the fact they were able to fight that back. And again, in that last match, just the one goal separating them. Awesome to see both teams go at it like that. And again, Sammy Smiles really came into this with a lot more confidence than I thought they would do. Like, they absolutely took this fight to Sakura Blues, and, you know, without that could have been another overtime and could potentially been another matchup. But again, Sakura Blues just proving why they were the winners of the previous season, just keeping their calm, getting that goal in, just getting that lead, and then just holding on for dear life, just trying to slow down Sammy Smiles as much as possible.
And I mean, Stealthy Wolf, anything, what positives can Sammy Smiles take away from the series?
I mean, the positive thing overall is, like Layla said in the start, she was expecting this to be a sweep from as Sakura Blues, and I think nobody can blame her for it, to be fair.
Sure.
But Sammy Smiles didn't perform negatively. Right now, the real thing that they should really talk about and think about is, like, how are we going to tie our offensive pressure? Because that's something that they were really shining in, together with a somewhat decent defense. Because right now, it was really just SKB realizing, okay, all three are in our half. We're going to launch the ball to the other side, and they're going to have a hard time in order to try and defend that we're going to score from that. So we just have to stay calm. But, I mean, it was definitely a great first showing. The pressure they had on Sakura Blues the moment they were attacking was great to see. And I think that's something that they should be proud of. And really, right now, is trying to find that link between both ends.
Well, it is going to be the Sakura Blues 3-1 over Sammy Smiles. They move on to that winners final. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the overall bracket, see how losers round 1 went, and then we will get into Cat Jam versus Tree Fruit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a second.
I really wanna know, see if a likeness lives in the stars. I'm here, I'm ready for a show. Yeah, I for one, well, I for one, I stand in the mind of a maker out here, brace for the sun, see comments run. I find there's a hope for the future, my dear. And I for one, see the light of the future so clear. Praise for the setting sun. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future. I see the hope for the future. Right here. I see the hope for the future right here. Gone beyond these lines where time stands still. I'm ready to be shown. Hear the ancients come, my heart be still. And turn your eyes to home. Yeah, I for one, well, I for one, I stand in the mind of a maker out here. Brace for the sun, see comments run. I find there's a hope for the future, my dear. And I for one, see the light of the future so clear. Praise for the setting sun. I see the hope for the future right here. I see the hope for the future right here. I
setting their hearts ablaze, changing the way they see these
I see
stars.
the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. I see the hope of the future right here. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Women's Cardball Championship Season 3, week number 1 here in Europe. We just watched the Sakura Blues take down the Sammy Smiles in the winners' semis. Day not over for Sammy Smiles. They will fall to losers round 2, and we're going to find out who will be facing off against the Sakura Blues in the winners' finals. But it's Hunted, Layla, and Stealthy Wolf here back with you on the broadcast. And folks, before we do that, before we get talking to you, let's take a quick look at the bracket again. I did want to go over that just very, very quickly so we can losers round 1 played out. Venus Vixens take a 3-0 win over Catastrophe. So they will move on to play against the Sammy Smiles, and Arcturus 3-0 over Primal Ladies. They will play the loser of Cat Jam and Tree Fruit. So a good couple of matchups already in the books. Looking forward to this upcoming one, and that's where I will bring Tamashi and Stealthy Wolf into the conversation. Cat Jam and Tree Fruit, a battle of arguably 2 of the top 3 teams. Stealthy Wolf, how do you see this playing out?
It is very. It's a very hard one to even make a prediction at this point. For me, it really all comes down to how is Tree Fruit going to perform. Because I feel like Cat Jam has a certain way to play. It's very free, so to say. It of course has a lot of it has a lot of strengths, a lot of weaknesses, a little bit bound, and I feel like Tree Fruit is trying to go for a little more balanced playstyle, not try and have too many weaknesses, but at the same time, it also does limit your offensive opportunities. So It really comes down to, is Catjam going to be able to outplay Tree Fruit, yes or no? If so, then it's going to be Catjam, else it's going to be Tree Fruit.
Well, I don't think anybody can argue that point. If one team wins the series, then they certainly will win the series. But no, I do agree with what you're saying. I do think if Tree Fruit can show up, then they're going to give Catjam a run for their money. And Tamashi, that's kind of leads me into this next question for you. What does Tree Fruit need to do to come out the winners here?
Goodness, well, for starters, they have to slow down Catjam because we saw how they performed in the preseason. Like, Catjam just came out and were just going goal after goal after goal after goal. Like, it was a very one-sided affair between them and Catastrophe, and the same for Venus Vixens. It was up until that point, it just looked like they were just going to dominate every single match. But Tri-Fruit did take a game away from them, and that's the crucial part that Tri-Fruit have. Like, they were able to find a way through. They were able to find a way of sort of like slowing down that dominance, finally finding a way to hold on to whatever lead they were able to have. Yes, Catjam did come back and just start scoring goals, because the second they start scoring, they don't seem to have any signs of stopping. So it's like stopping that momentum dead before it has a chance to get going. It's really the only chance that Tri-Fruit have here.
Well, I think that you both bring up good points. I think it is a game that Tree Fruit's going to have to try to come into. I'm not going to count them as the underdogs necessarily, because they do have a very talented roster, and we don't know exactly who's going to be on the field for them this time around, unless I believe the two of you might be in the server, so you might have a little bit of info on that. But we talked about them having a rotating kind of roster style, right, with the 4 players. So we'll see who they decide to bring out. But, I'm looking at it. I really love the Tree Fruit logo, by the way. I don't know if we're going to get a look at that. I think the logo is fantastic. But Catjam's also like the best emote on Twitch. So I don't know which team to pick. I'm really, really up in the air, but I just hope we have a good 5-game series. So we're going to go ahead, throw it on into the matchup. It's going to be Catjam and Tree Fruit in the second semifinal. The winner of this one goes on to the Sakura Blues, so please take it away.
Thank you very much, as always, Hunter. Very much looking forward to this matchup. Like I said, we saw these two fights off in the winners' final from the preseason last time round, so the fact that we get them in the semifinals immediately this time just raises those stakes just that little bit higher.
Yeah, a little bit higher stakes, of course. We were talking about that 4-man roster. Tree Fruit is in the end going to play with Azara, MEJ, and Chloe. Maybe that might be one of the lesser offensive ones, so that's maybe something to also do keep in mind.
Yeah, and Catjam immediately started, as I thought they would do, immediately on the offensive, straight away going for a goal. It's going to get saved out on the initial go-round, and also makes that another crucial save from Tri-Fruit. Somehow managed to keep the score at 0-0, but again, you can already see how fast-paced Catjam are. It's really not just a case of trying to slow it down, but trying to find a way of getting this ball cleared out of your half, because the longer it stays there, the more aggressive Catjam seem to be.
Yeah, right there. Also, that demo from Sophie on the side on Chloe just really ramps up that pressure, because right now, Tree Fruit can't push too hard, because they will have a large gap in between that second man and third man, and that's really going to pay them, of course. But right now it is Chloe keeping up that pressure, making sure that Catjam, of course, like you said, don't just have that reign themselves as Sophie goes up, tries to get a double, sends that ball into the midfield, Ravina right there, but sadly enough not able to get it to the backboard, and that's definitely something that Catjam needs right now, able to put that ball a little bit closer on target in order to put on some real pressure.
Absolutely, and with Ducks, they'll pop that off the ceiling. Gonna try and set this up beautifully, but it's off the crossbar. Will the follow-up go in? The follow-up does go in. It's Ravina who gets the goal. A minute and a half played, and Catjam open up the score sheet.
Beautiful start right here. Ravina just had an open at the shooter. Right now, Chloe and Emmy were not in the scene, as Zara was the only one in that, still trying to find her position in order to get that save. Only, like you said yourself earlier, Catjam, the moment they're in the flow, the moment they're going very quickly, you don't have that comfort, you don't have that time to find your position. And right now, Chloe is really soldiering her way through, trying to get those 50s, trying to work that ball towards the net as Ozzy drops it into the midfield. Emmy almost there. that could have been a potential opportunity for Tree Fruit.
Yeah, Sophie was on hand immediately. They knew that ball was coming, intercepting it off the wall, and it gives them an out if they can get there, but they don't actually, and that's a dangerous ball. It's very high up. Chloe will get the shot. It's just about deflecting. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit too high anyway, and Emmy is not going to get to that in time either, and that is an open goal, and Ravina knows it. Down it goes. They could not get back in time, and Cat Jam double their score.
Well, this is very unfortunate right now. It really feels to me like Tree Fruit is trying to overstep themselves. They're not playing to... I mean, they're trying to play a little bit the same pace as Ketchum. They're not playing as Tree Fruit as they were playing in the preseason. They're not as controlled. They're not as calm and collected. And I really feel like that is really what's taking them down right now, as Ravina has to make that save. Azara putting that one on target. Definitely picking up that pressure as Zara is able to put it to the backboard. Now Ducks able to extend it as Emmy as the last person back. It goes a little bit back and forth, and they really need to go for a little bit more constructive kind of offensive plays.
Certainly do. The Ducks, unfortunately, doesn't really have any boost. Finally, managed to run across the middle one just in time to get that max boost back up to speed. Sophie, meanwhile, rotating back towards their end, and that is a dangerous ball. Somehow it hasn't gone in. Ducks will try and keep this alive, but it's not to no prevail. Sophie rapidly going on in, quickly rotates back since they don't have the boost available, and Ducks now has to send it into their own corner to try and slow down Tri-Fruit to set. They're going to come thick and fast here. It's always dangerous when the counter push comes in, but it looks like they've got this under control for now. But Ducks has gone down. This might be the opening the Tri-Fruit need, but it's crucially saved by Ravina.
Well, that was a beautiful opportunity from Tree Fruit, going for a little bit more physicality in order to, well, open that end. And Zara, sadly enough, in an awkward position. Sophie going for that right-hand corner. It works. It really just put them off target, because Azara is probably expecting it to be way further in the net.
Yeah, and with that being said, Cat Jam have themselves a 3-0 lead. There's still about a minute and a half left to play in this matchup. This is the first of this best of 5 between them. MEJ immediately trying to win that ball out for their side, for the team of Tri-Fruit. Waiting on the left-hand side, but it's going to be intercepted once again. It's just like the second they try to set up anything, Cat Jam are immediately there. No boost left for Ravina, so going to have to rely on their teammate to try and set this up. Good chance to do so, but Chloe gets the clearance.
Well, it's definitely a very rough game for Tree Fruit at the moment. They need to find those opportunities, and at the same time, they're trying to do a little bit too much, going for too many touches. And actually starting to become very predictable from the side from Cat Jam. But Cat Jam right now is playing very solid. The defense is in position. Nobody is leaving that defense alone, and they always know how to follow up on each other's plays. Right now, I would say that they have definitely improved in that regard since the preseason.
And this could be another goal, and somehow it is, and a double save from Tri-Fruit and the demo from Ducks as well just quickly slows that down. Again, Cat Jam should be 4-0 up there, but somehow it stays at 3-0 with 30 seconds left on the clock. Is that going to be a goal back for them? And it finally is. Tri-Fruit need to get 3 goals in. They've got 1, but they've got 25 seconds to find another.
Well, some might say they're finally starting to use their tactics again. That they were doing in the preseason, working together and not against each other. Right now, they are trying to look a little bit more like a team. And right there, Emmy hunting for that last person in defense. Would have, of course, it already created so much pressure, but Azara a little bit too slow on the defense again.
Yep, and I think that might be that for this first matchup. A nice quick little goal. They did manage to get a hit on it, but unfortunately, once again, it's just the wrong angle of it, bounced straight in off the post. And yeah, its 3-goal cushion has been restored. Cat Jam have 15 seconds to go, and they are probably going to take the first point of this set. The Tri-Fruit still not give it up. They still want to find another goal, and they're thinking everything at the table, but this could end up being a 5th if they're not careful. 3 seconds left on the clock. Once the ball hits the floor, that will be this match done and dusted. And Cat Jam, as I thought they might do, went off on a very... Oh my goodness me. Can we get a buzzer beater? Oh, we couldn't get the buzzer beater. It was just, again, hanging in the air for such a long time. But Cat Jam do not allow them to score a second goal.
Yeah, it was a very close game, and that's so... well, close. Close last minute. the start was definitely all Cat Jam, and it really led up to that point till 3-3 was actually trying to feel and play like one whole unit again. And that was something that we were lacking at the start. Cat Jam immediately had that. They were following up on each other nicely. Also giving those passes that they need to outpace. And right now it really just feels like that Azara is having a hard time in defense. Sometimes she can't really rely. Is it going to go in front of me? Is it going to go behind me? That little bit of hesitation takes that little bit of time that they need in order to actually reach that ball quickly enough.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And again, it's just the second you allow a team like Cat Jam to just do what they do what they do, it's like the first goal goes in, and suddenly Cat Jam have the confidence to go, all right, we could probably do that again very, very quickly. And credit where credit is due to Trifruit. They managed to get that goal back, even within that like last minute to go. It's just you feel like sometimes it like you want to sort of like at least end the point the stronger team, but Cat Jam didn't even give them that because they still managed to score the goal back. So it's how they react to that now, to see if they can find a way of slowing Cat Jam down and also trying to fix that defensive line, because every single time Cat Jam find a way through, it's generally because there is an opening. There's a spot in that goal that they can absolutely go for that they're just not covering properly.
I mean, and yet at the same time, I feel very contradictory about it, because like I feel like right now 3-3 is just trying to outpace themselves, trying to be a little bit too aggressive, trying to just slow down Cat Jam a little bit too much. And I know some of them individually, I know that they can be brilliant the moment they get control on the ball, but right now they're not playing to control, they're playing to hit the ball, and that's of course also an issue that you have. As we see Azara trying to get that ball to the side, Ravina now trying to throw a fake as she launches that ball into the midfield, Sophie there, almost able to follow it up. But Chloe was right there, and so they're trying to, well, they're at least catching up on the IDs that Cat Jam have for their offensive plays.
Yeah, and the other word that you used in the previous match was, you know, predictive. Like they are starting to get into a point where Cat Jam know where they're going to try and place this ball. They already have somebody there ready to go for the interception and just put it straight back into their favor. But having said that, a very good save from Azzy. Came straight at them, and nicely done to keep this match at 0-0 after 1 minute played. And this is a bit of a tight squeeze here for Cat Jam. They were all committed in that corner. It is finally going to get punched away. Nobody's going to get a connection onto that. It does finally go into the corner. Nice little 1-2, but the crossbar somehow saves Trifruit.
Yeah, 3-3 right now also just spreading out nicely, trying to, well, maybe go for a little bit more of a cover play. Right now they're not trying to just challenge one-on-one, they're trying to find each other. Chloe right there, trying to find Emmy, but Emmy can't push up, of course, as third lady in the rotation, of course. And that is a very awkward spot to be in. But right now it is Azara sending the ball forwards, Ravina to the side, and Cat Jam get yet another opportunity on offense.
Certainly do, but another save from Chloe. Ravina tries to keep this alive and sets it up for Sophie, who's going to try and dribble this all the way in, and it's just off the post. How about that for a deflection? But it does finally go in. It's Ravina on hand. Once again, you've watched this dribble from Sophie. Takes it past one. I think Emmy got a slight touch to it. Ravina is quickly on hand to tuck it right into the bottom corner.
That was a brilliant performance, of course. Just that follow-up, that's something that we've been talking about, that Cat Jam is definitely, has to be credited for one of the better teams right now. The follow-ups they have on each other's play. Individually, they are strong in their mechanics, and that's also something that is setting them apart from different teams right now. A little bit, as you would say, NA kind of vibes in terms of like how you see in RLCS that NA teams usually are that bit more mechanical, and Cat Jam really does vibe along with that.
Oh, having said that, that would have been a great opportunity for Trifruit, but they've took it too high. Not once, but twice there. Trifruit saw an opening. There was nobody in goal for Cat Jam. That could have been an equalizer, and it would have been absolutely crucial for them. Instead, it's going to go all the way back down into their own corner, and as he gets demoed as a result, Chloe's on hand to at least get the save in, and it does get cleared out, but only as far as, oh my gosh, Azzy again with another save. And somehow Trifruit are hanging on in there. And this could be an opportunity! Oh my gosh, what a save from Ravina!
Yeah, it was a very close one, as that might have been the first opportunity for Trifruit to essentially score, but Azara last game was a little bit full of doubt, didn't really reach the ball in time, and right now that's definitely gone, and it's also showing that TriFood can be a little bit more solid. The moment Azara is on her game in defense, able to get those defensive plays, it is very important. And Clue right here almost outplayed, but Azara right there with the backup once again, really supporting Clue and Emi to the best of her ability.
Duck's gonna go for it, gonna see if they can set this up once again, but Chloe is gonna again drop down onto that ball, just come in with the save and keep this score at 1-0, but it's not 1-0 for long because Sophie gets the finishing touch.
This was, of course, a very nice ceiling shot. Emi slightly out of position, not able to get a touch on that ball. Azara already up into the air, trying to predict where the ball is exactly going to go, and that's a hard thing to do. Right now, Catjam is really in a nice position, but Emi does go one-on-one. Does not get the ball past Sophie here, as we see that Azara is already trying to put that ball back into the orange half, where it belongs for TriFood, of course.
And it's Chloe, unfortunately, who goes down, but that is not going to stop Azzy, who comes straight on in the attack. So TriFood's still trying to fling everything at the wall here, but again, Emi just not going to quite get the purchase that they want. Another shot deflected wide. We're coming upon the 30 seconds to go, and Sophie again with another save.
Yeah, it's very clean from Catjam, and it's something that we said earlier, or like I said earlier as well. The defense has massively increased, and right there, a ball touch from Emi, sadly enough, not able to reach Chloe. Maybe a little bit of a too risky play. And yeah, TriFood definitely has something to brush up on still.
Yeah, again, just a flat-out interception from Catjam. Especially, it's dangerous to pass that, especially across the face of goal. When Catjam are going to play as aggressive as that, there was two already towards that goal by the time that ball made it. So it always felt like it was going to be another one for Catjam. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, they're currently 3-0 up. Can they keep the clean sheet this time around? They did concede a goal in the previous one. And it looks like they are going to keep that clean sheet. It's all the way back down into TriFood's side. And it will be a 2-0 lead in the set for Catjam.
Well, a 2-0 lead to Catjam now. In the preseason, and this is something that we do have to note, TriFood always had a very poor first game. And right now we're looking at a very poor 2 games. Yeah. Can we say that we again see the same thing as in the preseason, where they crawl back after a poor start, or is this just going to be a run over?
Well, it does look like Catjam do have most of the control at this point. I mean, we saw TriFood was at least able to get a game away from them in the preseason, but so far this almost feels like a slightly different Catjam that went up against TriFood, because it's like not only are TriFood unfortunately trying to play a slightly different style than they did in the preseason, it doesn't help that Catjam are just they're even more aggressive than I remember. Like they're just unrelenting. And even when it does finally start to come back towards their side of the field, it feels like there's like a little bit of really good defense from Catjam, and also just some unfortunate moments from TriFood, where there was a good couple of moments where they could have actually got a score in, and it was just a little high, and it just pegs away from them every single time. So they need to be more consistent with these shots.
Yeah, consistency is a hard thing, of course, to train, and that's something that we do have to be fair on. It is a very hard factor to put your shots on target every time. But once again, Catjam, like you said, feeling a little bit more aggressive. I really feel like it is that they're positioning themselves way better. They're playing as an entire team right now, combining nicely, following up with each other's touches, and that really just feels like they have more pressure, but overall, even more pace.
Absolutely right, and Ravina's going to try and just keep this alive. Every single time TriFood managed to get a hit on the ball, it comes straight back to Ravina, who's in the corner, and as a result, that continuous pressure after 25 seconds is a goal for Catjam, as Sophie sees it and just pops it right off the bottom corner.
Yeah, it was also a very unfortunate scenario right there, as he just turned with her back to the ball. Really does make it hard in order to get that clear, but also it really feels to me like Tree Fruit needs to, brush up on where to put their touches, because I feel like they're sometimes just clearing the ball, but it's not really clear. They're just playing that ball to another side on their half. And there is, of course, Catjam waiting, but right now, beautiful opportunity. Emmy almost getting that ball in. Two people from Catjam needing to commit. It was Sophie and Ravina in the end. And that just shows that Tree Fruit might be slightly climbing into this.
Yeah, they're starting to get that little bit of momentum, a little bit more confidence to go for these plays and actually getting their rotation a little bit more on lockdown. Ducks stuck on the wall for the time being. Intercepts as he just quickly shuts them right back down to the ground. And Sophie immediately starts to break away. It's into the blue half now, but Louis can try and play it that a little bit more aggressive as Emmy and Essie just continue to be on the back foot because they know another attack is coming, but there's nothing that they can do about it again. Ducks with the assist, Sophie with the tap in.
It's just so unfortunate to see that Tree Fruit is throwing it away with a lot of dark comments. Because like right now, we don't see them too much on stream, but we can just tell right there beforehand, before that ball landed in Ducks' wheels, we would say. We saw Emmy and Chloe double committing, and that's the last thing we need from Tree Fruit. In order to actually put them some pressure, you need to work as one unit. Doesn't mean that you have to double commit as one unit, because those leave very questionable results and a 2-0 scoreline waiting already.
Yeah, we haven't even passed the 2-minute mark, and now that is a third goal. And it's Sophie again, who just puts themselves in the right spot. Just sent it right on down. It's going towards the corner, and Chloe unfortunately just gives them that little bit of an extra kick.
Well, right now the real question is though, being 3-0 down in your third game that you 4-0 down. Correction. 4-0 down in a game that you really have to come back. I really feel like right now, mentality-wise, it might be a hard thing from Tree Fruit.
Yeah, this might be a little too much to come back from. A kickoff goal gives Catjam their fourth in this match, and they are doing exactly what we thought they would do. The second they scored, they just can't stop, it seems. And we saw in the preseason they had some matches where they scored 7 or 8 in one match, and it was just absolutely ludicrous. And if they keep this up, well, we still got another 3 minutes to play. There could absolutely still be more if Tree Fruit do not find a way of being able to patch up those defensive holes and slow this team down. But again, the pressure just keeps on coming. Ravina is setting that off the back wall time and time and time again. Ducks finally having to slow this down themselves as Tree Fruit comes on the offensive. Clearly going to try and set up, but they're not going to find anyone with that.
Yeah, right now it feels a little bit like a desperation kind of play. Chloe just, well, driving around like a rampant bull, trying to get that ball into the midfield, get it to a teammate, or just push it through all by her lonesome. It is a very rough task to do, definitely against a team like Catjam. They have been playing incredibly, but right there, Chloe turning a little bit too offensively. It just puts them in a very awkward position, as Ravina could have potentially made that 5th goal.
Potentially, but for the time being, with 2 minutes left on the clock, Tree Fruit are still trying to fling everything at this goal to try and find at least some way back into this. As he, with no boost, and that is an open goal. That is the 5th. Nobody was even near that.
Yeah, this is just very unfortunate. I mean, right there, ended up centering it to Sophie. It is really unfortunate at this point. I think Tree Fruit is just done with this game by themselves. They probably just are like, yeah, you know what, we go to the next one. We see how it goes. But this is definitely far from the performance that we saw them give us at that preseason.
Yeah, it just looks like it's going to be a lot harder for them to come back from on this occasion because Catjam are just on fire at this point. Another shot that was definitely on target, just about cleared away in the nick of time. Minute and a half left on the clock as he tries to set something up, but again, to no prevail, and on top of that, they've got no boost. They're going to have to quickly rotate back if they want to help out their team, who could be going 6 down if they're not careful. Chloe gets a save. It was just in that top left corner. Ravina is stalking around that central area, and Ducks keeps it alive as well. Gonna go for the aerial hit. It'll come off the backboard somewhere, but instead, Chloe sends it down. This should be a save from Emmy, and it is. Pops it back down into Catjam's half.
Oh, Zara! Just brutal. Probably saying like, you know what? It might be over, but at least I'm going to do a brutal double tap on you.
Yeah, that was stylish. Of that, there is no doubt. Nice little pit back from Trifruit. They do get a goal on the board this time around, as opposed to the previous match where it did end with Catjam keeping that clean sheet. With 45 seconds to go, Catjam will not worry too much. It's quite the hard feat to get 4 goals in 40 seconds, but I feel like Catjam will have the confidence. I mean, look at the confidence. They're still going for a 6th goal.
I mean, maybe they're trying to line themselves up for that potential famous 7-1 scoreline, you know? But, I mean, if they want to do that, they have to stop this, because Azara just pushing it through. Trifruit, I mean, this might be desperation, but even so, this is quite some pressure.
Yeah, as he gets both of the goals in this matchup, there's a lot of chaotic fumbling around in that corner, but it fell to her, and she was not going to miss from that opportunity. 20 seconds left on the clock. Stranger things have happened. I don't see 3 goals coming out from Trifruit here, and with 10 seconds to go, I definitely feel like Catjam will now just find a way of just going, okay, you know what, that's enough of this. Let's not try and force the initiative anymore. Let's just keep this score level now. Not allow Trifruit to take any more away from this matchup. It's going to bounce off the corner. Ravina will let it slide, and that will end. Catjam do complete the 3-0 of this set and will make their way into the winners final. Trifruit unfortunately having to go into the underground bracket.
Very unfortunate, of course, for Trifruit, but I mean, I think that ending was really something for them, because right now they do have to face off against Arcturus. I hope I pronounced it rightly. But yeah, maybe let's talk about it with Hunter, of course.
Yeah, well, I think it's safe to say that Catjam is ready to play today, right? I don't think we can. I don't think we can take anything away. What a dominating series from Catjam, and I agree with you. I think the ending of that game for Trifruit a little bit of confidence, because they are, as you said, dropping down to play Arcturus. But man, can anybody beat Catjam here, Tamashi?
I mean, the rate they're going, probably not. I mean, we saw Sacra Blues struggle with them in preseason, and they're the team that they're about to go up against. So we'll see if Sacra Blues have learned anything from that preseason, or if Catjam are just going to continue to do their usual dominant field of score 1 goal and, oh, look, here comes another several.
I mean, it definitely seems like they're able to score at will. And, you know, again, we see this roster between or the combo between Ravina and Dux, and it's nothing new. I mean, what does that mean for the rest of the league here, Stealthy Wolf? How do you stop the dangerous duo, especially when you've got a player like Sophie coming in who just seems to clean everything up?
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned Dux, because like thinking back about the series, it really showed to me that Dux has been enabling herself to just allow Ravina and Sophie to do as much damage as possible. She's not really trying to overstep her bounds. She's always playing safe. She realizes we can't go for this because else we have a third man in no position to actually save the ball. And she's playing it very smart, and that's something you need. A smart player in every team to support the other two that are maybe a little bit more mechanical, maybe a little bit quicker to that ball, or just have that incredible mechanics in case, of course, of Sophie and Ravina to allow so much pressure on opposing teams.
Well, again, Catjam looking quite dominating there in that series. But day is not over for Trifruit. They will fall down to that loser's bracket to face off against Arcturus here in a little while. But we do have Sammy Smiles and Venus Vixens coming up next. We're going to take a very short break. And when we return, it's down to the lower bracket to see who will play their way up to the top.
She got guitar, simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drumming round in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes are funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes are funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. The summer's calling. The summer's calling. If the kingdom is overthrown, meet me at the cornerstone. I know that I can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. Summer's calling. As we wait for the smoke to
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCBC week number 1 here in Europe. We're getting through the bracket. The winners' semis have concluded, and now it is time to set our sights on the lower rounds. In the losers round 2, we didn't get a chance to Vixens and Arcturus play in their first matchups, but we do get a chance now as we look at the bracket here. First matchup we're going to be covering is the Sammy Smiles up against the Venus Vixens, and then after that, Treefruit and Arcturus to see who moves on. It gets ever closer to that losers final and a potential grand final appearance if they can string a couple of wins together. But now that we're in the lower bracket, we've got Layla and Stealthy Wolf still here on the broadcast. But now that we're here, no more room for errors in week 1 if you want to play into that top 3 spot. And we haven't seen Venus Vixens, but we did watch Sammy Smiles a little bit earlier on against the Sakura Blues. Layla, what do they need to do now to get back on track?
Honestly, they didn't really do. I mean, I say they didn't do much wrong against Sakura Blues. This is Sakura Blues we're talking about. You know, it's a
Sure.
free 3-1 matchup, and they certainly had a lot of close matches between the two of them. So you know, honestly, taking it to Venus Vixens, they go in with that same kind of mentality. I think this will be another close call with them. But we know that Venus Vixens, they finished 4th last time round. They definitely wanted to go for that top 3 spot. So I don't know. It could still go either way.
Well, I know that behind the scenes, there's been some drama with the Venus Vixens, with Rose in particular having controller issues and back and forth, having to play mouse and keyboard. Might have even had to steal a controller or two from family members. Not sure. We'll see how she is looking here today. As again, the Venus Vixens coming through a 3-0 against Catastrophe. What's the game plan here, Stealthy Wolf, you think, for the Vixens?
I mean, the game plan, they won very confidently. Like 8-1, 8-1, 7-1 against Catastrophe. That's definitely quite a score line. But then at the same time, you might have to look. Sammy Smiles played against a team like Sakura Blues. They are, of course, now in the winner finals. Sammy Smiles, sadly enough, had to drop it with a 3-1. Very close games. They are definitely warmed up. And at the same time, you really do wonder, is Venus Vixens equally as warm? Are they going to be able to put on the same amount of pressure as Sammy Smiles is expecting a team that has to play against them to do? Or is this going to be a little bit more of control from Sammy Smiles? Because they are offensive. Hesitate for a second and you're done. So that's the real question right now. Is Venus Vixens up to that stake to not hesitate? Because also there's literally Sammy Smiles all the way.
Well, I mean, and that brings up a pretty good question that I do want to throw over to Layla here. I mean, how obviously with these being best of fives, there is a little bit of wiggle room to get yourself into the series, but we've seen it before on the WCBC last season, season 1, that sometimes these games, they go from a slower pace to all of a sudden you're, max speed, if you will, for some of these teams. How do you transition to that if you're the Venus Vixens here?
I mean, we've seen something like that already with Cat Jam, where it's just like you just go all out, and you kind of forget about defense. I mean, not so much with Cat Jam; they were very much solid, but with Venus Vixens, if you know that Sammy Smiles are going to try to slow you down, it really is just a case of relying on stuff like demos. I mean, it is an action in the game for a reason. You take one of those players down, you give yourself an opportunity to just take advantage. If you're already on the aggressive and no one's getting to that ball to intercept it, you're likely going to get yourself a nice free goal. And from there, you just start to build up. If you know that Sammy Smiles are playing that stalemate kind of game, as long as you can get that first goal in, you can hold that. You can sort of play to that kind of level as well and just hold it on out for the next 4 minutes.
And I mean, the Sammy Smiles are coming off that loss, as we mentioned, against the Sakura Blues. All in all, it was a pretty close series, right? We didn't see too many blowout affairs. I think actually every game was within 2 goals, and that last one was a 1-0 game that the Sakura Blues just barely were able to hang on to in the final moments. So, obviously, it's not fun coming off a loss, and with the Venus Vixens, a little bit of confidence coming in through their first win of the day. Does that do we have to take that into consideration at all here, Stealthy Wolf?
I think it's definitely something that we do have to take into consideration, because I feel like Venus Vixens is definitely one of those teams that is really reliant on how the previous performance was. If they were feeling confident, feeling very strong from the start, it's a little bit like Cat Jam, like Layla said earlier. The moment they get going, they are just unstoppable. And I feel like if Venus Vixens is in that mentality where they know, I can score, I am the best, that they are going to perform like never seen before. But and an 8-1, 8-1, 7-1 scoreline in your previous games, that's definitely something that does give you a little bit of that edge.
And I mean, coming into today, again, Venus Vixens having to come in through the bottom bracket due to the qualifier. There's no losing today for them if they want a chance to play in that final. And maybe that mentality is a little bit different than some of the upper teams that know they have that extra game. I don't know. I really do like this Vixens team. I know that we talked about it a little bit before. I think they came in kind of rounding out the top 4 last season. And they're looking to make their mark. It's a very strong roster when you look at who's on that team. But I do believe the server is just about ready to go. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and jump on into that game. It's going to be the first of 2 losers round 2 matchups. Sammy Smiles and the stream debut for the Venus Vixens here, season 3. Please take it away.
Gladly hunted. Thank you very much as always. And yeah, this is going to be a fun match. Obviously, we've seen these two teams play plenty of times. For those of you who tuned in to the previous season, you'll have definitely seen Venus Vixens and Semi Smiles have their fair share of encounters. So it should be fun. We get to see what both teams have learned from each other. And especially, as you mentioned, Wolf, from earlier, where we've seen the score lines that Venus Vixens had over Catastrophe. 8s and 8s and 7s. How, as Sammy Smiles, do you find a way of just slowing that down? Because you know if Venus Vixens get that first goal, it's probably going to go their way for the rest of the game. Or
I
not.
mean, yeah. I was going to say, we already have to talk on that subject, because Pads right here, as the last lady in defense, just got completely outplayed. And Lila or Layla just really realized, oh, I just have to take my time. Pads is a very controlled player. She's just going to charge on that ball, trying to get that ball cleared away. So if I just challenge it, send it to the wall.
What is happening? What is happening right here? 16 seconds is gone, and Sammy Smiles has a 2-0 lead.
Well then, this was rather unexpected. Yeah, but I feel like right now from the start from Venus Vixen, it just really feels like they're not really playing together. In a sense, like in these first 2 goals, there was no cover behind Pad. Right now, it is also very shaky in defense. They're just rushing after the ball, and it is really Rose and Ali that are trying to play that little bit of a same play style, so that maybe that is really what is going wrong.
Well, whatever is going wrong, Sammy Smiles have taken full advantage of it so far, and we haven't even gone past the full minute yet. And Sammy Smiles are once again on the attack. There's only one in defense, which was Rose, but crucially they got the save to keep the score at 2-0. And they've got to do everything they can to try and wrestle control away from them. This was not how I thought this match was going to start, and already it's going right back up, trying to keep this pressure alive. Layla quickly rotating back because they know they're going to have to be on the defense here. Venus Vixens are coming at them now. It is going to go straight into the path of the middle section, back into the water corner as well. And it's still dangerous for them here.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous right now from Sammy Smiles. They are pushed into that defense, but right now they're finding very nice combinations. Amphiray almost able to finish it off. And Lila blocked right there by Alikit. It is something that the Venus Vixens need right now. A solid defense. No way through for Sammy Smiles. And I think there's only one way to really achieve that right now, Lila, is to be less aggressive in some way. They're positioning that third way too offensively, trying to commit too quickly to a ball and not really using their head, so to say.
Pretty much spot on there. And as the ball comes right back towards the left corner of Venus Vixens, Ellie will be on hand, but it's not going to go in the way they want to. There's a demo in there as well. Roadtech taken out, but Ellie, quick thinking from Ellie, managed to get straight back into the goal, just slow themselves down and put themselves in the right place at the right time. Pads gets in on the save in action as well. The match remains at 2-0 in Sammy Smiles' favor as we go past the halfway mark.
Yeah, we see right here how much pressure Sammy Smiles has. Always one person in midfield lurking to see where that ball is going to go. And the moment that ball gets out of defense, they're right there to get that ball back in. And that's just really the tough, position that Venus Vixens is in right now. Sammy Smiles have a grasp on the game. They know how to control the flow, and they're exactly doing so.
And they're also not afraid to get their wheels dirty as well. There's so many demos coming out from Sammy Smiles, just keeping the Vixens down a player at a time. Always seems that it's every time they go on the attack and every time they go back onto the defense, someone from Vixens always seems to get taken down. But Pat is staying alive a lot longer here now as they need to try and get that ball away from their own half. But again, the aggression from Sammy Smiles, I think, is just catching them by surprise. Rose manages to get a little bit of a touch to send it out wide, and Ellie doesn't win out the battle either. Pads finally clears it downfield, gives them an opportunity to might get a goal back, but again, Sammy Smiles have it comfortably under control.
Well, this is definitely very comfortable from the side from Sammy Smiles, as Venus Vixens are still 2 goals down. But that's something that we do have to give them credit for, though. Right now, their defense is definitely looking way better than at the start of the game.
maybe it was just those greeners. Again, like Hunter said earlier, first appearance of this roster of the Venus Vixens on stream for this season. Maybe that was also something about playing parts.
And with 1 minute left to go, they've got it all to do if they want to put themselves back into it. Having said that, it is still the first match, but you never really want to lose that first point. And that one will go across in the face of goal again. Pad is on hand, just about wins out the aerial exchange. It doesn't go that far though. They need to find a way of clearing this downfield ASAP. Pads will at least get the second touch off the ceiling. But again, Amp is there, and the tiniest of touches helps set their teammates up. Slumpy gets the shot, and somehow that does not go in. Rose with another save. Right place, right time. 20 seconds left to go, and now the counter push. This could be a 2-1, but it's just intercepted in time, and now cleared back downfield.
Well, in these last 10 seconds, Venus Vixens really want to go on that aggression. They want to find that momentum for the next game, and here we have a beautiful pass from Alikid and 2 pads in the midfield. Sadly enough, not expected from pads, and this is really important. Right now, the real question is, Venus Vixen had a solid end game. The start was a little bit shaky, but does this mean right now that Venus Vixen is in a position to carry on that momentum from last game, and the last minutes rather into the next game?
Well, so we'll find out. I mean, some people, I know when something goes like that, when it goes wrong in like the first minute, and it's like you suddenly could see 2 goals, and then you spend the rest of the match almost getting the goals, but also having some solid defense. It's almost like you kind of like take it as a warm up. It's like you take the first point. It's like, okay, we've warmed up. Now we're ready to get back into the swing of things. But having said that, well played from Venus Vixens to keep that scoreline the way it was, but they just couldn't quite get that foot in. And Sammy Smiles, I mean, that quick aggression in the early goings, I don't think any of us saw that coming. We thought they were just going to try and slow down Vixens. Nope, they just went straight on in.
I mean, that is the same approach they had against Sakura Blues, just heads first, diving into action, giving all the pressure that they want, and Venus Vixens was really struggling with that. And I feel like right now, in the later moments, they definitely picked up a rotation where they were like, okay, girls, calm down. We know what we can do. We don't have to get ahead of ourselves. Right now, Sammy Smiles did take that first game, but we are going to go all the way.
They said we're going to go to the match 5. Well, we'll see if that ends up becoming a reality as we immediately kick on things again. And this time around, it's going to be Sammy Smiles who has to quickly take that into a clearance, and Venus Vixen try to get the better kickoff, but there's nobody in goal, and somehow nobody from Sammy Smiles was able to get the finishing touch there. It went across the face of goal. You thought it was going to be another quick lead for Sammy Smiles, but somehow it doesn't go in.
Well, Sammy Smiles, of course, already 1 point up in the series. Don't really need to prove too much right now, and it's really the Venus Vixens that have to step up to the plate. As you now see Rose getting that ball into the midfield. Ali just a little bit too late in order to go for that ball. And Venus Vixens is definitely ramping up. That's right here, trying to dive early in that defense. Now Ali, beautiful clear, but Slumpy is right there. Sammy Smiles is just mixed within that defense, and that's just making it super awkward.
Yeah, Slumpy was in the right place for that, and unfortunately just a little too far away from goal to be able to get the save. So once again, in the first minute of this match, Sammy Smiles will take the initiative, leading by 1-0, and they're going to try and go for a second. Oh my goodness me, it's off the corner. Oh, Amphi will be kicking themselves for that later. That could have been a chance to go 2-0 up again in the first minute.
Well, but right here, Ali get to take a control, crossbar and down!
No words, only feelings as Ellie hits the corner. You thought it was going to bounce away, but just in the nick of time, it does cross the line. And Venus Vixens with the almost immediate response. We have a game on our hands. It's 1 apiece.
Well, that was just a brilliant performance. Nice bit of control, and Pat, sadly enough, right now, not able to stop that giant clear from Empire, though.
Coast to coast. No one was getting back to that in time. And well, it's 2-1. We've had 3 goals in the first minute and 15 seconds of this match. Hunted alluded this. He did allude us to the fact that there would just be those little moments where it's just pure chaos, where neither team could stop scoring, and we're seeing it happen right here and now.
Well, right now the Venus Vixens are down by one once more, and they need to clean this up. Pat sending that ball high. This is a little bit of an awkward clear that they have to get rid of, though, because it just gives so much space to Sammy Smiles, and right there, another double commit. Rose and Ali a little bit too quick to that ball, maybe not nicely communicated to why this touch didn't go the way they wanted.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Pats just could not get to that ball in time. They hit the car and not the ball. It's always bad when you see two cars commit to the same save attempt, knowing full well that the rest of Sammy Smiles were on hand to tip it across the line. And that is another dangerous ball already from Sammy Smiles. And again, Slumpy in the right place, right in the center there, trying to keep this pressure alive. Finally does get cleared downfield, but again, Sammy Smiles have a game plan here, and they are just executing on this quite nicely, slowing Venus Vixens down and just being so incredibly aggressive, but in a strategic kind of way. But that is going to dip up the crossbar. Oh, Venus Vixens almost get another immediate response, but it's just a little high.
I mean, after that air dribble that we saw from Rose, I'm really starting to ask myself questions if she's not playing on a controller, though, because that is not something that you just casually pick up on if you have not played keyboard and mouse before and then all of a sudden have to do that.
Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Leilal is going to get themselves right back in again. 4-1 is now the lead. Set up beautifully, right in front of the goal. And again, from that kind of range, it's pretty hard to miss those ones. Half of the match done and dusted, and Sammy Smiles have a 3-goal cushion. But Venus Vixens almost immediately trying to just spread it back up, but it's not going to happen. Back onto the counter push. This could be another chance for another goal. And it's again just a little wide. Sammy Smiles just don't know where to start.
Yeah, this is a very rough situation right now. Venus Vixens definitely need some goals in order to get back into this game. Maybe back into the series even, as Alikitten does try and keep that pressure alive. Right now, Fads trying to get that ball into the midfield, immediately blocked out though. And Sammy Smiles is just super quick in their connections with each other, finding each other in the midfield, on the side, it doesn't matter. They communicate well, and that's really what I think is playing part right now.
Certainly is, and Pat's going to wait for this ball to come down, just about gets the interception, keeps it into Sammy Smiles' side of the field. But again, nobody is on the end of that for Venus Vixens, and again they leave themselves open. Ellie will at least cancel out Layla's attempt at goal, but again, couldn't quite get the follow-up either, and it allows Sammy Smiles to keep this pressure alive. And with just over 1 minute left to go, you get the feeling that Sammy Smiles has this comfortably in control. It's 5-1.
I mean, right there, you really start to ask yourself, why did Rose drive up? Realizing that Ali was in no position to be third man already. It's a very risky play, and of course, risky means usually high rewards if you are able to put it on target, but right now it really just feels like Sammy Smiles saw that one coming, immediately blocked it. They have incredible blocking chances. They know how to control the flow. They know how to control those 50s. And that is what I think something that Venus Vixens is disregarding it for a little bit too much.
Just a little bit. As Ellie with that full boost tries to out-wrestle this encounter. But again, it's not going the way that they'd like it to, as it comes back across the face of goal into the other corner. Another attempted shot. It's just on the crossbar. And Layla just almost getting themselves a 6th goal for Sammy Smiles, but the pressure is still on. Slumpy sets up off the backboard, but it is Pads, crucially, who does get a save, keeps this scoreline at 5-1, and Pads with no boost is not winning that exchange.
Yeah, right now, something I also picked on, Layla, is that Venus Vixens, they have a weird way of grabbing their boost, because right now it just feels like sometimes they go for that corner boost, the same corner that somebody that did launch a shot from is trying to extend and play with. But right here, Alikitten had an opportunity, but Layla, I don't know how she does it. She just got another brilliant save.
Sammy Smiles have been on form all match here. The amount of shots and still getting the saves in there as well. Later again with the 2 saves. And it really does show you just like when you look at those stats, especially for the shots on both sides of things, it's like Venus Vixens, like anytime they are able to get the ball, they just can't seem to set this up. Like there was just a massive flurry between the 2 teams in the first minute and a half. But after that point, it just bit by bit, it just went straight into Sammy Smiles' favor.
Yeah, and that's something that we can't take away from them right now. They are really controlling that flow. They're making it hard for Venus Vixens to do something. And that's by, like you said yourself earlier, getting those subtle bumps in. Because it's not like we see that there's a lot of demo action, but we caught up on some bumps earlier in the game that Sammy Smiles was already doing. And Venus Vixens coming off that very good win, going into a 2-0 immediately, then in the end not being able to crawl back in the game while performing that well, I think that's really affecting their mentality.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. And Venus Vixens, especially when they came off a match where they were completely dominant, are now seeing what it's like on the other foot. As Sammy Smiles are just, again, the second they start with those 2 and 3 goals, it's like, again, they just can't seem to find a way of stopping that from happening. So they're going to have to try once again, except only this time around, if they do lose this one, it's pretty much all over for them for this tournament at the very least. And they'll have to go on to the next week and maybe try again, as it's already in the face of goal and Sammy Smiles. They are always determined to take the lead in the first minute. 11 seconds this time round. It's off the post and off the crossbar, and then it's tapped in by Amp.
Yeah, and Ali Kitten, even though it was already lost, still tried to get a reach. And I think the fact that she was able to get that touch just shows that she is evolving throughout the series. She's like picking up a little bit more speed, maybe reading more plays from Sammy Smiles. And maybe that is something that the Venus Vixens need right now, because I feel like Pats and Rose are being read too quickly from the side from Sammy Smiles. It's not like they bring anything new to the table that Sammy Smiles doesn't know a counter for. But I feel like they're somehow struggling with Ali Kitten from time to time, though.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way, as we are going to see Sammy Smiles immediately clear that straight downfield. Fans will at least get to that. Not much boost left at their disposal, unfortunately. Oh, they do manage to get the max boost for a second. I didn't think it loaded in time, but they got it. Amp is going to try and challenge, but again, now they'll have to go back and rotate because they know that the aggression is starting to come and it does slip past later, but thankfully, Slumpy is on hand to immediately redirect that only as far as Pats, though, and that's a great shot. Later, just about was in there to be ready for that and get the save. Keep Sammy Smiles in the lead for the time being, but Venus Vixen finally taking these opportunities. Although I haven't said that, that's 2 demos, and somehow Sammy Smiles just can't take advantage of that. How did they not take advantage of that?
I mean, at the same time, you still have to get through pads. There's one more player. And it doesn't, of course, it is a disadvantage, but at the same time, it does not mean that you can't score, as we see right there. Ali Kitten getting another save by herself, trying to fight Rose here in the midfield, getting that connection. It almost worked out in their favor. They just needed a perfect landing in order to read that ball, and they got another opportunity.
And across the face of goal, once again it goes, and it's Rose who gets demoed again. Poor Rose must be getting tired of seeing that explosion on her screen. It's off the post and then popped away by Rose, who respawned in at quite the fortunate time, it must be said. They've got no boost at their disposal, so they're going to have to rely on their teammates to try and keep this threat alive as they max on out their boost again and come straight back on into the flurry. And will get on into the saving shenanigans as Pat tries to keep it alive. Rose around the outside, but again, they just can't seem to find a way through this very solid defensive line that Sammy Smiles have here.
Yeah, right there as well. 2 people on the same position, trying to go for the same ball. Only very late, the moment the ball is already on the top of the wall. Having properly communicated who is actually going to go for it, it just wastes so much boost, wastes so much time, also wastes possession. And that is something that Venus Vixen is looking up against as well right now. Maybe something that they will be looking to improve in the further weeks. Work maybe a little bit more on rotation sense, work more on communication, because Sammy Smiles right now is destroying any sort of order in that rotation.
Certainly are, but Venus Vixens are at least still getting a couple saves in here, and again trying to go in for this push, but again it's been snuffed out before it even had a chance to start, as Layla just chases this hanging on in the season, just dropped straight back down as you saw there. Nothing to really hamper with on that occasion, but with a minute and a half left to play, Layla's going to let that one inadvertently slide. Not the best decision in the world, because this means that Phoenix Vixens are going to try and get this goal. Layla into the goal herself and comes straight back out in time to clear that right back downfield, off into the right corner. Hat pops it up as high as possible. They've got to find a way of clearing this now, because Sammy Smiles, again, they sense an opportunity for the second goal. They feel like they can put this to bed. But again, Phoenix Vixens are at least finding a way to keep this score level. There's only a minute left, but anything could still happen here.
Well, anything can still happen as we see that Pats keeps up that pressure now. Ellie Kitten trying to go all the way by herself once again, and that seems to be a recurrent thing as they almost get a goal here. Ellie and Rose working together to try and push it through 3 other strong ladies. I mean, 2v3 in terms of cars and strength, that's definitely a hard job to do. And that's potentially why it didn't work, as we now see Sammy Smiles. Another potential opportunity, but sadly enough, Slumpy hits that side post once again.
And once again, Venus Vixen somehow hang on, and that ball is loose, but thankfully somebody is there. I think it's Amp again who keeps this ball alive. It keeps their goal at 1 lead. But with 13 seconds to go, you know Venus Vixens are just going to throw everything at the wall now. So Sammy Smiles needs to find a way of just shutting this down as the timer ticks on by. They've got to win out these interceptions, keep this away from the goal. Oh, it's off the post! Oh, it's off the post! Venus Vixens could have equalized it, and it's going to hit the floor. Oh, of all times, the post was going to betray you. It had to be in the last 3 seconds. Sammy Smiles hangs on to win it by 1-0 and will take the set by 3 points to 0.
Oh, this was just very unfortunate though, because right there, the last action, Ellie Kitten still playing that ball to the wall, trying to keep that ball up, and then Rose just shadowing that ball, but being in a very awkward position, not leaving it to Ellie. Yeah, it was rough. Hunted, what is your take on this?
You know, watching the games, it feels like we didn't see the Venus Vixens that we've seen in the past. It felt like they had an off day here. I really think, especially in that last game, just the number of chances they were able to generate in that last minute, nothing going in. You know, obviously teams are going to have off days, but you know, well done by Sammy Smiles on keeping it together and winning that game, of course. But you know, I still feel like there's a little bit that needs to be left out on the field there from the Venus Vixens. So, I mean, it's an unfortunate loss, but that's the way it goes, right? I mean, that's Rocket League for you. So, you know, well done to Sammy Smiles. They are going to move on to the losers round 3, where they await the winner of Tree Fruit and Arcturus. But, yeah, I mean, let's dig into this a little bit more. You know, do you agree, Layla, that this it feels like there's something more with this Venus Vixens team that we didn't see today?
Yeah, it definitely does feel like the performance that we're used to seeing with the Vixens definitely wasn't there on display. I mean, we saw how quickly Sammy Smile started in the first match, where it was just like 2-0 up in the first minute. And it was just like, Phoenix Vixens didn't seem to recover from that. And then the second match was also pretty much a washout. But it felt like they were able to find it towards the end. Like that third match, again, as Wolf said, there were a lot of chances that they were able to make, but they just couldn't put it away. And we've seen Vixens be able to do that before. Like, just, I don't know, just that energy and that consistency, it just seemed to be missing today. But again, this is the first week. I'm pretty sure they've got a lot to work on between now and the next event, and probably see them come back. And, you know, if we see them go up against Sammy Smiles again, I'm pretty sure they'll know that, hey, well, we at least had that 1-0. We could definitely work on that.
Well, and, you know, of course, I don't want to take anything away from the Sammy Smiles, because you mentioned it. They came out guns blazing, if you will, in that first game, and really in the second game as well. They kind of continued that momentum that they had. And, you know, Rocket League, a momentum-based game, Stealthy Wolf, how does that look for them moving into the next round?
Well, the next round of schools, they potentially need to face off the winner of Tree Fruit and Arcturus. And of course, we were talking about the topic of off days, and right now we might as well say that Tree Fruit is having a major off day compared to how they were performing in the preseason event. So, real question right now is actually Tree Fruit going to get a win over Arcturus, who did 3-0 Primal Ladies? But I think Sammy Smiles is definitely in a nice position. Potentially can even sweep that next game as well.
Well, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will find out who have a date with Sammy Smiles in the next round. Tree Fruit and Arcturus on the menu, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute.
Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCBC Season 3 EU Week number 1. And we have had a good amount of some high-quality Rocket League, and it's just getting started as we are approaching those coveted winners and grand finals here in just a little while. But we do have Treefruit and Arcturus getting set and ready to do battle. First stream appearance for Arcturus. And I'm really looking forward to this roster, actually, because it's kind of a combination of players that we've seen in previous seasons. And, they look like they have some decent promise, but up against Treefruit, as we mentioned, a team that has been in the conversation for top 3, though maybe might be having a bit of an off day. It's going to be a tough battle. Layla, I mean, where do you see this one going? Do you see us another sweep, or do you see this going all 5?
I would like to see an all 5 at this point. I mean, I feel like with Treefruit, as you said, they feel like they're having a bit more of an off day. Like, we haven't seen the Treefruit that we saw in the preseason. So I feel like with Arcturus, the fact that they had a 3-0 win of their own, I feel like if Treefruit do go back to the ways that we're used to seeing, this could end up being pretty close. But I would hope for a game 5.
Well, we're getting ready for that. I think everybody would be down for a 5-game series. The only series that hasn't been a sweep so far today was the Soccer Blues and Sammy Smiles, our first of the day. So we'd love to see a couple more games. But in order to do that, Arcturus has to battle against, again, a very quality Treefruit team. And Stealthy Wolf, what are the keys to victory, if you will, for Arcturus here?
Keys to victory is really first and foremost Treefruit still being in that losing mentality that they had earlier. Because like literally it is something. It's something that's very big. People don't realize that in Rocket League, a mentality of losing can actually put you so much further back than having a neutral mindset at that point. So Arcturus right now probably the underdog to face Treefruit. If they maintain a decent mentality, if they can put some pressure on Treefruit, maybe score some epic goals, maybe they might snap something in Treefruit and be like, uh-oh, we don't know how to play against Arcturus anymore. They need to control that pace, and then they will be able to do it.
I didn't think coming into today that I would find a new way to describe my ranked teammates, but a mentality of losing is like the perfect way to do it. Thank you so much for that. I'm absolutely stealing that. But I believe the lobby is ready, and Treefruit and Arcturus definitely want to get this one underway. So please take us into the matchup, Layla and Stealthy Wolf.
Oh, we gladly will. Thank you very much for that, Hunted, as always. And Wolf, you certainly love to give us a lot of entertainment on this. The amount of times that I have absolutely cracked up and just been like, uh-oh, here it comes. I've missed this. Can you tell I've missed this? It's been a lot of fun so far, and hopefully you're all enjoying it as well in the chat if you're watching, getting some good old hype. As our next matchup is ready and underway, Arcturus in the blue, Treefruit in the orange, and we'll see what Arcturus can do on their first match of the stream tonight.
Well, immediately they get a lot of potential. They have some pressure right here, and Chloe missing that ball. That is something that might set her off, but right now they're slowing down the play. Maybe this is more the play that Treefruit needs, as we see Emmy trying to get that pass down to Ashley. Emma already there. Arcturus is definitely positioning themselves nicely around Treefruit and, well, getting some opportunities in.
And we'll see what they can do with this. They immediately clear that ball back into the corner. Sauk does get the initial save, and Ali immediately in clears it back downfield as he quickly passing it over. Unfortunately, just a little bit too high. So we're going to have to try and go for the second touch as Ali hits it off the back wall and make that the backboard itself as Sauk comes in, but the interception is crucial and keeps that ball out of their own half. Keeps it at 0-0 for the time being, and well, we know that Treefruit are going to be quick on the counter push as Emmy chases on up. Unfortunately, ran out of boost, so it's going to be up to Azzy to try and make the shot on target, but it will be Ali who gets the save, keeps this at 0-0 for the time being, and look at how quickly it just nips on back into the other half. Once one team has a shot on target, it just sweeps down back the other end.
Oh my.
That was a beautiful opportunity created right there from Azara and Emi together. That might have all been one for maybe a potential montage, because that was a very nice pass from the ceiling. Something maybe that we need to see from Treefruit a little bit more. Use the ceiling, use that wall. Do not get challenged by Arcturus, and then get some passings into the midfield, as we see Azara right here. Sending the ball all the way back to Louis. Now trying to follow up on a touch from Emi. Sometimes I still go for things that are unreachable, and to get that mentality and understanding of knowing what you can do and what you can't do is sometimes the biggest thing that can you spike in skill.
And Trifood is going to finally get that goal. Just wrestle control away from them. Set it up nicely in the middle. Emi catches them all off guard. Nice little tap in the end. And with 3 minutes left to play, Trifood will get the better start, taking the initiative, leading by a 1-0.
Well, already a 1-goal deficit for Arcturus right here. And yeah, of course, being immediately placed into that lower bracket, they need to perform right now. Like, if they want to stay alive, they have to show us that they can do it. Because Treefruit, they are expected to go through. So right now, Arcturus, keeping up that pressure, keeping up so much space, and making it hard for Treefruit is definitely already a win in their books.
And with that, another attempt shut down for the time being, and Ali is actually going to try and push the initiative here, see if they can get this equalizer. They will send this off the backboard. It is going to go not too far away from them as he gets demoed. Could be an opportunity for Arcturus to maybe get something out of this, and the ball is lingering and it's dipping and it's in. Arcturus do find the equalizer.
I mean, I have no clue what happened there, but it seemed like some teammate abuse from Klubi. I mean, am I not allowed to say it that way? Okay. Klubi bumped Azara.
You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. But yeah, 2 minutes left to play for. Just unfortunately, it's one of those moments where you see the ball just sort of like linger in the air for such a long time, and somehow neither of them managed to hit that ball or in the right place to send it away. So sometimes it's miscommunication, sometimes it is just bad timing all around. But in either case, Trifood are going to concede an equalizer, nearly conceded the lead full stop somehow. Manages to get away with that. And Arcturus, well, they are going to get a demo on Emi as well. Try to put this pressure right back down. Chloe has to rotate back. Try to win out this exchange. Actually dummies one and actually intercepts the second. Can they make it a 3 for 3? Not quite, but it does ping down to Emma into Arcturus' territory. But they're going to quickly rotate this right back on up the field. And as he knows that they'll take that max boost away. But that is a very crucial touch and almost dipping towards the goal.
Yeah, right now it is a very hard scenario for Treefruit right here. They are definitely the one receiving a punishment game from Arcturus, and maybe that's not something that they were expecting. Maybe they were expecting to come in guns blazing, outpace them all the time. Emi here having to jump because of a potential goal, and Klubi able to get that save. It is looking very shaky in defense for Treefruit, and it is definitely something they will need to clean up throughout this week if they want to get into that top 4 spot.
Yeah, Arcturus are being incredibly aggressive the longer this match goes in, and they are doing everything they can to try and snatch this point away from Trifood. 30 seconds left on the clock. We've had one overtime so far to date. We might see a second one if it keeps up like this. I haven't said that. Arcturus are going on the offense. This could be the second, and somehow Emi keeps it out. There's going to be another chance, potentially, as Ali quickly rotates back, and Sarek now goes on forward. 10 seconds left on the clock. Ali keeps this threat alive, keeping it into this side of the field. If the clock counts down and the ball hits the ground, we're going to overtime for the second time today, my friends. Will we see a buzzer beater take this right away? We're going to find out. Sarek runs on in, but it does hit the ball. Oh, hit the floor. We're in overtime, my friends.
I mean, you're not wrong. Something did hit the ball. So that's definitely the right thing to say, but Emma right here keeping up that pressure. Now Klubi down to Azara. Sadly enough, goes wide, and there is Sarek immediately sending that ball forwards again. Now Emi in no position to actually get this play, and the pass comes out immediately red. And it is something that Treefruit is looking up against. They are way too predictable, even for Arcturus at this point. and that is something that they need to switch up. Maybe a little bit more control plays, not always trying to shoot from too far might be a remedy against that.
Well, we're already past how long the previous overtime went, so 40 seconds done and dusted as Arcturus immediately tries to do a quick little 1-2. It slowed it down a little too much for them though, as Emma has to come up, doesn't actually get any purchase on that, so it's up to Sarek to get the save in the end. But Azzy gonna keep this threat alive, sends it over, now centered up as well, but it's gonna quickly go back towards the left corner, and Cluey is on hand. Now it's done to come towards Tri-Fruit's goal, as we have finally passed 1 minute on the clock. Neither team finding that all-important golden goal.
Yeah, right now they need it more than anything, and Sarek has an opportunity right here. Emmy is still able to make that save, but the pressure is relentless. Arcturus wants to find that goal they need in order to get that first win, as Emma Salinov gets it into the midfield. Cluey already there. Pressure still kept alive, as we now see Azara taking her time. Potentially listening into the stream as she is picking my IDs.
No, let's not encourage cheating, my friends, as Emmy unfortunately not going to win out that exchange. Cluey, now it's up to them to try and go for the attack, but again it's intercepted, and another stalemate between these two teams. Neither of them can find that purchase they're looking for, that all-important shot that will take it for them, and it's still 1-1, 2 minutes gone and dusted. Ball boost from Emmy, but it's going to be taken by her teammates instead. The ball is again, however, dipping back onto their side. It's up to Cluey to keep this attack alive, but every single time Tri-Fruit come forward, Arcturus are able to find a way to keep this away. And now it's Sarek's turn. They've got no boost, but they can't set up their teammate. Here comes another rebound opportunity. They'll flick it off, and it's off the post again.
How did Arcturus not score there? Tri-Fruit royally messed themselves up by just triple committing on that one on defense. But right now, this might be an opportunity. MJ to the backboard. Not able to read it, but it is Zara into the midfield. There is Cluey. And as expected for some, Tri-Fruit do take that overtime, but it was definitely not looking their way. It was Arcturus all the way, and Tri-Fruit might be written off as a little bit lucky.
Oh, Tri-Fruit will breathe a massive sigh of relief, and you gotta feel there, because I feel like again there was two that committed to that save, and they didn't really need to do that. I think it was Emma and Ali who both went for that, and unfortunately neither of them really got a purchase on it, and it just gave Tri-Fruit the opportunity they needed to finally get that goal. A very long overtime segment, but it goes the way of Tri-Fruit. What a close start to this set.
Yeah, it was definitely a very close start. And the real question right now is, of course, what has been asked multiple times already today. You have been saying we want to say Game 5. It already going into overtime in the first ever game between these two teams. Maybe this is meant to be. Maybe this is meant to be that Game 5. And else, I definitely would say that whatever team that comes out victorious here might run into a Game 5 scenario against Semi Smiles, though.
Yeah, that's going to be a bridge that we'll cross when we get there. But for the time being, you gotta hand it to Arcturus. They absolutely took the fight to them, and it's just so close. Like every single time we thought that one side might finally be able to break away and get that all-important winning goal, it just kept going and going. And even in overtime, it just felt like there was no signs of stopping. But it's just, you have to take those opportunities when you have them. It's just like the amount of times that we just consistently say, "Oh, it's off the post and off the crossbar." Those bars are so important. It's like they really are a fourth player at this point. Yeah, they don't move, but you just curse them every single time. You think you've got the winning shot, and it just bounces off the bar.
Yeah, and that goes very lethal. But right here, beautiful passing play. Cluey almost sending that one on target, and Azara now follows up. It is Tri-Fruit that is finding a little bit of pace right now, and maybe, I mean, it sounds very, very unrealistic to say that just one car switch from Cluey might do all the difference, but right now, a very quick first goal from Cluey right here might be proving my placebo effect wrong.
Well, it also didn't help that was a triple commit. No one was anywhere near that goal, and that was always going to find a net. Tri-Fruit, after 28 seconds, will take the initiative and lead by a goal to nil.
Well, 30 seconds and already 3-Fruit in the lead, and already another potential opportunity right here. But Arcturus, they're playing a little bit more risky right now. They're trying to go for those goals that they know they can reach. A little bit of a 2 scenario in defense, but one person very deep in the offensive end to receive those passes, get those redirects. And it is definitely a strategy that can work. You just have to be very careful to maintain that balance, to not push up too far as those 2 defending players.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of a moment there where 2 of them had the chance to go on the attack and one went just flying over the other. And it's just, again, just always coming down to that communication. Emma managing to be on the line at the very least to get the save this time around. Definitely don't want to be triple committing too much here. And somehow that ball is slowed to a halt, but slowed enough for Emmy to come swooping on in. And you just saw the early jump there from Emma. Everybody just whipped the flip. One just punting off to the right-hand side. And Emmy just boosts on in, takes full advantage. And that is a 2-0 lead.
Well, the real question right now that we're facing, Layla, is this the 3-Fruit that might potentially be en route to actually take a fight yet again to get Gem? Because this is not the 3-Fruit that we saw in that first series. Let's be, just brutally honest about that one. The 3-Fruit from that game was horrendous compared to this one.
Yeah, Tri-Fruit are definitely on course to just book their ticket, and again another stalemate, but that one is gonna get saved by Azzy. They reacted so quickly there. They did not want to allow Arcturus to get a goal. They zoomed straight back in. I honestly thought Arcturus were about to score a little goal to get themselves right back into it, but Tri-Fruit are starting to tear it up now, and Azzy wants in again on the action. It is saved by Sarek, but the threat is still well and truly alive.
Yeah, right here, Zara immediately being able to pick up that boost allowed from her team to actually push that ball. And I think we didn't notice, but Chloe is in a Rule 1 right now, so that makes it a 2v2 scenario.
Oh,
and
no.
as Zara and Emmy are like literally the most 2 defensive players in the roster from 3-Fruit, I think this might go on for a while.
There's a 1v1 in the corner, and they only broken up by a goal. Well spotted, yeah, you can see that there in the bottom right corner. A 1v1, everybody knows the rule, and yeah, that is not going to separate until the ball goes in, and there we go. Tri-Fruit will lead by 4 goals to 0.
I mean, some might say that last game just definitely didn't happen because 3-Fruit is definitely not the same. Oh my god, Emma!
So no sooner have Tri-Fruit done that, Arcturus are just like, okay, fine, we honored Rule 1, now we'll get ourselves the goal back. Thank you very much. We're back to where we were. 3 goal cushion for Tri-Fruit.
Well, that's definitely a very nice start, and there a miss on the kickoff makes it very awkward. But Chloe, very quick to respond, trying to get that ball cleared as she now keeps pushing that ball forward. And that is definitely something that has seemed to be her role in this roster the most. She's really that one person that has to try and make those plays, get that ball forward, and put on that pressure as they almost get a brilliant pinch right here together with Emmy. But the bump for Ezzy with the open goal.
Yep, and once again, just taking advantage of those on the line, unfortunately being out of place, just came boosting on in. Deflects one, actually a little bit of a distraction play there as well. Their car just going straight across the face of one who was on the goal line. Just distracted them long enough for the goal to finally tip on through. And that is 4 goal cushion restored for Tri-Fruit. And despite the fact that they had a unfortunate start to the tournament tonight, they are absolutely rolling now. With 2 minutes left on the clock, they are up by 5 goals to 1, and they are going to try and make this 6. But Ali is going to get the save, but it's going to be a setup, and Emma finally clears it downfield.
Well, brilliant performance so far from both teams, and definitely a big up to Arcturus to not let that mentality fall to you. Like we said earlier, that losing mentality, immediately getting rid of that, and apparently also being a common factor in Hunted's teammates. It's not a common factor in Arcturus, and that's definitely nice to see, because that redirect from Emma down, I still can't believe that happened.
It's always nice when you get a goal like that, and there's a second for your troubles as well. It looked like that was going to be nice and safe for Tri-Fruit, but Sarek just pitches it right as it hits the ground. It rebounds off of Azzy into the crossbar and then in. Just over 1 minute left. It's 5-2 to Trifruit. And they turn around a 3-goal deficit.
Well, that is turned around. And right now, the real question is, for Trifruit, how well will you be able to cope with that damage that's already dealt? Will you be able to, well, increase that lead difference once again? Or is it just going to stay at 2-5, going to play it safe and let the clock run down?
Well, you feel like they'll definitely want to try and do that, but they are still looking for a 6th goal, and it's off the post, and surely it'll be poked in now. It ball is high, but it's somehow not converted. In fact, it's going to go all the way back into Trifruit's half. I am unbelievably amazed that that was not a 6-2 scoreline.
I mean, right there, there's something that is very recurrent in every Rocket player, Lila, and it's trying to do way too much. Sometimes you do have to realize when you have to leave that ball to your teammate, but here you go, your 6-2 scoreline as Ami just beautifully puts that one into position.
Yeah, but it's off the ceiling as well, and Emmy just goes straight for it. There was 2 there, but unfortunately just threading the needle between the 2 of them, tucked into the right-hand corner, and Trifruit restore their 4-goal cushion. 6-2 is the scoreline with 20 seconds left on the clock, and well, for Arcturus, they are definitely going to have to head into match 3 with it all to do now.
Well, match 3 is definitely a match that will mean a lot for Arcturus. Of course, they already have 60 points in their hands, but you want more. Like, let's not be wrong about that one. You don't want to take that position 5 to 6. You want to go for that 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or potentially 1st position. But for Arcturus to do that right now, they need to win 3 games in a row against the Trifruit that was somewhat on point this game.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the stats there for Cluey. I mean, we had 8 shots there. it's like, and obviously just the amount of relentless pressure again. It always seems to be the case where we have one team tonight that just seems to just go absolutely nuts with the shots on target. And again, quite a lot of those being converted. So the pressure just very much well and truly on. And Arcturus are going to have it all to do it. But again, like initially closing the early goals, and then it just went away from them. Like Trifruit, this is the Trifruit that we know from the preseason. They've absolutely came out. So it's almost like they're just taking that first set as, okay, that set didn't really happen. This is us back to our ways.
We move on. We move. Nobody look at what happened there.
Yeah.
It is all a disaster. We know. We're going to make it right now.
And whilst we await for the next match to start up, I know that some of you are saying Trifruit and some of us are saying Trifruit. I say Trifruit just on the basis of that. First, I did Splatoon, and my main weapon in that is the Tri-Slosher, and I've never heard anybody call that weapon a Tree-Slosher, so that's why I say Tri-Slosher.
I mean, to be fair, that does sound kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie, that does actually sound cool when you do say it like that, and it is green. But that, however, is very green. That is a beautiful goal from Arcturus. That's pretty much a long-range coast-to-coast from Ali, straight down the middle into the left side. It dips. Nobody on hand for that for Trifruit and Arcturus. Well, they are absolutely in this now.
Well, they definitely painted that. Well, orange now completely blue, because that was just a brilliant snipe all the way from over the field. Trifruit a little bit too aggressive. Like, of course, they have that last game where they were feeling way better than the first game, but it doesn't give them the right to think less of Arcturus, not be aware of those potential long balls that will cost them a lot of goals, because right there, that could have been easily evaded.
Absolutely, and we are still in that first bit, and as he going straight for that, and how about that for a goal? That was just beautiful from them. They just passed straight into Azzy, who just out-wrestled the Taurus there, and slots that in for an equalizer.
Well, 1-1 scenario, 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, and Arcturus, they had a brilliant start in this game so far. As we see Sarak potentially getting another one, but Azzy having to climb into her own net from the same side, still able to get that save. It just shows that Trifruit, I mean, they're not without pressure.
Oh, absolutely. This is just going absolutely nuts now. Both teams just want to start scoring, and it's just not happening now. Both are now just stuck on that 1-1, and it's... Well, the demos are coming out now, so you know it's serious business time as it's going to be deflected off the backboard. It's going to be straight back into the half yet again. Emmy, with practically no boost left, will have to start rotating on out because that ball is rapidly going towards an alley. Gets a shot on goal and it's in. I think it was another little flip from the goal line. I'm absolutely certain of it.
To be honest, I just... Oh, no. Azara got lipped, so to say.
Ah, that's what happened there. So it was just like, I just saw a card just suddenly flashed across the face of goal and it's like, was that a shot? No, not quite. It was just a little too much juice.
I mean, it wasn't really too much juice. It was just the lip not being very grateful to her, and then it was like, you know what? I'll launch you into your own net as a result of touching me.
Yeah, you hate to see that kind of thing happen, but it is Arcturus who retakes the lead. It's exactly what they need to do if they want to come back here. We always talk about the rare and elusive reverse sweeps, but hey, what better way to put Tri-Fruit under some pressure by having to force them down into the set the hard way. 3 minutes left on the clock as Sarek sends this into the left-hand corner. Just going to try and be a little bit more centralized, but nobody is there for that one as the ball becomes Tri-Fruit's territory once again.
Yeah, right now they really need to keep it. That pressure as that ball almost goes on target. Emma is still able to find that save. But that is something that we do have to genuinely credit Arcturus for right now. Their defense is incredible. Tri-Fruit potentially would have scored way more goals already if they played. If Arcturus was playing a little bit more of an offensive game like Sammy Smiles would just throw away that defense from time to time in order to try and score. But Chloe right here just gets a massive redirect.
Yeah, big time redirect as it comes off the wall and Chloe spots it coming, just the faintest of touches, sends it straight into the middle goal. Sarah can do nothing to protect that, and that is going to be 2-2. So for the second time in this match, Tri-Fruit find an equalizer.
Yeah, right now they need something that does give a lead instead of an equalizer, because going down is really not the style that they want right now. Of course we want it, because the more games, the merrier, you know, and at this point, Tri-Fruit is a little bit hesitant. Louis right here, taking a little bit too much time, knowing that Arcturus is just right there, going to pile up that pressure as Azara stands that ball into the corner. But there is no real way for them to find any comfort whatsoever on the field right now.
It really isn't, and with just under 2 minutes left to play, Emmy gonna try and just slow this down here. Manages to stop one, but Ali is right on hand, and that is a brilliant setup again. Ali just comes zooming on in, and Emmy got the initial touch. Ali sends it all the way around the wall and then goes, you know what, I'll finish it myself too.
I mean, right now I really feel like Chloe is a double-edged sword, and I'll explain and properly why. So she can have the greatest of touches, the greatest of goals from time to time, but sometimes she just doesn't do anything in defense in the sense that she pushes up way too far. Lisa not open completely behind her is very readable as well when she's going to take time, and sometimes in defense that is the last moment you need it. But then again, Tri-Fruit do need a player like Louis in order to strike, because I feel like Azara and Emmy, they're brilliant players, don't get me wrong, but they don't have that same striking pressure that Louis has.
And with that said, there is 1 minute left on the clock, and as he gets it past, oh my goodness me, how in the world did Sarek save that? I honestly thought that was an equalizer. It will now finally come, and Emmy gets it in. I honestly thought Arcturus had an amazing save there, but somehow Tri-Fruit again find the third equalizer of this match.
That was honestly a brilliant shot from Emmy. The real question is though, why did Arcturus give Emmy so much space right there? Is it because of something that Tri-Fruit created himself? Is it because Arcturus didn't want to throw away somebody in defense? In the end, those are questions that you can't be making or asking yourself at the time, and I feel that that is where, of course, a little bit of the inexperience from Arcturus comes through. Chloe, Azara, and Emmy, all three of them have a lot of experience competing in tournaments already, and that's definitely showing right now.
And they're gonna go on for the kill now. They've been behind pretty much all of this match. But again, Arcturus are on the move with 10 seconds left to go. Will we see the third overtime of this stream today? Or are we gonna see another last second goal? We might see a last second goal! Arcturus scores with 1 second of the clock!
This just leaves me speechless. Like, what was the idea right there? Was there even communication with 3-3? Because, like, why does Azara push up right behind Kluwi? Why does Kluwi leave that ball alone? I have no clue. 0 seconds on the clock. They need to score right now. Azara is up. Sends that ball to the backboard. There is Kluwi. Salinov can't get the touch. Ami keeps that ball up. Still drops it down to the other side. And Azara needs to make the touch. Can't do so. And Arcturus take their first game of the series.
What a way to end that match, and that means this set is not over yet. Trifruit found not 1, not 2, but 3 equalizers, and with 1 second left on the clock, Arcturus goes, no, we are having this win. Can you please stop? Goodness me, just that one lapse of concentration. They committed what they really did need to, and they couldn't get back to stop it in time. That was just... oh my word, where do you even start to pick apart that match?
Well, we start, of course, with all the mistakes that happened from the side from 3-Fruit that also did lead up to that last goal. Is trying to be way too pressured. Like, they are trying to put too much pressure on Arcturus, and they're able to do so even if they run a little bit of a more normal and defensive-oriented rotation, because they have that skill. Individually, all 3 players do have that skill in order to put that ball on target, able to strike, able to finish a ball off, but don't... I mean, this is a sentence on how I say it when sometimes coaching. Don't drive in each other's... I mean, don't make a train, basically. Is to put it nicely. And that's definitely what they're doing, and that's screwing themselves over.
Well, it does mean that we have a match 4. So, for the second time this stream, we are going to see a match not end with a 3-0. So, can Arcturus do what many might have thought might have been the unthinkable and go for the reverse sweep? But Trifruit are going to use all of their expertise to go for it. Having said that, Emma and Sarah got demoed, and Arcturus still had the wherewithal to just send that ball downfield and just negate that entire momentum. And Trifruit are going to have to do it all over again.
Well, Trifruit right now really want to close out their series if they lose another game, but they lose another goal. This is a, well, disastrous scenario for them.
Brilliant start from Arcturus. They go from one end of the field to the other. And again, Sarek just gets that little tip in, just a little bit of the front bumper, sends it into the goal. And in the first minute, Arcturus are the one to start off with the first goal.
Well, the first goal already in favor for Arcturus, and right now they need to defend. They get that ball nicely cleared as, yeah, Azara almost gets that ball in together with Kluwi, but there is the follow-up. Azara does get it in, and the 1-1 is established.
Yeah, that was not the clearance that Arcturus were looking for. It was just high, just so long there, and Sarek just could not get into the right angle for that. And Trifruit, in the same minute, do manage to find the equalizer, but we know that the Trifruit need to get more than that. They did an equalizer 3 times in the last match, and Arcturus still took it. So they know they have to go on the offensive here.
Well, they definitely need that offensive pressure, as we see that Trifruit needs the outside man in order to get that ball to the side. Kluwi right here does get that touch that they need in order to keep that defense clean, as she's right now taking her time. Gets that ball past 1, almost past 2. And that is some pressure that we need from Trifruit in order to get those goals.
Having said that, Ali still trying to set up the rest of Arcturus to go in for the kill. Sarek gets a nice little touch as well, but it's up off the right-hand corner. Emma will send this through as well, but again, no boost to her name now. Ali takes a shot on target and threads the needle between the pair of them. Arcturus continue to do what they did in the last match. They're up by 2-1.
I mean, this is very unfortunate, but there is something really right now that is making me doubt that Chloe is in the right mindset. Because else we would see Chloe just full confidence clearing that ball forward. And right now she's keeping that ball very awkwardly into her own corner, leading to very disastrous attempts. But right now she's going for that tap down. Beautiful pass into Azara Salionov to the crossbar. That would have been a brilliant goal for Tree Fruits.
And instead, it's going to be up to Ali to try and clear it back downfield. They'll get a fortunate touch here, and Emmy has to quickly rotate back, knowing full well that Arcturus will sense a chance to go in for the kill. But again, it's going to rebound poorly. And again, Tri-Fruit find the equalizer. Chloe on hand. They will put this back into their kind of territory. Emmy hits it off the backboard, and Chloe just tucks it in the left corner.
That was an amazing pass. Emmy right there, only 31 boosts in the air, had to make sure that she gets that double touch. And right now, Arcturus, Emma, beautiful fake there on Chloe, as she now tries to reach her teammates on the side. Definitely something that Arcturus has been able to put a lot of pressure with. But Azara right here, a lot of speed coming out from her, as she does keep up that pressure, trying to run down that defense of Arcturus, as we see that Emmy is that last man back more, trying to be that supportive player for her team in order so that Azara and Chloe can do the damage.
Yeah, now he gets demoed, should be respawning just in the nick of time, except not in the nick of time. And finally, Chloe tucks it in to give Tri-Fruit the advantage. It bounced off of Sarek, who thought they had done enough, but they had not. The momentum that they had just continued straight on through, and Tri-Fruit finally have the lead.
Well, this has been like, what, 10 minutes? 15 minutes almost that has been lost. That Tri-Fruit was actually in the lead. So this is potentially a very good feeling for them. Chloe now able to send that ball past Alia, but sadly enough, Emma is right there, does get a lot of space, does get a lot of control. That bump on Azara makes it very awkward, as Azara only has 12 boosts to work with. And at that point, the starvation games come into play. And the moment you boost out, you're, pretty much as useless as you can potentially be.
Yeah, and the 1v1 exchange going Arcturus' way again. And you're going to see another aerial shot. It's just above the crossbar. Could there be a deflection back in? No, it's going to still be in the corner though, so Sarek will race for it. But again, it's gone straight back towards their side, and Ali is on hand to try and at least help deviate it towards the left-hand side, which it does go. But again, Chloe finally starting to find that rhythm, but again loses out this 1v1 exchange. Equalizer could be coming if they're not careful here, but it is again just cleared by Tri-Fruit, who sends it right back downfield. And again, another save from Arcturus keeps this score at 3-2.
Yeah, right there, Chloe turning very offensively. I mean, if you're 1 goal up, of course, I do get that you're a little bit more confident, but that is not something that you can afford right now. You have to keep that defense clean. You have to completely fill out your rotations, because else your teammates will be caught off guard. Like a demo right there on Azara, for example, makes it very awkward for Emmy, who does get that shot on target for the 4-2.
And that, you feel like for Tri-Fruit, is exactly what they needed. Emmy saw an opportunity, nobody was in goal, everybody from Arcturus was trying to commit, and that gives them the 2-goal cushion with 30 seconds left on the clock. Will Tri-Fruit finally be able to just keep this calm now and take this across the line? They tried to go for another goal there, and to be fair, it's good pressure to put Arcturus under. They've got everything to do now as Ali tries to clear it downfield.
Yeah, right now only 19 seconds remain, and Arcturus need that goal, and they get it!
No way. Absolutely no way. Ali is on hand. Right place, right time. It's a nice little touch. It kept the momentum enough. And now it's 4-3. 15 seconds on the clock. This could be the difference between Tri-Fruit going through to the next round and Arcturus taking this to overtime. 10 seconds left on the clock, and it's still in Arcturus' side, which gives Tri-Fruit the advantage here. And the ball is high, and it's dangerous, and it's going long, and that will do it! It's a buzzer beater for Tri-Fruit! It's a 5-3 setup, and that is how you end the match!
Beautiful finish here from Ami, just completely outpacing Sarek in defense right there. They needed to keep that ball up in order to make sure that they had a potential shot at getting this into overtime. But 3 Fruit, beautiful performance right now. Real question is, how will they do against Sammy Smiles?
Goodness me, what an intense set that was. That was just amazing. You thought that it might have been plain sailing in the end, going 2-0 up, but that reverse sweep very much coming in. Hey, Hunter, did you like that?
Hey, I'm just glad it wasn't a sweep. I was so scared in game 3 that I jinxed it and we were going to have yet another sweep on our hands. But, I mean, really, well played to both teams. Arcturus kind of showing us, that they've got that potential, right? Which I think is the coolest part. The team kind of came together and really fought hard against a good team like Tree Fruit. So, let's talk about that. Let's dive into it. Unfortunately, that's the end of the day for Arcturus. But, Layla, like I said, I see potential. Do you agree?
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. They like 2-0 up for Tri-Food, and you thought, well, Arcturus they're gonna have to come out on a completely different level. And goodness me, that match couldn't have been any different if it tried. They just every single time Tri-Food got the equalizer, they found a way back through. Like that never give up spirit was just there in abundance, and it's a shame that they couldn't find that overtime, because could you imagine if that goal came in to tie that up and take us to overtime? That would have been a completely different set. But I think Tri-Food will be breathing a sigh of relief there, because Arcturus definitely showed up the longer that set went on.
Oh, I hate to do what ifs, but it is kind of fun to theorize what would have happened. Stealthy Wolf, game 5. What do you see going down between those teams?
Honestly, just based because I know how mentally indifferent Arcturus seem to be. Like, we were talking about that losing mentality, right, earlier. Arcturus had none of that. They had that winner's mentality, wanting to perform to get it to the best of their ability, and that's really what won them that one game. If 3 Fruit was pushed back yet another game, I think they would have just completely lost it, went solo standard mode on each other, and Arcturus would have had no problem winning that last game then.
Well, what could have been, and again, a well-played game. It is Tree Fruit who come out ahead 3-1 in that final score. They have a date with Sammy Smiles a little bit later on in the broadcast. We do need to take a short break here. We are getting the winners finals set up in the Sakura Blues and Cat Jam. So that is upcoming, potentially a preview at the grand finals today. So you're not going to want to miss that. But as I said, short break, folks. Make sure you keep it here. We will be back with some awesome Rocket League in just a sec.
does. Search, but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search, but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back to the Women's Carball Championship Season number 3, EU Week 1. And on the desk, the sturdy duo at this point. I mean, you guys have been going all day long. Thank you so much for that, Layla and Stealthy Wolf. Super excited to have you guys continue on with us here for the winners finals. And I'll get to y'all in just a second. For anybody who is just joining us, you've come in at a great time. I just want to take a quick look at this bracket. A lot of awesome Rocket League throughout the day. We've got 3 more matchups, one being this winner final. Actually, I should say 4 more matchups, one being this winner's final. But to get here, the Sakura Blues took down Sammy Smiles 3-1, Cat Jam 3-0ing Trifruit in the semis. We've got that winner's final, and again, Sammy Smiles and Treefruit going to round out the top 4 today. So we've got 4 teams left, I should say, and a lot of awesome Rocket League left to go. This matchup between the Sakura Blues and Cat Jam should certainly be a banger, and I do want to preface this by saying that a last-second sub has had to come in for the Sakura Blues because Kara's just too good at Rocket League. Has to try to qualify for LCS, so thanks, Caro, for that. Appreciate you being good at this game. But anyway, so the Sakura Blues is going to be playing with a sub. I mean, where do you stand on that one, Stealthy Wolf?
I stand on the fact that right now the team, Cat Jam is just going to run over them. There's no denying that one. Because there's no one that just can sub in and replace the strength that Kaoru brings to that roster of Sakura Blues. And that the winner of Trifruit and Sammy Smiles even have a shot of beating Sakura Blues with a sub.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, I mean, that's a bold prediction, and I don't know if you're necessarily wrong on that one. I mean, Layla, any argument there?
I mean, Kato is an incredibly good player. I mean, we've seen that so many times. Like, with the amount of stuff that she's able to do, and it just every single time we think, oh, can she go any further beyond that? Nope. Yes, she does. She absolutely does. So, while she is going to be a hard role to fill in for, this is Sakura Blues we're talking about. They're still they've still done a lot of good. They've still done a lot of amazing things in tournaments beforehand. So I feel like they'll still give it everything they've got. But Cat Jam will know now that not having to go up against Kato, it gives them that sort of like incentive that, hey, we beat Sakura Blues in the preseason, and that took us to the full distance. That was a full match 7. So without Kato, now they've got the confidence to go, we should be able to do this again then.
Well, I mean, it is always going to be a tough role to fill. Of course, Caro, a 2-time WCBC champion, trying to make it 3 in a row, all 3 seasons here. in WCBC. We're going to jump into the lobby here in just a second, but I don't want to take anything away from Crimson. She was the leading goal scorer throughout the league pretty much entirely in season number 2. She knows how to score goals, and I definitely think we're going to have to take a look and see how she can do here, as she's got to step up to the plate against Cat Jam. But as I say that, match is ready. The winner, please take us in.
We gladly will do so. Thank you very much as always, Hunted. And yeah, this is going to be... Well, and the match has already started, and there's already a goal. What? A goal has already happened in the first 10 seconds, and we didn't even get to see it. Gadjam were already in the lead.
I mean, some might say this is as expected, because Sakura Blues needing to play with their sub Crimson, being a very offensive-minded player, and Caro being the only one that was really bringing stability to that play. You really need to do a lot right here, but wait. Am I dreaming, or do I still see Caro on this?
Well, whatever the case may be, Cat Jam are indeed on the offensive already, but now they're back on their defensive side of things as Kato, yeah, that is Kato. Kato is still here. Okay, maybe she hasn't subbed out yet. And there is going to be the equalizer for Sakura Blues. They got it back on into the things very quickly. And there we go. Elisa straight on in there, pops it into the middle. Sophie couldn't protect it, and neither could Ravina. And Ravina gets demoed anyway for her troubles.
I mean, at least you try, They already had a very quick early lead, and right now it is a 1-1 scoreline. I mean, and definitely Caro being here, the predictions might shift over to Sakura Blues a little bit more, as we now see Caro getting that ball to the side, trying to get that ball into the midfield, but there's a lot of pressure coming out from Cat Jam that's now trying to control the pace. A little bit of a different play style than they played against Three Fruit earlier, but maybe something that will really work in their favor.
And I am just reading that for the LCS thing, I do believe that they got a free buy. So that is why Kato is currently in this matchup. So I think I did read that right. So yeah, it is going to be the team as it was. And it is 1 apiece between these two now, as Crimson immediately comes on the aggression. Going to try and just pop this in towards the central field. Elisa will at least try to set it up for a second stab at this. Ricardo is not going to get to that in time, and Ducks already trying to just worm their way around a lot of them. Ricardo does respond in with the max boost as the aggression begins to start to mount up. Sakura Blues set it up into the left corner. Here comes the rebound, setting up even more attempts as Elisa comes flying on in, but not the touch that they were looking for, and also ran on a boost in the midst of it, and it gives Ducks an incentive to try and go on the attack.
Well, the attack is already dead, and right now it is an equal game. Both teams know that they need, well, another goal to get that lead, and of course that makes perfect sense, but they want that goal more than anything because they know what happened at the preseason. They went about equal, because of course we had that advantage from the upper bracket winner does get our 1-game advantage. And at that time they went 3-for-3 in terms of actual games in that finals, and this time around it is the first actual series that one of them will walk away as a winner in terms of the amount of games they won.
That's absolutely true. And Ravina having to quickly rotate back as the pressure now comes back down onto the Cats, but they are going to try and clear this downfield. Kato at least intercepts it, gets demoed for her trouble, but Crimson straight back on in there, and that was beautiful! Absolute perfection from Crimson, who takes it all the way around, up towards the ceiling, off the backboard as well, gets the second touch, and there was no stopping that.
Well, there was definitely no way for Cat Jam to get onto that ball, and we were saying earlier that Crimson would probably have to step up if Caro isn't there anymore. Now Caro is there still, but Crimson is still stepping up. That was a brilliant goal from her. As she tries and do it once again, Caro right there, keeping that ball very neutral, buying time for Crimson to get back into position, and that is something that we can't take away from both teams. They both know the theoretical essence behind buying time, what it does, why you need to do it, and the best possible way to actually perform this.
And that ball is again very dangerous now, but this time it's in front of Sakura Blue's goal. Kata will send that right downfield, tries to get the ball, doesn't quite get the touch they were after, and Sophie's gonna think about going in for those close quarter combats, and that ball is a little bit loose. Hopefully Ducks will pick up on this and guide it around the corner, only as far as Sophie though, and as they try to wrestle it back in towards the middle with 1 minute left on the clock. Catjam have it all to do now as Elisa goes down. This could be an opportunity to see Catjam go forward, but it's intercepted almost immediately. Kata will take out the backboard. Crimson will have an open goal. That is a 2-goal cushion.
Well, this is definitely a start for Sakura Blues that they want more than anything. And already showing Catjam the way it's done, it really does a lot. But right now, the real question is Catjam up to the plate? Will they be able to strike back or not?
Well, 2 goals in 40 seconds. We've seen stranger things happen, and goodness me, they certainly started off as they mean to go on there. Very good save in the end from Sakura Blues, just about keeps it in their favor and immediately sends that right back down into Catjam's area. They've got it all to do now with 20 seconds left on the clock, but the pressure is just relentless here. Ravina gets a nice safe save. And as it goes back again, there's still so much pressure on them. 10 seconds left on the clock, and you feel like this is Sakura Blues to lose at this point. And Kata almost gets in on the act, but Ravina, a mighty fine save. It unfortunately doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things, but that was an awesome save, and it will be 3-1 on the side of Sakura Blues.
Oh, that pre-flip was just absolutely delightful. If Kara got that one in, I would have probably been screaming. My parents would have probably run up like, "Are you alright?" No! We just had the most brilliant pre-flip ever. That was...
Bless you. And to be fair, it would have been a mighty impressive goal, and I feel like Chad would have probably flipped out as well. But as it stands, the goal didn't go in. We got a mighty nice save in the midst of all of that. But it is Sakura Blues, our reigning champions, who will take the first point in this set between themselves and Catjam, starting off the stronger. Even though Catjam started off lightning fast, they got a goal in that we didn't even get the chance to see. It happened in like the first 10 seconds, but that was a good call back for Sakura Blues to immediately get that equalizer and then take the initiative.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't meant to be seen. Maybe we just did this on the side of production. By the way, everything I'm saying right now is complete hoax. Don't trust me on anything. We were just hiding that goal because we knew that Sakura Blues was going to strike back and score all the other goals. But right now, real question is, Catjam, they did get that first goal. Then they just got completely slaughtered by Sakura Blues. Are they going to step up once again? And, well, give us the same performance as in the pre-season party, where Sakura Blues actually going to be the stronger one this time?
Well, we're going to find out with every passing second of this second match. Sakura Blues naturally with that point advantage already, so they'll want to try and just slow down this lightning fast Cat team, who will almost immediately fling it on in with another opening goal. It's going to be saved this time round as Crimson now begins to try and do their nice little setup place, but not going to happen on this time. But Ravina, whilst they were thinking about what to do, gets demoed by Elisa. They will respawn in time to help with the defensive side of things, but it's now Crimson who gets demoed, and that is going to set up Catjam, who somehow don't score. How did that ball not go in?
Yeah, right now there is a lot of pressure. Sakura Blues definitely needed Kara for this one as Ravina sends that ball on target. Kara right there with the save. The pressure is on Catjam right now. They're throwing everything on the table. They realize playing too safe against Sakura Blues is never going to work. We actually need to put on a lot of pressure, and that's what they're trying to do right now.
As it finally starts to calm down just a little bit, Sophie finds themselves an opportunity to just guide this ball as far in to Sakura Blues territory as possible. And it is going to remain there as Crimson tries to go up, but there's a double commit there. Lisa got in on the act, and a 1v1 there against Ravina as well. The save coming in from Kata sends it downfield, and the fight-off finally neutralized a little bit, although Ravina not going to take that lightly. It's off the backboard. Is anyone going to get a touch on that? not in the way that they would have liked to. It remains 0-0.
Yeah, and Kancham is playing very aggressive. They're definitely trying to extend that plays as much as possible, grabbing that boost from Sakura Blues, making sure that they're properly staffed. So at one point their defense breaks because they are low on boost. It is a dirty, it's maybe a dirty or foul strategy, but it is super effective. And right now I think both teams just take what they need to win as Ducks gets that first goal.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Sakura Blues. I believe that was Lisa just in the wrong place there. Just bounces off the post, and Ducks guides that comfortably into the left-hand side. Kancham, just like in the previous match, gets the opening goal, although this one took half of the match timer as opposed to 10 seconds. And Sakura Blues almost immediately gets themselves a kickoff goal. Ducks just getting back in the nick of time, just swerves on in and just tail whips that ball out away from their goal line. Sakura Blues almost got their equalizer immediately, and in fact now lose Kato in the process, and this could be an opportunity for a second goal, and somehow it is, and Kato responds in the nick of time, and it's going to clear it up to the back wall again.
Oh, Kancham is just playing beautifully right here, trying to combine their strengths, passes, troll of the defense to sometimes go for a solo play, and that's something you need to do. You need to keep that defense guessing the entire time, because at that time you're more likely to fake someone. If you've never thrown a fake, you're always hard committed, then all of a sudden you throw a fake, they're not going to expect you to do that, and then it might result in a goal. And right now I feel like Kancham is definitely putting on that pressure. They want Sakura Blues to feel very awkward, not in control of the play, and that's definitely what they're doing right now as they get their second goal.
Yeah, you just felt like it was coming with so much aggression on the field. Sophie hops it over to the backboard. Unfortunately, they did not get the touch they were looking for, and Ravina, right place again, just guides it comfortably into the center of the goal. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and Kancham have a 2-goal lead. And this could be a third goal if they're not careful, and it is a third goal. Ravina just guides it comfortably.
I mean, this was just a brilliant performance from Ravina, taking all the time she had to set up that play against Crimson, because Crimson is not that easily outplayed. We were talking earlier about how she would be the next star player if Karo has to go play RCS. She has to live up to the expectation, but she also has the skills to live up to that same expectation. But Ravina just completely broke her ankles right there.
Not over yet, there's still a minute to play, and Sakura Blues had a good opportunity there to find a goal back, but unfortunately just could not quite get it on target. And another 1v1 stalemate there. Crimson trying to get the rest of Sakura Blues back on into the field, but unfortunately Kato doesn't get the touch they were looking for. Elisa has to try and slow this down, and there is a demo on Ravina. Crimson, I don't think, got as much of a touch as they would have liked to. Can they still find the goal? They do find the goal. Elisa pokes it in the end.
I mean, it was all a matter of time right there. Sophie trying to control the ball a little bit too much in an awkward position. There's somebody right there from Sakura Blues. There's always two things that I would say that you have to check on. First, if you're going to control the ball, is the coast clear? If not, don't go to control the ball, just bang the ball. And right there, Sophie didn't watch in front of her. The coast wasn't clear, but she does almost brilliantly outplay Karo here.
30 seconds on the clock. If they can keep that up, they will at least take themselves a point. It's across the face of goal, and somehow Kancham could not put that to bed. They had a chance to do so, and instead it's Sakura Blues immediately on the counter-attack. That is dangerously close to the goal, especially with 13 seconds on the clock. Ducks finally finds a way to get it past one. Now they get it past the second with 7 seconds on the clock. I don't think Sakura Blues will be able to do anything at this point in time, so Kancham will find the point back. It is 1 apiece in this set. We are guaranteed a match for whatever happens from this point. And Kancham take this victory by 3-1.
Yeah, and we already said it earlier, that the next game that we were going to see on stream after the Three Fruits Arcturus game was potentially one of the two games that was most likely to go to Game 5, and right now it just really lives up to the expectation. It is super close. We see a lot of offensive pressure from Kancham in this game. Last game it was Sakura Blues completely in control. So the back and forth between both teams is really refreshing at this point.
It certainly is, and if it remains this close, I think we absolutely will be seeing a match 5 because whilst yes, Kanchan were able to get the goals in there, they didn't cruise away with it. It was only a 2-goal cushion at the end of the day. So Sakura Blues still have the potential to just take this back. And, they did have that first point that gives them that confidence. But we also know that Cat Jam have that confidence of, well, we've beaten Sakura Blues in the preseason. Yes, we had a head start, but crucially, it is there. So if anybody is going to be able to beat Sakura Blues again, it's going to be Cat Jam. But we'll see how Blues bounce on back as we gear ourselves up for match number 3.
Yeah, match number 3 is, of course, a very important one right now. As Sakura Blues, like we said earlier, want to get back that momentum. They still have Karo right now. But they do need to use it wisely, if you get what I mean. Right now, they can't permit themselves to fall to easy mistakes. And Ravina right here, beautiful 50, already keeps that ball neutral. Alyssa, no boost in order to follow that ball up, just hands that down back to Ducks. And this leaves a very awkward position here in the defense for Sakura Blues.
Yeah, they should be able to take this away for the most part. Elisa does not get a hit on that ball whatsoever. Kalo at least gets the interception, and then Elisa makes up for it by getting the demo on Sophie. This could give Sakura Blues a chance, but unfortunately Dux is straight in on the scene, clears it straight back downfield, and Navina's going to hit this off the ceiling and now try to control this, set up their teammates across the face of goal, but nobody is there in time, and it's going to go straight the other way. That's dangerous, and Dux is going to get a somewhat clearance, but it will not be the one they were looking for because Elisa is perfectly placed.
That was just a brilliant shot from Alyssa. Let's not forget about the pass from Karo though. From that angle, sniping Alyssa almost in the midfield, it just shows that Karo is a force to be reckoned with. Not just the pushover, but Ravina here immediately keeping up that pressure, making it hard for Sakura Blues as Karo is stuck in that corner. Ball going into the midfield once again as Karo tries to rush it down. But Jam, they're playing less aggressive as last game, and it is... I mean, I was not going to say that that's the reason why they can't score, but it is definitely something to do with it.
Yeah, but give them time. Just give them time. And Sophie gets the equalizer, as we've seen them do time and time again. Nice high ball, meets it perfectly. Nobody is in goal from Sakura Blues, and that is comfortable in the end for Sophie.
Oh, very, very comfortable indeed, and right now it is a 1-1, an equal scoreline, and Ravina sending that touch back into Sophie. It's a little bit not what we were expecting, and Sophie did reset Karo right now, wasting a lot of boost as we see that Duck sends that ball to Ravina immediately. And Karo right now has free reign, has free space, and we see what she does. She tries to control the play, but brilliant Ravina potential from Ravina and still gets the goal because of the snipe.
Yeah, just about gets that. You just saw it just go. It just somewhat cleared initially by Elisa, but it did not go that far, and everybody of Kachan was there to miss it, but Ravina had plenty of time to just come boosting on down, and they were not going to miss that at all. 2-1, Kachan lead, and immediately just the confidence to go for these shots. Sophie gets another one on target. Sakura Blues will save it this time round, but with 3 minutes to go, there goes Karo, and that push, well, much done and dusted, although Elisa will try and have other things, but will not win out that exchange and has to rotate again as quickly as possible.
Ooh, Ravina almost by herself took out the entire defense of Sakura Blues, but here's Sophie needing to use all her boost in order to get into position to get a save, but does play brilliantly here. Wasting time, making sure that her teammates at least do have that boost that she is desperately needing right now. As Alyssa does get that demo. A demo that is definitely going to give them some sort of space, but they need to put that pedal to the metal in order to make it awkward for Katja.
Yeah, they've got half of this match still to go yet. It's only a 1-goal cushion, so they're at least still in this match, as opposed to the last one where it was a 2-goal cushion, and Sophie doesn't quite get the contact they were looking for. Elisa tries to guide it through, but again, only as far as Katcham is allowing it to go. Cutter tries to come into the offensive, slows it down, trying to get their teammates in, but it's again going to give Sophie a chance to get it past one, not past the second though, and Dux also doesn't win out the exchange either, so it's This ball hit the ground, please. All right, there we go.
I mean, it didn't hit the ground yet. Now it did hit the ground. Let's go. Thank you, game, for doing what Layla asked you to. And right now it is Sophie that is trying to put some pressure on. Definitely does go for a little bit more of a controlled option, and it is really awkward against Sakura Blues. Oh no, Sophie, no.
Sophie, no. Indeed, it's off the backboard, but it set Elisa up perfectly, and no one's going to get that, and unfortunately, that is an own goal. That absolutely came off the... Oh, dear me. Especially when it's so far away from the goal, and you inadvertently hit it straight into it, it's like, it's just unfortunate. And with the result, Sakura Blues takes that momentum and just goes, thank you very much, that's a lead now.
That was just monstrous. Oh my.
There is a reason why we say Karo is one of the best players, because she pulls stuff like this off on a regular basis. Like, what even do you need to say at this point? Karo is just suddenly on fire.
I mean, we have Sophie trying to find a response right here as Alyssa doesn't get the read. Ducks with the shot, goes high, and Ravina is the only one back all the way on the other side of the field, but it is really that pressure right now coming out from Sakura Blues that is paying off. Because Cat Jam is in an awkward position, they don't know what to do with it. Sakura Blues keep pushing, and eventually the defense just cracks.
Yeah, the defense from Cat Jam is, well, it's still somewhat there, and Crimson just about gets to that one. That was definitely going for the tiniest of gaps for Crimson. Not only gets it, but that ball is cleared downfield. Ravina will at least get the save. Ducks keeps it in the air. Ravina unfortunately not quite getting the touch they were looking for, but it's still a good shot. And it's Crimson who will cover that corner off. 25 seconds left on the clock, and Cat Jam are now throwing everything at the wall here.
Well, they're definitely throwing in everything, and with 15 seconds to go, Cat Jam really need that goal. They want to push it to overtime. Beautiful play here from Ravina, keeping that ball high. Picaro is right there. Almost gets that ball touched away, but now it is Sophie with that counter-attack, trying to get that ball into the midfield. Is able to do so, but there's Alyssa. Clear forward, and Sakura Blues go first into match point.
A very nervy and intense matchup between the two teams. Look at the amount of shots that Cat Jam had, but unfortunately they just could not secure the winning goal. And in the end, Sakura Blues hang on for dear life. But goodness me, why is it always when Sakura Blues needs a goal, if it's not Crimson, it's Karo coming out with the most amazing plays.
Yeah, and also such a nice follow-ups from Alyssa from time to time. She's always right there in order to make it easier for Karo or Crimson to spike those balls. Also, just following up on the touches, the pass is going to midfield. Who is there? Alyssa. She's the only one that's really consecutive in following up on passing plays from her teammates, though.
Yeah, it really is. And again, it was just the second Sakura Blues got their equalizer. It's like, they just like, all right, we got this now. We absolutely got this. They just went straight in on that. And Cat Jam didn't have a response. I mean, they pushed so much. I mean, you saw how aggressive they were in the last 20 seconds. You always feel like, especially when you have an aggressive team like Cat Jam, and they're only one goal behind, and there's 30 seconds on the clock, they're just going to intensify that entire approach. So massive shouts to Sakura Blues for hanging in there, because at any moment, that could have been another equalizer.
Well, potential match point right here if Sakura Blues is able to close it down, but Crimson already in an awkward position. Sophie putting the pressure on Kara, needing to save this. It is a little bit shaky on the side from defense from Sakura Blues as they need to save yet another shot, as Cat Jam is very relentless in their pressure right now.
Yeah, Crimson had to be on hand to make that save. And Crimson now going to try and challenge this out as well. Sees an opportunity. Sophie's not going to get that in time. And Crimson, well, like I said, Sakura Blues know exactly when to take an opportunity. They saw nobody in goal. They knew Sophie was not going to have the boots to get there. And that is a nice start for Sakura Blues. 29 seconds gone. 1-0 up.
Well, 1-0 up already, and a little bit too greedy there from Sophie, thinking that she has the, well, privilege to go for that boost, and that's definitely not something that you can get against Sakura Blues. They are very good players. They know how to strike that ball from every position, and right here, Crimson was trying to line himself up for a potential pinch into the net. That could have been a beautiful goal, a beautiful way for Sakura Blues to get yet another lead. But right here, it is Ravina keeping out the pressure, and a beautiful follow-up from Sophie for the 1-1.
That was beautiful there. Kato went for the challenge. Ravina wins it out. Ravina sets it up across the face of goal, and Sophie was already on target. Nothing Sakura Blues could do about it. And with 1 minute done and dusted, it's 1 apiece.
Well, 1-1 currently, and Ketcham, they definitely need to keep up that last mentality from the last goal. If they can close out this game, we are going to see our first Game 5 of this day. But Garo almost gets the most crazy dunk ever. But right here, this is an opportunity. It goes in, Crimson finishes it off. And Ketcham, they are really receiving the wrath of the demos from Sakura Blues.
Yeah, I was going to say, that definitely started from that demo. Crimson had an opportunity, and they did respawn in, but they did not respawn in time. Before they knew it, it was already there. Nothing that they could have done. And that was just great coordination all around from Sakura Blues. They got the aggressive play. They knew they got the demo in, and at that point, the goal was open. And all they needed to do was just poke that home. And once again, Sakura Blues have that initiative, and Carlo gets to say, just to keep that pressure so much alive that Ketcham know they need to do something now. They've still got 3 minutes. It's still not the end of the world for them, but they know that they cannot afford to let this slip away from them.
Yeah, and right now the passes from Ketcham is definitely showing that they are at least talking about how are we going to tackle this, how are we going to outplay that defense, and looking at the passing option. It's something that sometimes works, but when you are pressured by Damos so much that Alyssa can just run this in, yeah, passing is not the way to go. I can already tell you that one.
Are we playing Rocket League or are we playing Demolition Derby? That was 2 demos in 2 seconds, and there was no way Sakura Blues were not scoring that goal at that point. So 2 goal cushion for the Blues, 3-1 up. They just need to hold on to this now, and they will be in the grand finals as the ball sets out into the left corner, back down into Ketcham's field. It's the last place they want this to be now, and Ducks gonna try and go for it, and now they're gonna start doing their own set of demos. Elisa goes down, but Kato and Crimson between them immediately clear it downfield.
Yeah, this is of course a difference. Sakura Blues is probably already has that experience dealing with those demos. They of course did play all the tournaments outside of the WCBC together, and that of course builds a lot of team synergy, team chemistry that can, well, bail you out in those awkward scenarios. And right here, they're doing beautifully in defense, they're rotating nicely, they're not overstepping their own bounds. And this is, yeah, something that most teams can learn from if they want to pick up on how to defend a little bit better. Look no further.
And that ball is dangerous once again. It was dipping and hanging for so long, but Ravina finally gets a touch to it. Keeps this score at 3-1. A minute 50, just a full-on shot there. It's always amusing when it's not quite fast enough for a demo, but you just see them get propelled anyway. It's just like, alright, goodbye. We'll see you in the next play, I guess. As Ravina just lingers on the left side of the goal. Give himself a nice little bit of a flip. Crimson tried to go in for the touch, but couldn't quite get it, and it just bounces harmlessly into the left corner.
Ooh, right there, Karo already pre-jumping. This is an opportunity for them, but Crimson is able to nicely defend that net, and this is really where Ketcham just went wrong. They had to capitalize on that one, leave that ball alone, go for a demo. Somebody else has to pick up that ball because there was only one person back. Those are the moments you need those demos the most, because they can really make a play. A little bit similar to like how we saw 3-3 score earlier.
You're not wrong on that one. And with 55 seconds left to go, another demo, and it's Sophie who is down this time round. And Sakura Blues trying to go for that momentum, but at the same time, they need to keep having at least one call back for moments like that, because if Ketcham can at least find a counter push opportunity, they may find a way of breaking through, and especially with 35 seconds to go, this is where Ketcham really become aggressive. Nice little fit from Ducks, but it is going to get saved by Crimson. Threat still very much alive with max boost, but again, Ravina gets punted away along with the ball.
Well, beautiful shot from Alyssa, though.
What?
I mean,
Where in the...
yeah.
Where did that come from? Elisa just perfectly slot that in the top left corner. That entire setup caught me completely by surprise. That is 4-1 to Sakura Blues.
I mean, right now the real question is though, like, is Kajam just underperforming? Are they having an off day? Or is Sakura Blues just that good together? Have they improved from their preseason party? Didn't take it lightly to lose to Kajam at that time. We're like, you know what, that first week we're going to come in, we're going to dominate the scene completely. As this ends in a 1-4, Sakura Blues take this series 3-1.
Able to do. I mean, they, we saw how their matches went up against with Trifruit, but Sakura Blues definitely making up for the loss that they had in the preseason, coming back and winning that 3-1. Welcome on in, Hunted.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that series. I think the Sakura Blues made a statement here in this game, right? I mean, that last game 4 there, not. It seemed like Sakura Blues had a mission that they wanted to end this series in 4 games, and it didn't really matter what Cat Jam had to say about it. So well played, winners final there. Sakura Blues going to be the first team to make it into the grand finals, and I do want to talk. I mean, Cat Jam, kind of, I'm people might yell at me in chat for saying this, but they looked a little outclassed in this series, Stealthy Wolf.
Yeah, and I 100% agree on that sense, because like Sakura Blues was way more solid. The defense was looking very clean. We were also talking the way they were rotating in defense, only one person going at a time. Yeah, at that point, you were really outclassed. You need to do some demo plays, you need to do some bump plays as the team that is trying to score. So in this case, Cat Jam, and they were being a little bit too much of a nice girls. Not eliminating those links in the defense of Sakura Blues, and then it's just going to tie together. They're going to know how to rotate into position the moment their teammates need help, and then it's going to be hard to score.
Well, we had to do some sacrificial. We had to sacrifice some things to the Twitch gods, I should say, to get the Cat Jam emote to work. It finally works in chat now, so hopefully that will spur on Cat Jam to eventually make it back into the finals. But realistically, Layla, what do they need to do if they want a rematch here against Sakura Blues and the losers?
Well, honestly, I mean, they've got to get back to the way they were in the previous 3 matches, where we just saw them immediately come out the gate swinging, take that initial early lead, and just sort of establish dominance. Essentially, that's really the main thing they need to be watching out for. If they come up against Sakura Blues again and book their ticket into Grands, they have got to find a way of being able to play Sakura Blues at their own game. You saw Sakura Blues time and time again. They would use demos as part of their aggressive strategy. Every single time they pushed forward, there was at least one demo going off on every other play. So it's just like they have to establish that kind of coordination, that rotation that Sakura Blues have, where if something goes wrong for Kato, Crimson is on hand to come up with the follow-up. And Elisa, most of the times, is just able to clear that right back downfield and set up for more potential goals. So they've got to find a way of seeing what Sakura Blues has and trying to incorporate that into their own style.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for this portion of the broadcast in that winners final. We are going to take a short break, and I do want to apologize for the error that I made earlier on, saying that Carl was getting subbed out for this matchup. A little bit of bad intel, but we're going to keep track of that situation as the RLCS qualifiers are happening today, and of course as we move along through the bracket. But we are going to take a short break. When we come back, it's the Sammy's, Smiles, and Tree Fruit. They're going to be doing battle in the losers round 3 to see who will play against Cat Jam in that losers final. So don't go anywhere.
Burning I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Wishing that I could run away with you. Imprison my fear, just pull me away, pull me away. Secret fantasies of me. Will they ever see the light of day, light of day? I don't know where you are, but I will find you. I will find you. So if you're out there, just run until the edge and fall into me and see where this can end. Make a run and leave this world behind. Can you hear me? Do you feel me? Wishing that I could run away with you. Imprison my fear, just pull me away, pull me away. Secret fantasies of me. Will they ever see the light of day, light of day?
And me, we both live life at full speed, easy to see when we collide. No one walks away
walk right out the door. Don't wanna do this anymore. Now I'm lost without you. You drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you. Used to be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave, and by the time it's done I'll be gone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's Carball Championship. It is season number 3 and week number 1 here in EU. We've got Faded here on the broadcast, subbing in for Stealthy Wolf. Welcome on in. Tamashi is going to be sticking with us. And Faded, welcome in. Hope you're ready for some high-powered Rocket League, because we've got some awesome teams left.
And yeah, it's an honor to get to cast this, so I'm super excited to see some top quality Rocket League gear.
Well, let's take a quick look at the bracket before we jump on in. Smiles and Tree Fruit upcoming in that losers round 3. They will be squaring off, or the winner of this one will be squaring off, I should say, against Cat Jam in the losers final. And ultimately from there, a rematch potential for Cat Jam, or perhaps one of these two teams will work their way up against the Sakura Blues in the Grands. So a couple of matches left, but certainly a lot on the line. Everything going to be best of 5 until we reach that grand final. So Tamashi, you've been here all day long. I hope that I hope you've got some good something to drink. I don't know whether it's water or something a little stronger than that. You know, it's up to you. There you go.
I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine.
You know, because again, these series are going to come down to the wire, I have a feeling. And to start things off, Sammy Smiles and Tree Fruit, we haven't seen these two teams match up. What are your thoughts going in?
Honestly, I think this could be a close one. I literally think that we know that Trifruit has had a bit of a rocky time this tournament at the very least. They are finally back onto the way that we would expect them to be against Octorus, but even then, it still took them a while to get into that. With Sammy Smiles being able to take out Venus Vixens 3-0 in the way that they did, I feel like if Trifruit are still in that sort of like 50-50 area, this is going to be a very close match, because, yeah, this could still be anyone's game here.
No, I certainly agree. And again, I mean, you mentioned Sammy Smiles coming off that 3-0 against the Venus Vixens, which not necessarily a surprise to see Sammy Smiles winning that matchup, but I think we were a bit shocked to see it end in a sweep and the Venus Vixens just unable to battle back in that series. So maybe some momentum coming into this one for Sammy Smiles and Faded. I wanted to ask you, you know, again, Rocket League, a game of momentum. Can Sammy Smiles use this to try to push themselves through, of course, Tree Fruit and eventually maybe Sakura Blues?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Sammy Smiles could actually be a momentum-based team, actually, but that could be said about a lot of teams. And in Rocket League as a whole, momentum is incredibly important. And for Sammy Smiles especially, I feel like if they get off to a good start, then they could definitely carry that through the series. And against a team that is as hyped up as Trifruit, then perhaps it's exactly what they need to get through to face Cat Jam, and that could help them throughout the rest of the tournament. But we'll have to see how they manage to do it, because Trifruit are a very strong side, as we have seen in the past.
And, you know, we talked about it earlier on in the broadcast, that team with the four kind of rotating members. So far, they've kind of kept the same roster throughout the day. We'll see if that continues. But the matchup is ready to go. It's Sammy Smiles and Treefruit to see who will round out the top three. Please, Tamashi, take us away.
Gladly, thank you very much, and the match has indeed started. So, Treefruit in the blue, Sammy Smiles in the orange, and already Sammy Smiles trying to look for that early goal. Unfortunately, wrestled out in the midst of all of that, but they are still going to have to come under a fair amount of fire, as Treefruit are just going to immediately see that it gets demoed, and Sammy Smiles will indeed take the initiative.
Yeah, they will indeed. What a demo there, and Layla just had a wide open net, and we were talking about it with Sammy Smiles. They need to get that early start and get the momentum rolling, and that's the exact way to do it. Very well executed, and well done from them.
Pretty much their go-to here, but Treefruit very nearly with the equalizer. I think that must have bounced off both posts there, I do believe, but Treefruit almost immediately in with that equalizer, and Sammy Smiles did not like that one bit. Amphi, unfortunately, not going to get any purchase on that attack. And Slumpy is just a little too far away as everybody has to rotate back towards the goal. Layla will just gather up a little bit of boost as Emmy gets in the way of her own teammate there. And as a result, Sammy Smiles has an opportunity to just try and slow this down a little bit and clear this back downfield, which Layla will just do beautifully.
Yeah, definitely. Want to try to take that time if they can. You know, 1 goal lead isn't too big in Rock League, but that could have very nearly been a goal as they just could not convert it there, and it will allow Sammy Smiles to go back on attack again. A minute gone in this game, and I'd like to point out the interesting card choice from Chloe. The S were coming out. I must respect it from earlier.
You kind of have to, don't you, with moments like that. But the ball is going to come straight back into Treefruit's half, and Layla are going to keep this attack alive. A lot of Treefruit there just trying to get that ball intercepted and straight back downfield, which they do indeed manage to achieve, and Layla thought better of chasing that all the way up, just comfortably slows themselves down on the wall and finally brings the ball back under control. Chloe keeps this fresh. Not out of this yet, but Amphi will get a save at the very least. And again, Emmy, no boost to their disposal, having to quickly rotate back and refill their tanks.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking a bit more back and forth at this rate. Both the teams beginning to even out, but if your team like Treefruit, that's not going to be enough at the moment. They are managing to at least generate some pressure, but apart from that one early chance from Ansay, there's not been much else in this, but they're going to have the game to go. Plenty of time left, and they are starting to expect as Emmy is attempting a double tap off the ceiling, but could not convert that. But it may just be about time that Treefruit gets something on the boards.
Yeah, especially with half this match done and dusted, they're certainly showing some very promising signs. A lot of aggressive plays and not allowing Sammy Smiles to take advantage of any kind of breakaway they have, and that could have been an opportunity. It's dangerous, it's slow, but it's in. Crucially for Treefruit, they get the equalizer.
Yeah, that was a mess on defense instead of leads for Sammy Smiles, but Chloe managed to find that little gap there to slot it in. Yes, it was slow, but it'll definitely do for them. Treefruit, finally, their pressure pays off, but right off the kick of Slumpy, it's threatening. Chloe not managing to make the double save. Good effort, but Layla will put her team back in the lead.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. They did the hard one and found the equalizer, but that kickoff was just anything but ideal. And Sammy Smiles swoops in and takes full advantage. 2 minutes left on the clock, and Sammy Smiles retakes the lead.
Yeah, that is crucial for them, and it was just a kickoff goal that really resulted in that, and it must be a bit disheartening for Treefruit because they worked so hard just to tie the game up, and then for it to be ripped away from them in the blink of an eye. Man, I can't really imagine how it's going to feel, as that is another chance for Amphi. They are just going wide of the net, but it will now allow Treefruit to make a transition play.
Yeah, there was at least 2 shots there from Sammy Smiles where I thought it was going to go in. One went just to the left of the post, and then one went just a little bit to the right of the other post. So it was just unfortunate that could have been a 2-goal cushion for Sammy Smiles, but thankfully Tri-Fruit remain in this match. 1 minute 10 on the clock, tried to find a way of tipping it over, but again, it's only going to go straight up to Layla, who sees an opportunity. It's going to bounce awkwardly as he is on hand. This is dangerous defending now for Tri-Fruit, but they somehow keep this at 2-1 with 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, it was looking a bit scary there for Asni to track back as the last man, but she did manage to do it, as now you see Tri-Fruit trying to turn his... He's attempting that infield, and Layla is really awkward, but she just manages to block it from Clue's incoming shot, and now the counter-attack coming through, but this shot again going wide. Amphi will pinch it off the post. It's a likely goal here, but off the counter, Sammy Smiles looking poised to take game 1.
They really are, and yeah, just pinching it past the post. I think Amphi knew that it was probably going to rebound from that angle, so any kind of purchase to take it across the line, and that gives them a 2-goal cushion with 33 seconds left on the clock. Emmy immediately fires up, but Slumpy is already on hand to get that crucial interception.
Yeah, and very little time left to look. So at this point, Tri-Fruit's going to be looking towards that second game, perhaps get a consolation. So just trying to slow it down, maybe try a different approach on the attack. And that could be helpful for them going into game 2. They can find a way past the Sammy's Files defense, which Emmy will do, and we'll get a second goal. 8 seconds. I'll be generic and say there is a chance. There may well be. Let's see how they'll do it.
I mean, do I have to bring up the 4-second mark between that one infamous goal in Rocket League history? Because you bet if Tri-Fruit want to go for it, this is exactly what they need to do. 4 seconds on the clock. They're going to dummy that back towards the right-hand side, but I don't think it's going to go any further forward than that. It was a very unfortunate bounce that happened there, and it just took it away from them, and Sammy Smiles can breathe a sigh of relief. They will take the first point.
A sigh of relief indeed. That was looking pretty threatening at the end, but Chloe kind of scuffed it, and whilst, yes, Denfield did come through, they just weren't able to convert it, so that equaliser was certainly possible there, Layla, but didn't come through. But Tri-Fruit at least tried to bring the game back, and they showed some fight in there. But Sammy's Files definitely looking like the better team at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are, but they know that Tri-Fruit have the chance. They have the capacity to be able to bring this back, and it was only a 1-goal point in the end that separated them. So if Tri-Fruit can get an early start, and we know how quickly Sammy Smiles are able to start recently. I mean, we've seen it time and time again from them. They seem to be having a quite reputation of being able to just come straight off and in the first minute bag themselves the goal for that early lead. They go very aggressive at the start. So if Tri-Fruit can find a way of at least getting past that first minute without conceding the goal, they very much have an opportunity to get themselves in this.
Oh yeah, definitely. Really with Sammy's Files, we know they're really aggressive to begin with, and if they get an early start, they're going to bring that to the rest of the game. So if Tri-Fruit can at least off, then maybe they got a better chance. But kicking off with game 2 here, Sammy Smiles 1-0 up in the series for those of you just joining us, and we will see how they fare in this one as we're kicking off here on the Forbidden Temple.
And already the ball just high and all the way into the corner. It's always great to see these kind of area plays coming out from both teams. And Layla, again, gets a nice little touch in, sets it up off the bumper. Is anybody going to be able to come alongside for that? Amphi tries to come in to keep this threat alive. It's going to bounce off the ceiling, and Layla gets a nice little touch in there as he gets a save. And actually kind of rebounds back off of Layla's rear end there. So not the bounce that they would have probably looked for. And it gives Tri-Fruit a chance to get themselves back into this. And they'll take a shot on goal. And Layla will get the save.
Yeah, chance indeed. There was a bang of a shot from Emmy, but Layla standing strong on the defensive end, and now it could be another chance for Tri-Fruit as he would that drop into Emmy and over onto the backboard, but Amphi will be there to get the clearance as now Tri-Fruit perhaps wanting to play a bit of defense as he's trying to take some control of this, but Amphi trying to make a centre, pinching off the defender there. So it's a minute gone. Tri-Fruit have survived the first minute so far, but they are looking so dangerous on attack, especially Emmy making some threatening shots on there.
Yeah, the demos are certainly not helping, and we know that they could try and use those to their advantage. It's definitely more of a Sakura Blue tactic, but we've seen Sammy Smiles do them in the past as well. Layla going to set up their teammate just a little bit wide on the right-hand side. Slump will try and keep this alive, but it is going to be met by Chloe, who tries to send that downfield, and that is indeed exactly what they're going to do. It's a bit of a stalemate at this time round. Neither team are able to get the purchase that they're looking for to break this deadlock.
Yeah, definitely. And I would say it's actually expected, to be honest, how both these teams have been playing on the day so far. Now that both of them are, into the series and they are comfortable, there's not really much to separate either of them. They are both taking snipes at each other, but nothing to really write home about at the moment. But it could be a chance here for Trifer as he's trying to control it into the box, but Layla is having absolutely none of that.
No, but she's going to get this comfortably down again, but it's going to get pinched the other way. And now everybody from Sammy Smiles having to quickly rotate back towards their own goal. It's dangerous indeed. Chloe sends it towards the left corner as he gets a knock, but Chloe cannot get to it in time. And now it goes the other way. It's just every single time one push happens, another comes up, and Chloe, my word, not only gets that save, it goes up the crossbar, and this time it did favor Trifood. It went the opposite way.
Yeah, I was thinking that was going to be in, but Chloe just managed to get it back and hit it off the bar. And now it does favor Trifood. They are managed to get back and attack again, as we're seeing Chloe saying it's the back row, but Layla is ready for it. But Trifood, they've got this midfield on lockdown right now as they are striving to get themselves a goal. As Sammy Smiles, they're just struggling to find a way out at this rate.
Yeah, Slumpy was kind of a sitting duck there as well for such a long time. They had zero boost as he gets the save and the clearance only as far as the halfway line again. And this aggression now from Sammy Smiles, they know they're trying desperately to get this goal, but another save, and now it's Chloe who finally finds the net. It's in off the crossbar, but crucially, Trifruit finally break the deadlock.
They finally do, and what a shot from Chloe straight into the top shelf. No chance for the defender, and it seems like this is well deserved for Trifruit. They fought hard to get this goal. There's that one shot for Chloe is what did it, but Slumpy is threatening off this kickoff, and Sunnyfield's not going to give up just yet. As we know them going aggressive right off the kickoff, but as he's going to weather that storm just for now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you sort of like take a massive deep breath at that point, because we knew how that went in the previous match, but not this time round. We are going to see Sammy Smiles try to find a way to get this equalizer. 1 minute on the clock. They already lead the set by a point to nil, so Trifood trying to tie this series up and once again make it so that we do not end with another 3-0. Chloe in the back as he tried to come in, but unfortunately going to leave that goal wide open, and Layla is going to tuck that behind, and it's all square again.
Layla 1v3 on Trifoot, my words, that was just spectacular to watch there. The control on that, very, very well done for Layla. We know her for her one skill, she can pull him out the bag, and she does it here, taking on the entirety of Trifoot. But here comes Azzy, double potential, can she land it? Yes, she can! What a shot to answer that earlier play.
Well, what a way to just immediately come back. Nice little touch. So many flips. Down it goes, off of the line as well, and into the left-hand side. And they were not on level terms for long. Trifoot 2, Sammy Smiles 1 with 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and this feels like a bit like the last game here. Oh my, I thought Blair was going to shoot that one in. That looked like a great chance, but it's Sammy's fault again, threatening. Oh, indeed, as he can't make the double stick. Oh, that was so awkward for her. I feel kind of bad, but Amphi does tie it up once again for Sammy Smiles. It just seems like this will never end. Just back and forth action between these two teams. Now we've got 23 seconds. I have no idea how this one's going to end.
Oh, same, Ikea. You really got to feel for Trifruit there. Everybody flung themselves at that ball, but Azzy had just done just enough for it to just carry it over the finish line. 10 seconds left on the clock. Will we see another overtime session come in on tonight's stream? It seems we're having them gifted to it at this point. It didn't hit the floor on the 1 second mark. So this ball is still alive, but now it will hit the floor. And my friends, we have overtime.
And this is going to be very crucial for these teams because, of course, the Samurai Spells win this onto match point and Tri-Fruit wins, they tap the series. So if you're Tri-Fruit, you're wanting to close this game out, especially with how much of a mess you could say it has been so far. As we are seeing Emmy threatening again, she's got a double tap but can't find the angle onto the net. As now Az is going to try and get it out, but Layla will shut that one down. But still, Tri-Fruit finds themselves with pressure, and here comes Chloe, she can't find a shot on net. Emmy opens chance as he puts the follow-up, and Tri-Fruit will get their first game on the board with that play right there.
Yeah, Emmy sets it up, it's off the corner, and Azzy was not going to miss from there. Just spikes it onto the ground, pounds it up into the corner, and that will finally give Tri-Fruit, as you say, their first point in the set. It is 1 apiece, and goodness me, it had to be into overtime. Just Sammy Smiles just never giving up every single time. But they will not take it into match point. They'll have to do this the hard way. We are guaranteed a match for whatever happens from here.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, it just shows the grit that Samurai Spells have. They fought their way back into that game no matter what. And you could attribute that to Tri-Fruit. They had some panicky defense at the end. But in the end, Tri-Fruit make it through just barely. I feel like they've now worn up into the series and it could go either way at the moment. It's just a matter of who can step up when it's needed most. And at the moment, Tri-Fruit are starting to swing momentum potentially in their favour because they've been looking so dangerous in their attack.
They certainly have been. And it's just, again, well, I mean, of course it was another close game because we went into overtime. So it's like, even though one team is finally able to take that initiative, it always seems like it's a matter of time before an equalizer comes back in. So both are doing exceptionally well on the aggressive and the defensive sides as well. So it's really just that initial goal that could sometimes just tip the balance. It's like that first goal from Sammy Smiles in the first game, we knew it took it into their favor because, you know, that's exactly how they play. Whereas Tri-Fruit were find a way of taking it past that first minute, and they did exactly what they needed to do. They kept Sammy Smiles trying to fight for as long as possible and actually had the stamina to keep them at bay, which is incredibly impressive. And as he gets himself a very lucky touch there, double bounces off of them, and that put a stop to Sammy Smiles' initial attack in this third matchup.
Yeah, the characteristic of the attack of Sammy Smiles yet again getting shut down, but now it is Tri-Fruit's turn on the attack, but Emmy is just demoing, and that is a wide open net. Stumpy will not be missing that, and it is goal number 1 straight away for Sammy Smiles.
Yep, off the side, it was a demo, nobody else was in goal. Despite the fact that it was just a little bit wide, it doesn't matter, that'll count as an assist. And Slumpy, as you say, is not missing from that range when nobody else is in that goal. 1-0 after 30 seconds. Well, we know the Sammy Smiles will do this, and, well, they're already on it again.
Yeah, we just know them for getting these early goals because they just seem to go full bim bam mode in the early stages of the game. It's Slumpy with a high shot there. They are still threatening, they're not giving up just yet. It's now Chloe's going to try and take it out as they're crossing over the goal where Emmy is waiting, but she is beat out. So Layla attempts to go for the far post on that one. So Amphi's going to try and take it out, Slumpy. To the side, well, Chloe's going to put it out and away. Layla taking it to her own corner, but she's got Emmy on her behind, but it will be taken back out now. 1 minute gone in this game. Sammy Smiles leading as it is Slumpy with another shot, but Chloe going to carry this out of her own half.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet, but the Sammy Smiles push continues. It's just going to rebound again, but this pressure is just consistently up as he finally goes for the boost to try and clear it downfield, and actually does set up Emmy, and that was a good attempt to go for that long range pass, but doesn't quite get met. It's intercepted again by Sammy Smiles, and Layla gets the demo as well to make sure that there isn't as much pressure coming on from Tri-Fruit.
Yeah, but the pressure on Tri-Fruit is just coming in right now as we are seeing Azzy with the infield to Chloe. It's going to be easy shot for her as finally The equaliser is found for Trifut, and what a touch from Azzy. Just enough power, and Chloe in the perfect position to convert it into what was seemingly an undefended net.
Yeah, nothing the Sammy Smiles could have done about that one. Trifut find their equaliser and the kickoff. Not quite the stalemate that they were expecting. In fact, Trifut try immediately go in for the aggression, and Cluey is not going to stop anytime soon. They'll find themselves a second goal as he takes it onto the wall, and Cluey just straight behind. Nothing Layla could do. 2-1 lead.
Chloe is on an absolute mad one right now. Oh my goodness. That was a great step again from Azzy. It seems like the dynamic duo of Chloe and Azzy coming out in this game. Chloe scoring some absolute bangers with that Esper, and now laying it off for Emmy. What a save from Layla though. Looks like Trifut are firing up into this game.
They certainly are. I'm getting some very nice shots in there as well. Layla needs to get this cleared downfield. Finally does so. And not the best of touches there for Trifut, as he will try and at least control that a little bit more. But suddenly Sammy Smiles are waking up here, and they've got a chance to potentially go for the equalizer just a bit on the right side there, as Chloe tries to send that down. Unfortunately, got no boost whatsoever, so not enough power behind that. And this is going to be some relentless pressure now as Amphi takes it off the ceiling and the backboard. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite find the hit that they were looking for. Amphi will keep it alive once again, but again, no boost at their disposal. They're going to have to try and stall out for the rest of their team to come barreling on in, and Layla just can't make it.
Yeah, now it'll be time for Trifut to hopefully get out of it under so much pressure, but oh my word, what a save from Azzy. I thought it was going to end up going under her and into the net, but she managed to put it just wide, and now Trifut are trying to get out a whiff from Layla. Could perhaps spell disaster for them, but Amphi takes her time. Very well played from her. As now Azzy was a shot right for that top corner. Layla having to save it again as 90 seconds and counting. This one could just be trucked against the net, and Slumpy does find the equaliser there perhaps against the run of play.
Yeah, coast to coast as well, right over the two who weren't demoed. That demo again coming in clutch, knowing full well that nobody was going to be back in goal in time. Really good call from Sammy Smiles. It is 2-2 in this match. It is still to play for, and goodness me, these teams, if they couldn't be more perfectly balanced, could they?
Definitely not. Like, there seemingly nothing to separate them, but now there is a goal to separate them thanks to Amphi, and we'll see how this one turns out. Slumpy really quick up that ball and just laid it off for Amphi there. Nice easy shot for her, and we're just over a minute to go. Sammy Smiles have flipped the game on its head.
It's always against the run of play in this game. It really is sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
And that is a goal cushion with just over a minute left on the clock. And Sammy Smiles are determined to book their ticket into the top three. We're going to see what Trifut can do if they're able to find a way to break through once again. We've seen them do it before, but now the pressure is well and truly on as they're going to rotate all the way back through. But Cluey, crucially, just can't make it there in time.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go now. Trifut needs to start stepping it up here, but Slumpy is just being a nuisance right now. Amphi with another shot attempt, but blocked by Chloe once again. As now Azzy having to get up onto this. Chloe now has control over this, flicks it past one, but Layla will have no troubles dealing with that. As now Emmy waiting for that infield opportunity, tried to go for it. The follow-up shot going for Azzy off the defender. I didn't think that's how that one would go in, but nevertheless, Trifut will tie us up once more.
Yeah, the wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately, but you take those moments where they happen, and Trifut are tied again. It's 3-3 in this match. This is match 3 of this best of 5, and now there is only 10 seconds left on the clock. Can we see a last second goal, or will we see another overtime? I think the answer might be no. Sammy Smiles are 4-3 up with 5 seconds to go.
Azzy, that's not the touch you're wanting to make there. Just lays it off for the opponent. You've got to be controlling that, especially with such low time on the clock, and now it's just 5 seconds to go. You know, Tryford really got to do something off of this kickoff, but Emmy just can't do much with it, and Sammy Smiles clutch up in the end and put themselves onto match point.
It's always the way it goes in any competitive game where you've done the hard part. You've managed to draw level, and then it's just one little mistake right at the end of the game that just turns it away from you. You have to feel for Tryfruit, but Sammy Smiles are just, oh gosh, that consistency again. They're able to find the goals when it matters most.
Yeah, definitely. And it just goes to show how even the smallest of mistakes, you know, some players might think that's not very significant, is it? But trust me, one small mistouch and it could result in a goal, and that's how that game was decided. I hope it doesn't dishearten Azzy too much. Just, you know, forget about it. It happens because they got a job to do. Getting these next two games, making it into top 3, and it may seem like a long way ahead. They've shown what they're capable of in this game as we are into the 4th game of the series. Sammy Smiles only got to find one to advance.
Yep, it is essentially set point for Sammy Smiles. This match will determine if they go into the top 3 or if we're going to see match number 5 for the first time in tonight's stream. And if it starts like this, Tryfruit are determined to do exactly that.
Yeah, great pass down from the backboard into Chloe, coming in from Emmy, and they're basically doing the Sammy Smiles strat. Score first in the first minute, and they get themselves that immediate goal. And I must say, Chloe has been really on it with her shooting, but our other two teammates have been doing a great job to set them up. As now Layla going with another play, a double committed defense, but Amphi just cannot convert that. As now Emmy on the counter-attack dunks Layla, but again it goes wide, and it's just end-to-end action in this first minute. Both these teams are just relentless at the moment.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that Sammy didn't find that equalizer. As you say, just a slight wrong angle for them, and as a result it remains 1-0, but Layla not going to stop anytime soon. In fact, it's a really good retaliation here. The pressure still very much alive, and I'm not sure if that was the best bounce for them, but because it does still set Sammy Smiles up slumpy in the right-hand corner. Unfortunately, can't get any proper purchase on that. Got a little boost, and good save from Chloe. Just immediately just throwing their car right into the thick of things and making sure that stays at 1-0.
Yeah, making sure they do not concede at this rate. They want to try to hold on to this lead as long as they can, but here comes Layla attempting at redirect, but there's too much speed on that ball. As the Amphi onto the bar where Chloe is waiting, as there's somebody attempts to drop it. A double commit again from Tryfruit. It's off the post, and Azzy will just manage to get to it. I'm not sure how Sammy Smiles haven't scored at this rate, because at the moment Tryfruit are looking quite panicked at the defense, to be quite frank.
They really are. They're having a field day trying to clear this ball every single time. You think Sammy Smiles should be level by now, at least on 3 or 4 different occasions. But luck is not on their side at this point. Tryfruit are hanging on for dear life as they find a way to regain control, and now they are back on the offensive. It's off the wall again, but nobody is relating for it, and Azzy, desperate defending, but again, just about hanging on.
Yeah, now here comes Emmy. She's trying to go for that double touch again, but just could not find it onto the net. As now Sammy Smiles going to go back to the field. Layla touching it back into Slumpy. Amphi not going for that infield pass. Now Chloe, it is an open net here. Can Emmy convert it? Yes, she can, with half the game to go. Tryfruit extend their lead to 2.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Just too much commitment there from Sammy. They could not get back in time. And that gives Tryfruit the incentive that they need. A 2-goal cushion definitely puts a lot of pressure now onto Sammy Smiles, who has got to do everything it takes to try and bring this back. But that is an awkward ball, and it's going to go straight back in. And Tryfruit get a 3rd goal in this match.
Yeah, that dunk coming out from Emmy was huge, and you can't blame Layla. That is so awkward to deal with that. And now Tryfruit really putting themselves in the driver's seat here. 3 goals up, despite all the pressure coming out from Sammy Smiles. We thought they must have been able to convert something. They have a comfortable lead here, and all you do is just stall this out and they'll be going into game 5, but Amphi is wanted to answer back. This is starting to look dangerous for them. Still 2 minutes, and Amphi does bring it back to just a 2-goal deficit.
That's the last thing Tri-Fruit need. They are 3 goals up. Now it's a 2-goal cushion. 2 minutes 10 on the clock. Anything can still happen in this wonderful game that we call Rocket League, as Emmy goes straight into the corner trying to get anything out of that. Chloe not getting a touch either, and this is going to give Sammy Smiles all of the incentive, especially winning out aerial exchanges like that. Slumpy gets it popped off the ground, but nobody is close enough, and that is a long ball straight back into Sammy Smiles territory.
Yeah, but now Chloe's looking to slow it down, but Layla's just diving straight at her, not wasting any time on this one, as it is into the blue corner here. So Stephanos trying to come through. Chloe tries to put it over to Emmy, but she is in an awkward position. It's now Slumpy double into the middle. Amphi blocked by Azzy on the line, as now we're seeing Chloe trying to take it out again. Amphi into the sidewall, looking dangerous. Here comes Emmy now into Chloe, trying to censor it. It is wide again. Try for it. They've got just over 60 seconds to go. They're trying to get themselves onto attack here. They probably are aware of how much their defense may be flawed at the moment, and they do not want to let Sammy Smiles have any chance to get back into it. As they onto the back wall, Emmy, where is she? Just waiting for something to happen there. They don't need to overextend too much at the moment though, with just 45 seconds, and they'll have game 5.
Yeah, and I think I saw a demo attempt going in for Sammy Smiles, but unfortunately just missing on that occasion. 40 seconds left on the clock. It's another high and dangerous ball, and it's dipping, and it's in! It's in! It's 3-2! It's 3-2!
It is 3-2. Slumpy, that shot going in. Oh, Clishy very nearly had that save, but this is looking really scary for Tri-Fruit right now. I would not like to be in their position, because Sammy Smiles, they're showing what they're made of. They have that grit to come back into games. Half a minute and counting on the clock. Can Tri-Fruit see this game out into game 5? Let's see.
A goal now would be absolutely crucial for Tri-Fruit, or it could be catastrophic. 15 seconds to go. It's in the middle, and Layla knows they're going to have to try and get a decent setup out of this, which they are not getting here. Chloe tries to go for the game-winning goal, but it's not going to come up yet. 3 seconds on the clock. The ball is high, but it's mostly central. Emmy just needs to spike it. She does spike it. It is not going to go in Sammy Smiles' favor, and for the first time tonight, my friends, we have match 5.
Game 5, let's go. This is what we want to see. And Tri-Fruit, man, I was like, I can't imagine what they're feeling right now. Because Sammy Smiles, they nearly brought it back. It was so close. But now for game 5, I don't know how it's going to go. Tri-Fruit, I gotta say to them right now, that defense needs to be sorted. It looks so discombobulated at times. And really, that's just the name of the game if you want to close out this series. But it just comes down to the next 5 minutes, and imagine both these teams gonna bring their A game here.
They really are, and also I feel like there was a 4th player at play against Tri-Fruit there, because I saw in the chat 3-0 up, and Hunted goes, Tri-Fruit have got this, and suddenly it's 3-2. It's like, Hunted, don't do this. We are the commentators. You are the host. We shouldn't have a hostess curse on top of the commentator's curse. Don't do this to us.
Yeah, definitely, Hunted. I don't want you jinxing anything in the chat there. We're the ones that are speaking. If we're going to jinx it, then yeah, fair enough, but I don't want you speaking, mate. Anyways, enough chat about that. We're into game 5, Layla. This is looking to be exciting, especially seeing the series has gone. Every game has gone down to the wire. And so, just 5 minutes determines who goes on to face Cat Jam in the losers finals. Let's see how it goes.
It's going to be an amazing session of that. There is no doubt, as the ball immediately goes high and long. And Tri-Fruit have got to do everything they can to make sure that Sammy Smiles does not get this opening goal that they so often look for. And with 20 seconds gone, Amphi still keeps that pressure alive. It's going to be on the halfway line, but that's a little bit too many people committed forward. They do manage to rotate back in time. Thankfully for them, the ball just slightly off angle.
Yeah, I was just in open net and I'm like, come on, Azzy, you could do it, but she could not find any contact on the ball there, but it may not matter as they are on attack, but Azzy was just a bit too far on the defense there, and Sammy Smiles, perhaps in an unlikely situation, managed to get the first goal.
Yep, nice. Yep, whilst Tryfruit couldn't get the open net score, Sammy Smiles will indeed get their score. 45 seconds gone, it is 1-0 up, and also shout out to our in-game commentator because we are on Champions Field.
We love Champions Field, don't we? Like, I love the in-game announcer. He's just amazing. What a lad. But now with 60 seconds gone, Tryfruit on the back foot at the moment. They'll need to try work their way back in as we're seeing Chloe try to go for a shot, actually, a bit ambitious there, but Slumpy is forced to make a save, and now Emmy underneath one defender, the demo coming through as well. Can Angie get a shot? No, she's blocked, as now Layla tries to get it out. Amphi with a doink out and away. Chloe now switching to the other side of the field for as they will now try to get this onto attack, tries to find Emmy in the centre, the pinch coming through. Layla needs to make a save, and she does manage to do it, as now Tryfruit still finds onto the attack, but that clue coming out will allow Sammy Smiles to have some pressure up the road.
Just intense exchanges from left and right as it bounces off and away of Tryfruit's goal. Somehow this match still remaining at 1-0, and Tryfruit trying to do everything they can to branch this out and take a little bit more control, but that's an awkward little thing there, and Slumpy gets the shot on target as he at least gets the save, and now the rotation back as Amphi has to slow this charge down, allow them time to get themselves back into gear, popping it towards the center area, but it's back into the corner. Layla has just enough boost to somewhat deal with it, but Azzy is on fire now, and this could be the equalizer. No, it's not, it's away again.
Man, I'm just wondering how Tryfruit haven't managed to put anything away yet, because Sammy Smiles, they are starting to show cracks in their defense here, as it is back into the Sammy Smiles have Amphi. Just trying to get this one off the backboard with a bit of time to work with Emmy. Cannot intercept Layla here. It's now down to Azzy. She misses. Chloe though in the net. She managed to wave off that bump there from Layla. As now Chloe takes it past two. Just Layla in the defense here. Trying to go for that bump. It is wide open, but Slumpy dives across, gets it away, and still keeps the sheet clean here for Sammy Smiles.
I like how that clearance pretty much turned into a shot on target, which just goes to show the amount of times that Sammy Smiles gets an opportunity like that. Emmy J, again, right place, right time. That was a blink and you miss it shot and save. Happened right in front of the goal, and somehow Tryfruit continue to find a way through. It's 1-0 still to Sammy Smiles, and the demo on Chloe is not going to help Tryfruit's cause in the slightest, and that could be a goal, but Chloe respawns in the nick of time.
And it could be a chance here, Slumpy for the finish, but Emmy will get a win. Now we see Azzy in the sky. She has a double tap opportunity, but shot down by Amphi there. End-to-end action at the moment as we're seeing Emmy with the infield. Azzy not ready for it this time. Oh my word, things are kicking into high gear here in this game as we have 60 seconds and counting left to go in this game. Still trailing by 1 goal is Tryfruit, and they are pushing on to find the equaliser.
Oh, they're operating on fumes at this point, trying to find a way through. Sammy Smiles' defense may have been rocky so far, but it's holding out so far. 1-0 is the lead with 40 seconds left to go, and they know full well that Tryfruit are not afraid to leave this late. Another demo is going to take Chloe out, and Emmy gets in on the saving action as well. This is anyone's game here.
It is definitely anyone's game, and now it's Emmy's just got a big job to do on defense here. 20 seconds. Really, a final attack has to come through it very soon for Tryfruit, but Layla's having none of it. It's now Chloe down the field. It is intercepted again. Sammy Smiles being so aggressive at the moment, but no wonder he did not want to give a chance up here. So Chloe down to Azzy on the wing. Can't do anything. No, she's demoed, and now Layla, all she has to do is stall time out. Emmy is up though, she keeps it alive. Can Tri-Fruit make this into overtime? Seemingly not. It touches the ground, and Sammy Smiles are going on to face Cat Jam.
Intense from start to finish, but in the end, it was just the one goal that decided the fate of both teams. An incredible display from both. It does mean that Tri-Fruit will be dropping out at this point, and Sammy Smiles, goodness me, having to do it the hard way there. 3-2 that scoreline. My goodness me, Hunted. Did you enjoy that? Because I am not entirely sure.
I enjoyed 90% of the series, except for the part in Game 4 when I said we were going to Game 5, and then that almost didn't happen, and chat was nearly going to throw me off the broadcast for that. But other than that, yeah, that was awesome. That was a wonderful series, and man, I mean, that came down to the absolute wire. I really thought we were going to have overtime Game 5 with how back and forth that last minute and a half was, but wow, some big saves on either side. I mean, that might have been the series of the tournament. I mean, we still got 2 more, and I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping the losers final and grand final live up to it, but I want to watch Sammy Smiles and Tri-Fruit battle again in future events because that was wonderful. But that said, Sammy Smiles, they are able to do it, and now they have a chance against Cat Jam to play up into the Sakura Blues. Layla, let me start with you. I mean, what are you liking from this team right now?
Can I say everything at this point? Like the tenacity here, the sheer tenacity from Sammy Smiles to just keep going through all of that. I mean, time and time again, we saw Tri-Fruit just consistently come back, and it's just like at any point it could have gone the other way. And like I said, sometimes if you can't get those goals through, just at least that one goal is just the difference. And that entire 5th match is just, whilst they definitely had shakes and cracks in their defense, they held on for dear life. And if they can bring that in with Cat Jam, who, let's face it, will be a little rocked with the fact that Sakura Blues beat them the way they did, this could still go either way. But Cat Jam, we know how dominant they're going to be. We know how aggressive they are. So I feel like this is going to be a very intense match.
Well, I want to throw the question over to Faded here for this upcoming losers final, right? Cat Jam, a little bit of a break after that loss from the Sakura Blues. Know they have a hot Sammy Smiles team coming into it. If you're the coach of Cat Jam, what are you saying to your players?
Well, really, you just got to be watching out for Sammy Smiles, like, in pretty much any area of it. You know they're going to push to the limit to do anything, really, and I feel like Cat Jam, they're perfectly capable of dealing with the Sammy Smiles size. I have no doubt about that, but you basically can't leave any cracks whatsoever because you know a Sammy Smiles player will jump on it. And so for Cat Jam, just got to make sure you're not slipping up, really, not giving away anything for free. Make Sammy Smiles work for everything you can, and then they'll probably be just fine.
Well, that's going to do it here for us in the Losers Round 3. We've got 2 more matchups. First, the Losers Final, then, of course, the Grand Final for our first week here of EU in this 3rd season of the WCBC. We're going to give the girls a chance to take a short break, get their breath back after that intense 5-game series. And on the other side, we will bring you Cat Jam and Sammy Smiles to see who plays into the Grand against the Sakura Blues.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the morning. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my name, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Draw me around in your right foot. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. The summer's calling. The summer's calling. If the kingdom is overthrown, meet me at the cornerstone. I know that I can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. Summer's calling.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here on the WCBC, rounding out the first week here of the EU side of things. We've got two more matchups for you. The losers final between Cat Jam and Sammy Smiles just about ready to get rolling. And then for the Grands, Sakura Blues waiting for their opponent. Certainly going to be watching this matchup to see who will be joining them in that grand final. But on the broadcast, Faded and Tamashi will stick with us. And Sammy Smiles, Cat Jam, I know we kind of talked about it before the break. Faded, I mean, how are you liking Sammy Smiles' chances coming into this?
I think they have a pretty decent chance, actually. They showed a lot of what they can really bring to the table in that last game. But they're up against Cat Jam, who you could perhaps call a super team here. But Cat Jam have shown that they can falter at times. They lost to SKB earlier, after all, who they ended up being in the preseason tourney. So I'm not really sure how it could go out. I'd still favour Cat Jam in this one, but I feel like Sammy Smiles, they could perhaps make it go the distance. We will have to see. They've got that momentum through the lower brackets. They are warmed up going into the series, so they've got quite a lot going for them.
I'm sure Sammy Smiles would love a chance at the Sakura Blues again in that kind of a rematch game. And I think, honestly, it's up for debate, of course, but I think that first game might have been one of the toughest on the day for the Sakura Blues. Of course, playing Cat Jam never going to be easy, but I mean, let's say, Layla, that the Sammy Smiles do take down Cat Jam here. do you think we see a reversal of fortune and it's the Sammy Smiles of all teams who take week 1?
It would be quite the story if that were to be the case. And I would love to see that, but Sakura Blues, it feels like they've definitely learned a lot from the preseason. They sort of like bounced in and they've definitely kept that a little bit more consistently. I mean, they've managed to take off one of the chips off the shoulder by actually being able to beat Cat Jam in the winners finals. So I feel like they may still be too strong for Sammy Smiles, but again, we've seen them take a game off them already. So I think anything is still possible for them. But obviously, knowing the fact that Sakura Blues will have that 1 point head start going into the grand finals, it's still going to be a mountain to climb.
Sure, and I mean, for every team here, for both the Cat Jam and Sammy Smiles, they've secured at least third place. Can't do worse than third, obviously. So 120 points goes to either of them. They're playing for roughly 30 more points, I believe, in 150 for second. So, you know, it's a great start for both teams. I'm sure Cat Jam would love to be in that grand final, but, you know, really, I think you can't. I think you walk away from the day, no matter who you are here, Cat Jam, Sammy Smiles, Sakura Blues, and you're happy with being top 3. And, you know, I do want to talk about it a little bit more before we jump into this, as we're going to narrow down the top 3 to the top 2. I mean, the fact that the Sammy Smiles have come out and have shown us a great series against Sakura Blues that they unfortunately weren't able to pull out. Now they take down the Venus Vixens in 3. They take down Trifruit in 5. And we're going to watch them here in Cat Jam. I mean, it's just a lot of competition in EU, and I'm certainly loving that right now. But I believe the match is ready. I'm not going to delay us any longer. Let's get Cat Jam and Sammy Smiles on your screens for the losers final of week 1.
Yeah, thank you very much. The match is well and truly on the way. The loser will be finishing third. The winner will move up into the grand finals. And it's all to play for here as Cat Jam and Sammy Smiles want to leave their mark in the first tournament of Season 3.
Yeah, so 30 seconds in Cat Jam and Sammy Smiles. A very highly contested match with Sammy Smiles coming in from the losers bracket here, but that is a goal from end to end from Sophie actually, and it will be Cat Jam was the first goal in this one. Bit weird, you could say that that's the first goal, but nevertheless, it is the first one for Cat Jam, and maybe that could be expected here. They are the favourites, but there you are.
I mean, that was unfortunate for Cat Jam because their shot on goal was not only saved, but the save was the goal. It really was against the run of play, so I definitely don't think they expected that in the slightest. So, I mean, Sammy Smiles will take it knowing full well that they were definitely not in the aggressive state at all there. I know they got a second one there as well. So Cat Jam having to be a little bit more cautious here. And Sophie's going to come steaming on in. And they've got max boost as well. Their teammate helps top that into the middle. Ravina is going to come down with it, but just not going to be able to get it through that massive defensive block there from Cat Jam.
Yeah, we are seeing Sammy Smiles now trying to gear up for attack, but it's just right back down the other end as we see Dux. Oh my word, what angle coming out from Dux here. We know what she's capable of, but jeez, that was crazy from her, and what a way to get yourself into a 2-goal lead here.
Yeah, now that was also my bad. The teammates were on the wrong side, which is why I commentated on that the wrong way around. It's fixed now. Sammy Smiles in the blue, Cat Jam in the orange, and almost immediately Cat Jam straight back on the offensive, which I guess is no surprise, really.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise here. Like, if you were to ask pretty much anyone that knows these teams, to be like, yeah, there's not too much of a shocker, but at the same time, we do see Layla coming out with a goal here, and just a tad bit of pressure. Here's some people that pass across, and there you go. Sammy Smiles putting the deficit back to just 1.
And with 3 minutes still to go, anything to play for here. But again, Sammy Smiles proving that they can still score the goals against the teams that you would think would go on to win these, especially with teams like Sakura Blues and Cat Jam respectively. So they're definitely not out of this yet, and we've seen the lengths that they can go to, especially in the previous set. So as Slumpy once again tries to go on the charge, but they're going to have to go in defense, and Layla came swooping on in out of nowhere, but if anything, that got the pair of them out of position, and Dux capitalizes on it.
Yeah, just a simple case of a double commit there, and Ducks having a wide open net. We saw that from Science Walls before when they started to be a bit more rushed in their defense. They tend to send more than one defender towards the ball, which you can't be doing against a team as strong as Cat Jam. And so it's back to a 2-goal lead for Cat Jam with just half the game to go. And really for Science Walls, got to be calming yourself down a little bit because it's a long series ahead here, and maybe they can try get themselves back into this game if they can.
Yeah, and Duck's immediately going to swing that straight back into the corner as well, and Layla gets another commitment, and that is going to be another goal back. Again, against the run of play, Layla spots an opportunity, hops on in there, and unfortunately for Catchem, they couldn't clear it off the line this time.
Yeah, not this time, says Layla. She'll be getting her second goal of the game and the second goal for Sammy Smiles. So again, it is, shows the character of his Sammy Smiles team. They don't give up. They will always try to bring the game back to their favour, and they have another chance here, but Slumpy could not get any power on the pass there. But Amphi's still keeping this pressure going, so Sammy Smiles may be able to get a goal back here as Ravina tried to slow that one down. Of course, we know her for trying to still take control of the game here, but Layla just diving it at her, saying absolutely no to that. So just over 100 seconds left on the clock. Sammy Smiles still have every chance to get back in it.
They certainly do, and the ball is high and coming back towards Sammy Smiles' goal. Dux is going to get thwarted out of air this time round. Layla gets the crucial save, and Slump takes it straight into the corner. They're not going to be able to really challenge that one though, and it's up to Amphi to keep this alive, and that is a ball that's going towards the backboard. It is going to get intercepted, but straight into the path of Slumpy. But Sophie, again, right place, right time, gets themselves a save, and Layla has to deflect that away from the goal.
Yeah, she does indeed, but it does allow a chance for Sammy Smiles to get into the offense. As Sophie is trying to get this one out, finds the pinch. Just now Layla alone on defense, but we know what she's capable of now. Has Ravina and Dux to deal with. Is now off the back wall. The bump coming through as well, but good save from Dux there. As now the transition does come out here for Cat Jam. 45 seconds to go, and that one is just going into the neck and will allow Dux to get her hat trick.
Yeah, triple commit again, unfortunately, for Sammy Smiles. And unfortunately, that will cost them dearly. They just could not get back in time for it. And with 45 seconds left on the clock, once again, they have got to find 2 goals here.
Yeah, and, the way this game has been going, unlikely, but I don't want to speak too soon because we've seen some ridiculous comebacks of Sammy Smiles before, so I'll not count them out just yet as a bump does come out on Slumpy there. Ravina is going to try to find a centre, and does have one of our teammates up as well, but it will not matter too much as another shot goes towards the net for Dux. Having another shot at it now, can't do anything with it, seemingly not. And there are 15 seconds left. I think it's safe to say that Cat Jam have the first game.
Yeah, they're going to take, just even with the 10-second countdown, they're still coming out with shot on target after shot on target. Amphi is unfortunately going to send that straight into the corner. No further time, the ball will hit the ground, or at least it will do in just a moment. And that will be that. Sammy Smiles trying to look for at least a consolation goal to at least make this 4-3. But it looks like it will finally hit the floor now, and Catchamp will take the first point in this underground final.
Yeah, and really it's what we expected here. Cat Jam with a very strong start, especially Dux getting 3 goals on the boards here, so she'll be happy with that. But Sammy Smiles did show some positive signs that game at least. They should have got the momentum going. It just seems like they slip up on defense a bit too much, especially at the last goal. I have no idea how it went in, to be honest. It was just it went from end to end from Dux, but nevertheless, I feel like if Sammy Smiles could sort that one out, perhaps improve the communication and the rotation, then definitely they could stand a much better chance in this game. They have shown it, but they've really got to step it up now because the best of 5, that first game does show what you need to do better, but now the second game, you need to try get something going here, otherwise the series might get away from them.
Yeah, it certainly will, and we know that a team like Cat Jam, the second they start with those goals, it's kind of hard to slow them down. I mean, credit where credit's due. Sammy Smiles did hang on for such a long time and kept that gap to at least one goal, so they were putting on the pressure, but it's just so much aggressive from Cat Jam. It can sometimes be incredibly hard to stop them, and obviously, once you go into that final minutes and they go up by a second goal, it just becomes almost, never mind a mountain, it just becomes unclimbable.
Yeah, insurmountable really once you get to those higher gaps in scoring. But now we're going to go into the second game. Cat Jam leading by 1 here as Dux is looking to get us started early. That shot going off the post and a fall from Sophie. Again, Cat Jam just getting that early goal.
Yep, 12 seconds in, it's going to come off the crossbar, and Sophie is not going to miss that one. The save nearly coming in, but just needed to be a little bit closer to that one, Layla. Just unfortunate that they were just a little too far away from that boosting side of things. So, Cat Jam, 12 seconds in, will immediately take that lead, and almost immediately straight back on the offense. Again, no rest for the wicked. Cat Jam not allowing Sammy Smiles to take even a breath in this as they are pinching this straight back into the corner. And it's like, no matter what Sammy Smiles wants to do, Cat Jam are just there to nip the ball right into the face of goal. Layla will at least get the save and clear that downfield.
Layla's been doing a lot of work for the Sammy Smiles side, especially on defense, and now finding a demo here, but Slumpy isn't going to get enough on that to face Dux at least, but Amphi now trying to get something going here as you see Layla down for that ball. Slumpy finds herself a little bit of time. So Sophie trying to find that sensor. A lot of demos coming out between these two teams. They're Amphi going to try to take this one down and field again, looking for a sensor, nearly going into the box. Now Layla going to try to pick it up. Sophie will get that one, and now it could be a transition for Cat Jam, but not if Slumpy has anything to say about that.
Yeah, Slumpy with no boost, still barreling on in there to try to get the intercept. The finally has a little bit at their disposal now, but a little bit to charge up with. Layla, meanwhile, just waiting it out with Ravina. But so far, it is still Cat Jam, although this is a nice opportunity. But Layla, again, sending it across the face of goal. Not able to do anything else from there. And again, Cat Jam remain in the lead with 1-0, but it's pinched off the crossbar, and Slumpy can't finish it. Oh, that is unfortunate for Sammy Smiles.
I feel like they've definitely been robbed on that one. That is truly unfortunate stuff, and it will end up in a goal for Cat Jam. They put everything into that play, but in the end, it just results in a goal for Cat Jam, and that really could have been the equaliser, but I feel like that may be the tipping point for this game. They had the chance, they just could not get it through.
Yeah, you really got to feel for them on that one. It's just how it goes in this wonderful game. And as Amphi comes straight back up, trying to get some kind of commitment on the side of Sammy Smiles, they're just losing too many of these exchanges. And that demo on Layla, well, Amphi is going to just immediately take this straight downfield and actually put the pressure straight back on the Cat Jam despite it. So, really good call from Sammy Smiles. And Cat Jam, again, having to play on the defensive side and wait their way out of this.
Yeah, maybe a good change of pace for Sammy Smiles to try to slow it down a little bit, because we saw how well they're, when they're playing a sort of more speedy ball chasey style like the last two, it seemed to work well for them, but it's incredibly difficult against a team as well rounded as Cat Jam, and so maybe trying to take a bit more control could work out for them. But nevertheless, it's Cat Jam now finding themselves on the attack and really striving to extend and lead more, which I like out of them. They're not going to settle for a lead like 2-0. They want to put even more through and show how strong of a team they are.
They certainly are. With 2 minutes left on the clock, Slumpy gets in another save, and again, Sophie just pings it straight back onto the field. But now, Sammy Smiles senses an opportunity to go on the attack. But again, it's just being met time and time again by this consistent Cat Jam team. Finally, they pop it into the corner, but again, actually no, Ravina doesn't win out that exchange. Thankfully, the rest of her team does do so, and whilst Amphi is still just trying to prolong the inevitable, trying to get a goal. They are, every single time you see that camera tilt towards Sammy Smiles' goal and see it be empty, you just know if Kancham gets another shot off and sails it past one of them, it's probably going to be another goal.
Yeah, exactly. I was alluding to that in the pre-game analysis, actually. You know, it was more like a Kancham thing needs to play slow, but Sammy Smiles need to do the same because we know these players of Kancham, very high level, and if you even one small gap in your defense relay, they are going to exploit that and get a goal from it, which is what they've basically done so far. At least one of the goals here was because they've managed to find that opening in that Sammy Smiles left. So we've got 40 seconds left. It's looking like another Kancham win at this rate, but never say never. You know, Sammy Smiles could have a chance. Maybe now will be that chance, but Sophie will just manage to get back in time for it.
Yeah, just about. I was gonna say, you saw the open goal, but again, just it's always the unfortunate thing about the demo coming out. If the ball is just not quick enough, the respawn is going to catch up to you, and that's exactly what happened there. With 13 seconds on the clock and the ball deeply in Sammy Smiles' territory, and nearly a third goal coming in as well, I think it is going to be safe to say that Kancham will be leading this underground final set by 2 points to 0.
Yeah, again, a strong performance from Kancham coming out here despite some scares. They really just did what they had to do. They kept some good pressure. You can see, again, just outshooting their opposition. But this really calls for a big playstyle change in Sammy Smiles. They are one game away from being knocked out of the tournament. I was saying they could try slow it down more, play a bit more, you know, as a team, really. Try go for more of those passes and those demos. Just try open up the opposition of Kancham, because the way they're playing right now, it's not really going to work out. You've got some strong individuals on the side of Kancham, and so for Sammy Smiles, you've got to make a big change up in the way you approach the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What they're currently doing at the moment is just not working out for them. And Kancham, again, what they're able to do in aggression, they're able to do in defense as well. I mean, granted, there was a couple of key moments in there where you just thought like it could swing the other way. We knew Sammy Smiles was so close to get an equalizer on 2 different occasions, and then it just propels down the other end of the field and Kancham have another goal. And it's just like, it's moments like those that Sammy Smiles, they have to capitalize on that. The fact they weren't able to get that goal changed the complexion of that match.
Yeah, definitely. It goes to show how like one moment can change the entire outcome of a game, but here we are, game 3 about to be kicked off here. This is really where Sammy Smiles got a step up. Reverse sweep is on the cards for them now, so we'll have to see if they can get to start off, and this is where it begins. Game 3 kicking off here as it is immediately in the Sammy Smiles have Amphi with not much boost to work with. We'll try to get it down the field. Lays it off for Layla into the middle. Stumpy attempting a shot, and now Amphi will have to collect it at her own end.
Yeah, but the pressure is still very much on them, and they're not able to get this cleared out in time, and that is going to be another early goal for Kancham. Sophie just right place, waiting for that just to dip on down, just wrong, just, oh my goodness me, just unfortunate with the pass in there. Sammy Smiles just didn't see her there, and as a result, Kancham have a lead already after 23 seconds.
Yeah, I could see what Sumpy was trying to do in that, trying to find an outfit in the midfield, but it's very dangerous to put the ball there when you're on defense. You want to try take control of that and carry it away, and as a result, Sophie was just there to punish that mistake, and so Sammy Smiles not in the position they want to be, already down in this game, and they've got to respond really quick if they want to make it back, and it could be a chance now as Lila clears it in the field, but Ravina is going to try it. Slow this one down. Lila though with a 1-for-1 plays, it's off the post and will be taken away, and it could result in a goal here, but Layla just manages to make that save.
Yeah, it was a very good recovery there to get all the way back in time for that. And again, as I alluded to before this match started, they have to capitalize on those moments. They had a chance to go for that equalizer. It just didn't pay off again. And you just feel like the more opportunities like that go begging, the harder it's going to be for Sammy Smiles to actually get that equalizer. That was a good attempt, but Dux again is on hand now to get the save and immediately propel it straight back into their advantage.
Yeah, I like how Sammy Spells are trying to change up things now. They went for that infield pass, but the placement wasn't really there for them. Dux was able to cover that angle and get it away, but they are at least trying something new in this game, trying to shake things up a bit. But so far, Cat Jam are having absolutely no problems dealing with it after that infield pass from Ravina into Sophie, and it's 2-0 now.
Yeah, it was a nice, lovely setup there, and Sophie just a nice little touch, takes it into the top part of the goal. Nothing that Sammy Smiles could do about it. They are 2-0 up with 3 minutes left on the clock and winning out the kickoff as well. I mean, Ducks get demoed as a result for it, but again, Sammy Smiles having to play from behind, although having said that, that's a decent little setup. Again, nobody able to capitalize on it just yet.
Yeah, but it could be a chance here. Somebody tried to slam it down into the middle, but it was covered up by Ducks. As now, here comes Sophie. Infield towards the box. Somebody has to get it away as they're Ducks. Try for a solo play, going for a flip reset, but is blocked out by Layla. As now Ravina coming in once again, trying to find a centre again, but Sammy Smiles manages to wave off this attack once again. Now looking for that counter as we see Layla now chipping it into the corner. Onto the backboard, it is a bit awkward. Two defenders having to cover that one, and now it could be an open net here for Ravina. Overextension coming through from Sammy Smiles.
And that's a 3-0 lead as a result, and again, Ravina sensing the opportunity. They knew that setup was pretty much as perfect as it could be. No one was getting back in time for that, and that is a 3-0 lead with just over 2 minutes left on the clock, and it really does look like it's going to be the Cat Jam show now. It looks like our finale is starting to set up, but Sammy Smiles won't give up just yet as they come straight on into things. And Dux does get demoed, but again, Sophie is already in the air, guiding that ball cleanly away from the goal. This could be an opportunity, but again, Dux is already back in time to get the save.
Yeah, so 2 minutes to go. Sammy Smiles are giving up an attack once again. We know them, they will never give up no matter what happens. As Layla finds herself with a bit of time here and she's looking to make a solo play, gets a pass one, but Ravina is just waiting there as now you're seeing Amphi trying to go up for this. Ravina now, good speed on this, but is blocked up by Slumpy. Is now Ravina going to go for it again? Try for the angle, net was a good attempt, but it will be off the post once more. But we are seeing Cat Jam just trying to pin Sammy Smiles in their own half, not give them anything for free. They know that Sammy Smiles could come back at any moment really, and so with 60 seconds left on the clock, this is a chance here again, but they're unable to convert it. I feel like that chance was a little bit rushed.
Yeah, Sophie was in the midst of all of that, so right place, right time. 1 minute left on the clock, and Cat Jam have a 3-goal lead. And it's really going to be if Sammy Smiles can get anything in this match. Ravina does go down, but the demos are just not playing out in their favor here. By the time they finally get it into a decent territory to go for it, they're already down, and Ravina says, okay, you want to demo me? Fine, I'm going to score the 4th goal of this match.
Yeah, and that really is a nail in the coffin for this series. A good push there from Ravina, and Cat Jam really showing what they're capable of. Sammy Smiles just really could not get into this game. They tried to change things up, but again, just not working out for them. Cat Jam are simply too strong here, and it looks like they'll be booking a grand final spot against Sakura Blues, and I'm sure that comes as a surprise to nobody to see those two teams in the finals. But the way Cat Jam are playing, they're looking very good and could look to challenge Sakura Blues once again.
Yeah, they really could. They'll have their work cut out for them once they get there. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, Sammy Smiles are determined to try and at least find 1 goal. But again, it's just sent all the way back down onto the other side of the field. And Sophie is going to make it 5 in Underground Final. Goodness me. That's just, again, a nice little setup play, just poking it straight down, and Sophie, again, not going to miss from there.
That's a lovely touch there from Dr. Straight to Sophie. The accuracy it takes to pull like that off is remarkable, but there we go. Cat Jam in. A nice quick 3-0 sweep here, so we don't have to wait for long. Of course, we do have Caro playing RLCS after all. see what they could do in the finals as Hunted has rejoined us. What do you make of that series?
Well, this time around, the cats beat the dogs, and it's okay. I think we kind of expected it. Cat Jam always going to come out on top, number one emote still, and I mean the chat agrees with us. At least I think so, because it has been nonstop Cat Jam since like the beginning of the series. But well played to Sammy Smiles throughout the day. Like, I don't want to take anything away from their performance. That was a tough series against Cat Jam, and it looked like Cat Jam were locked in and really ready to win this series. But Sammy Smiles, an incredible run. They finished third here on the day. But we do need to look ahead here, and I do want to look forward to this grand final, which we're going to have here in a minute. Cat Jam, we saw them have a pretty confident win going into the winners finals. Layla, do you think they've improved throughout the day, or do you think improvement still needed to take down Sakura Blues?
Oh, I think they've definitely improved throughout the day. I mean, you see in that last match, just before the stats went away, Sophie had 10 shots on target. So, yeah, they're definitely on the side of improvement for the day. And they'll definitely take this fight to Sakura Blues. I mean, we know they were able to get the win on them beforehand, and obviously being beaten by them in winners final, it'll shake them up a little bit. But they came back in beautiful style there, and it didn't look like they were going to lose that set to Sammy Smiles. They did everything they could, but it's such an aggressive play, and if one person misses, again, there's always somebody straight up with the counter play. So Cat Jam, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with here.
Absolutely. And, Faded, I wanted to touch on Sammy Smiles again in the day that they've had. They finish out third on the day. The next event for EU not going to be until the middle part of January or so. So a lot of time for them to grind things out and try to look for even better placings in the future. I mean, what do you... what are the positives that Sammy Smiles can take away from that series specifically and the day as a whole?
Really, overall, really the mentality as a team is something to highlight, because they just showed that they would never give up at any point, and they just went on. And I'd also like to highlight really their play on offense, because it didn't really show in that game. They couldn't figure out a way to take down this Cat Jam side, but against all the other teams, I mean, they were actually battering teams at points with the way they were on attack, especially Layla with her individual skills. So it's, they could take away a lot here, but at the same time, there's lots of learning to do as well. They can look over these replays and try to improve. They've got about a month until the next event here, so they've got plenty of time to improve. So really, to get third place as well, maybe because of the underdogs as well as a whole, I think they did a really good job here.
Well, unfortunately, that is the day for Sammy Smiles, but fortunately for us, we get the rematch of Sakura Blues and Cat Jam in the grand finals. We're going to take a break, let the teams get sorted out, get the server set up and ready to go, and we will have one final best of 7 for you here in just a moment. Please keep it here, because we are about to round out the day. Don't go anywhere.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time here today on the WCBC. It's week number 1 for EU, and we are just about ready to finish it out. Before we get into that, want to thank our lovely sponsors. Of course, Psionics for sponsoring us in Season 3, our partners in TGS, Jordan Wright and the City of Sound for working with us for all of the wonderful music you're hearing on broadcast, Girls House and Girls Boss for their amazing communities, giving women a place to play in other esports and around the scene. So thank you to them. We'll get to them a little bit later to close out this show. But folks, we've got one final matchup. Joining me in the booth, Faded and Layla, and it's going to be the Sakura Blues Cat Jam rematch, this time a best of 7. And, I mean, we've seen it once. Do we see the same result again here, Layla?
I don't think so. I feel like it might be a little bit closer this time around with Cat Jam. You know, they've gone through a fair bit with that underground bracket match. I mean, you know, they went back to their winning ways. You know, it was a pretty nice clean sweep for them. So I feel like they'll try and at least snatch a game away from Sakura Blues. I mean, obviously Sakura Blues do have that head start with the finale. So, but I don't say count Cat Jam out of this just yet. I feel like if they can get that initial early goal, I think they could still take this fight.
Well, you know what they say. They say if you're going to spam, at least spam the Cat Jam, and that is what chat has certainly been doing throughout the day when we've seen Cat Jam on stream. So we know that there's Cat Jam fans in the audience. Those Sakura Blues certainly have fans of their own, and they're looking to see them take away this series. And Faded, I gotta give you the flip side of the coin. Do you like the chances here for SKB?
Yeah, definitely. I would actually at the moment still consider them the stronger team, even though they've not played for a couple hours. You know, there had to be other matches in between. I really favour their chances. Of course, it's a bit hard to believe they only managed to beat Catcham in 4, but that's something they can take as his next series. I watched a bit of the series, although they were looking very strong. But I feel like, you know, Catcham, they have certainly improved since they last played them, so I expect this to be very close, perhaps going all the way to the 7th game. I wouldn't be surprised to see that, but I would think Sakura Blues could just manage to edge it out this time.
Well, the Sakura Blues do come in with a 1-game advantage instead of any kind of series resets or anything like that. The winner through the winner's bracket does have that 1 game, so they only need to win 3 out of the 6, technically, that we're going to be playing here. But I believe the series is up. I can't wait to dive into this one. Sakura Blues and Cat Jam rematch for the finals of Week 1. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Hunted, and away we will indeed go in just one moment with the skin. It should be a promising match as the grand final of our first week of Season 3 is underway. Sakura Blues do start with that initial point in the orange, Cat Jam in the blue. And we're going to see if Cat Jam can get a very quick early goal, as we have been seeing them do in these previous few matches, or Sakura Blues just going to hold them to a nice, comfortable advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see, and it's worth mentioning that Carol is hot off of some RLCS matches, unfortunately dropping out of that, but at least she has a bit of warm-up going into this one, and it looks like it won't be getting the first goal just like yet, as we are seeing Ravina going to try start a play with Ducks. It is dropping down into the box. Caro having to make that save, as we are seeing Ducks again with some control. Elisa, a bit awkward on this, but we'll try to slow it down, force the 50 player with Sophie, and we'll hand it back into Crimson, who's in the air now. We know how dangerous she can be when she has her hands on the ball, but the first bit come and gone, still 0-0 at the moment.
Yeah, Ducks pretty much just parking that car right in front of the goal, not allowing that to go any further forward, and we're going to see another attack now coming up for Cat Jam. Ducks thought about it, but leaves it to their teammate instead, and quickly rotates back as well, grabs the full boost, and immediately takes it over 1. Couldn't get it past the second though, but Sophie does get the clearance, and Ravina is going to get demoed on the right-hand side of the map. Should give Sakura Blues a little bit of a chance to just calm themselves down a little bit and push on forward back into Cat Jam territory.
Yeah, push on forward they will do, as Crimson is trying to get this one to the middle, tries to pass it back, but what on earth was that? I am shocked that that managed going that way, but at the same time Sophie's been seemingly scoring bangers from her own side, left, right and centre. But I must say, that's not the way I expected this game to open up.
Yeah, that was just like that. That came out of literally nowhere. But if you're Cat Jam, you'll gladly take that. And with 3 minutes still to play, they have the initiative. They have that first goal. And Sacro Blues, what they do have the no-all, they do have that first point in the set. The last thing they want to do is immediately throw that advantage away and give Cat Jam the equalizer. So we're going to see what Crimson and Co are able to do, with Crimson not having any boost and the rotations for Cat Jam coming straight back on down, because you know for a fact that Sacro Blues are going on the offensive.
Yeah, definitely, but it's just launched back down the field just like that. Elisa with a deflection and will manage to go back to take the ball off of Dux. Now Sophie's up for it. A demo in the back end from Carol on Dux and will be there to block the ball away. As now Crimson with a shot, Dux will have to make this save. Elisa now into the ceiling trying to center it, but now Sophie with some control there. Elisa now with a 180 trying to go onto that one, but now Crimson with a double tap opportunity. Ravina having none of it, but SKB are starting to ramp it up on the attack here as Sophie has to make a light touch and will give a shooting chance to Lisa. Not to be though.
Ravina clears it all the way back downfield and actually tries to help set this up, but unfortunately nobody is there to help with that little push. But the threat is still alive here, and Sacro Blues are not getting this ball cleared as quickly as they would like to. As the ball goes up into the air, Ravina again hits it off the ceiling. Are we going to see a second touch? We do. Sophie did get the touch to take it towards goal, but it is going to be saved in the end by Sacro Blues, who keeps their chances alive with 1 minute and a half still to go in this opening match.
Yeah, and Elisa having a sight of the net there, but just couldn't get enough power on it. Crimson attempted that follow-up, as now we see Caro going high on this one, tries to drop it down for nobody. As now Elisa up for this save coming through from Ravina, as now she's going back down the field. Crimson going to be taking this one down, but Dux saying no to that. As we have 60 seconds left. Elisa getting it to the side. Still SKB have to find a goal in the second game, technically here.
Yeah, 1 minute on the clock, so it's quickly ticking away from them. They have gotten some amazing opportunities of their own, and there it is. Sacro Blues finds the equalizer. A nice little pinch there, takes it straight towards Crimson, who wasn't going to miss an open shot like that. Ravina could do nothing about it. And just like that, the reigning champs are back in this.
Yeah, what a pass from Carl into Crimson. Finally, SKB do find something here, and so looking like this game could go to OT, but enough Carl has something to say about it. Sophie managing to make that save as our Carol going backwards into this ball. Dux has a bit of space and will be just taking share of the game. Never mind, somehow Dux actually demoed Crimson on that one, as our Carol just trying to buy a little bit of time for Crimson to get back. Elisa now with a clear out. Crimson can't get that to that one, but Carol will have a say at it, as there is an open net potentially. Can Carol score it? Yes, she absolutely can. Sacro Blues turn the game on its head and are now 2-1 up.
Yeah, the very high ball, and Carlo went straight for it. Very awkward angle to hit those kind of goals, but they are indeed going to be ahead by 2-1, having trailed for most of it with 14 seconds on the clock. Cat Jam have got to get a good kickoff here and immediately follow up, and they know that. That's exactly what they have to do. Elisa is going to get the shunt, but not the ball. Crimson gets demoed. Very scary here, and they need to get this away, and Caro just did not keep it on the ground enough as they'd like to, and this is a very dangerous place for this ball to be in. Dux is going to try and wrestle it. Sophie has to keep this alive, and just about does so. Gets a little flip, but it is going to finally hit the ground, and Sakura Blues takes it away from Cat Jam in the dying seconds of this match.
That was looking scary there. I was liking what Carl was doing, trying to slow it down, but as soon as it popped up, that was heart-wrenching almost to watch. But in the end, Sacro Blues do manage to close it out, and what a comeback from them, to be honest. They managed to bring the game back within the closing minutes, and now are 2-0 up in this series. They show their strengths here, but Cat Jam were looking very dangerous in that game, and so I will not count it out there. I see all people in the Twitch chat just spamming Cat Jam, and rightfully so. Keep on doing that. keep giving them your energy because they're definitely going to need it in this match.
They seriously are. They got very fortunate in that opening goal. I mean, like you said earlier, it's like it just caught us completely off guard because it was just like we didn't see that play coming whatsoever. So for Sakura Blues to then have to sort of like do the hard, but sort of like wait it out just a little bit, finally get that opportune equalizer, and then that second goal, that good setup, absolutely was exactly what they needed. So it does mean that Sakura Blues are 2 points up in the set. Remember, this is a best of 7, so the first to get to those 4 points. So they only need 2 more points. But having said that, Cat Jam, they're going to throw everything at the wall because they're going to come out with that very quick start, like we generally see them do.
Yeah, well, let's see if it will come to fruition this time as we are going into the third game. Sakura Blues lead by 2, only 2 more games left for them to go. Catron got a long road ahead, but we are seeing Caro up in the skies to begin with. I think she's trying to go for that double tap, but now it'll be Dux attempting on this time. Can she get it? No! Oh my word, what a stay from Crimson. She missed the initial stay, but managed to get back to it. But Lisa will be able to make it this time, and there we go. The first goal coming out from Cat Jam very early, just as we know them for.
Yeah, I love that from Ravina. Ravina thought they got the initial goal. It hit the post, but thankfully they were close enough to go, okay, let me quickly try that again before you come back onto the scene onto the scene. And as a result, Cat Jam, just like in the previous match, will start with the lead, but they're not in the lead for long. It's an equalizer immediately.
Yeah, the captain, Elisa, coming out here and just needs to dive that ball and get it in. 2 defenders in the same corner for Cat Jam, not what you want to see from them, but Sakura Blues just getting themselves on a level playing field as soon as, and now basically onto an even game here. Elisa, again, she tried to go for a flip reset, bit uncharacteristic from her, but nevertheless, I respect the effort as now Cat Jam are looking for an attack of their own.
Yeah, Sophie just immediately taking that straight towards goal. Crimson reversing into that. They didn't have any boost at all, so just utilizing whatever they can, and then finally does get sent back into Cat Jam's area, and Sophie does get the demo on Crimson, but they still have to defend this though, as Sakura Blues came straight on the aggression, and Kara will quickly hop on back towards the corner, get themselves that max boost back up to speed. Crimson quickly rotates back to allow Kara to go on the attack. Not going to happen here though, and this will set Cat Jam up, and it's dangerously bounced off the back wall, and somehow Sakura Blues end up clearing it.
Yeah, that touch from Crimson above one net looked very dangerous indeed, but they do manage to get it away. But what a shot coming out from Ravina into that top left. As you see, Elisa, it was not the best clear from her, but no wonder Dux just came in and took the ball right off of her, and Cat Jam find themselves back in the lead.
Yeah, that's the key part. That's the key part there. Dux just committed to that attack, and it really paid off in the end. They got the touch that they needed to, and that is what set up for that goal. So really good decision from Dux there, and it does mean that Cat Jam restored that lead, but almost immediately, Sakura Blues got the equalizer just like they did with the first goal.
Yeah, that was looking really spicy there from Crimson, but she couldn't find a dunk from onto Dux there to really finish it. As we are seeing SKB back on attack. Caro trying to find out center was Elisa all the way back in midfield, as now Crimson going to turn it onto this one, puts it into the middle. Dux now up, but she's got no boost to follow it with. So Caro going to take control here. Sophie taking the ball off of her, but Ravina misses her touch there, but will manage to at least stall this one out, as now SKB struggling to get themselves into the attack here. They've slowed the game down quite a bit, as now potential shot here, double commit coming through from SKB, as we are halfway through. Infield coming for Sophie, but great block from Elisa there.
Nice save in the end, and wow, that's not one but 2 demos, and this could be an opportunity to find another equalizer, and it absolutely is. We've said it before, the Sakura Blues uses these demos very strategically, and that's exactly what happened. They managed to respawn in, but it was not quick enough, and the simplest of taps gives Sakura Blues the equalizer at the halfway mark.
Yeah, it was well played from Carl there to delay that touch and flip it past Dux, but gotta get credit to Lisa, just basically cleared the road there from Carl to do her thing, and so S can be back in this, but it may not last for long. Crimson having to make that save as now we see Crimson again coming onto this one. Ravina, or Sophie, sorry, going to be taking this one out as now Elisa taking it out and away. Ducks turning onto it. Elisa going very aggressive and finding the shot on net, and SCP have now turned this game back into their favour.
Yeah, just like they did in the previous one, they have managed to get 2 equalizers and then take the lead. They've sent it right into the corner, and unfortunately, it's just one of those things where Sacco Blues spots an opportunity, sees nobody in the goal, and just hunts it straight down there. And as a result, with 2 minutes left to go, it's 3-2 to Sacco Blues. And again, Cat Jam find themselves, having led from the start, immediately finding themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, definitely, but they've got 2 minutes left to go, and we've seen what Catjump can do. They've had some good chances in this game, as now we are seeing one attack again, but Crimson's going to shut it down. They're trying to find a centre. Will be easily dealt with by Ducks. Now Lisa going for another shot. Not much power on it though. Is that Ravina? Can we take this one up off the ceiling? Gets it underneath Caro. Crimson has that covered though, as now we see Ducks over onto Sophie. Chips it past one, going to try to get past another. She does do it, but Crimson won't manage to take it away. I mean, you take a look at the intervals from Cat Jam, you see what they can do in the air especially. It looks so threatening, but this defense of Sacro Blues looking very strong at the moment.
Getting it past 2 out of 3 players is no mean feat of that, there's no doubt. Just needed that little bit extra finish to take it past the third. But as it stands, it is Sacro Blues who lead the way. They've only got a 1-goal cushion though, and once again, going into this final minute, anything can still happen. Ravina gets a shot on target again, but it's Crimson once more who comes in to make the save. Now it's Cat Jam who goes on the demo, but it's already back on their side of the field. So they're going to have to try and quickly reset this back up. Ravina hits it off the ceiling, but can't get it under control.
Yeah, now here comes Ducks for the finisher. Finally, their pressure pays off, and you know that backboard touch from Sophie was crucial there. Crimson was not in an optimal position to get there, and now Cat Jam tie things up, and maybe, just maybe, we could be going into an overtime.
You never know. 30 seconds left on the clock, but never mind that. I think they want to win it, but it's immediately going to go straight back onto their side. And if you're Cat Jam at this point, what do? Do you try to go for that clutch game-winning goal, or do you just wait it out and take it to overtime, knowing full well that Sacco Blues could still yet steal this from you? With 10 seconds on the clock, the pressure is well and truly on, and Crimson finds an opportunity. There's nobody in goal. What a save from Sophie! Sophie with an absolutely amazing save, and that surely will take us into overtime, and the ball hasn't hit the floor yet. And just Sacro Blues wants to try and seal this point as quickly as possible, but it's going the other way. It's going the other way. Sophie's going to try and take this all the way down. It's still in the air. It came off the bumper. Somehow this game continues, and now we have overtime.
Oh, that save from Sophie was clutch there. I was convinced, yeah, no way that is the goal, but my word, incredible stuff to keep Cat Jam alive in this game, and now we're into overtime, and Cat Jam wasting no time. Sophie now on the attack this time, puts it back into Ducks, but it is blocked, but it's still very dangerous. Caro is going to get a touch on this one. Now Ducks going for a demo on Elisa, could prove troublesome as Ravina trying to get that one in. There's now Crimson chasing down Sophie again, but she is just taken off the ball. Ducks now past Caro, it's just Elisa in the defense, but she'll have no issues dealing with that.
It's so tense at this point. You just know that every mistake is going to potentially cost you dearly. And Cat Jam again having to quickly rotate back, and now so too is Crimson as they put their trust into Caro. But again, the pressure now well and truly on. Elisa gets a nice little tail whip, but it's only as far as Sophie, who pops that towards the back wall. Ravina thinks about coming in for it, but unfortunately doesn't get anything on it. The attack is still very much alive here for Cat Jam, and it's consistently staying in the orange half of this field. A shot on target, but it is going to be saved by Caro. It just gets in the right place at the right time, and Elisa sends it right back downfield again.
Yeah, this overtime going up for quite a bit now. It's about time someone gets something going, as we see Crimson taking some control here. Caro is demo, but it's not going to matter really at all, as it is in the Cat Jam half. Now Lisa can't find contact. Carol tried to get it onto the backboard where Sophie is waiting. Now Crimson, oh dear, that could be an own goal, but Carol managed to stop it and Lisa comes through. My word, that's mind-boggling scratch there from Crimson coming through, but they stay alive in this overtime here.
Yeah, Sakura Blues will be breathing a sigh of relief and immediately coming straight on the counter attack. Crimson needs to win this exchange and does so, but doesn't win the one from Sophie. Elisa at least has her back, and that's a dangerous ball for Catjam to deal with, and this could be disastrous for them, but there's a good save from Ducks. Crimson is going to come up on the rebound. It's off the ceiling, but that is a dangerous ball. Will somebody get on the top of that? No, they won't. Elisa doesn't get it either. So somehow, after 2 minutes played, neither team have found the golden goal they're looking for. Sakura Blues are doing everything to try to set this up, but Catjam want the point. They want to get on the board, and they are on the board! 2 minutes 26. Ducks with a very crucial goal that gives them the point.
And Ducks, what a play there. Despite Elisa threatening that demo, she managed to dribble it past and secure the game 3-win here for Catjam, clutching up big time in that game. That was insane stuff, to say the least, Leila. That was an incredible game. Sign of things to come here, I must say. But now Catjam gets a game on the boards, and there's not much to separate these two teams, I have to be honest.
There really isn't, and that overtime would not have happened without what has to be one of the saves. Sophie, just take a bow, my friend. That save kept Catjam in that match. It took it to overtime, and goodness me, how about that? Where do you go from there?
Where do you go? Like, I don't even know what to say about that. That was just back and forth action the whole time. I was thinking that's probably not going to be an overtime, then it was. There was so many chances for either team to win it, but Catjam get it in the end, and it just shows the clutch factor coming through on this Catjam team. All three of them very strong individually, and they showed their class there, especially from Sophie and Ducks with a clutch save and some good dribble plays coming through there. So I'm not sure what to think of this next game, but we are kicking off with it anyway. 2-1 up for Sakura Blues in this game. We'll have to see how it goes. Carol can't make this double tap happen. Oh my word, that was really close for her. Very, very well could have scored it, but it will not be the first goal for Sakura Blues just yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's so far in this grand final set, it's been Catjam who has had the opening goal so far, so Sakura Blues wants to try and nip that in the bud if they can. And after the first 30 seconds have passed, it is going to stay in Catjam's side, and Ducks has to sort of like alleviate that pressure just a little bit there. That was just getting a bit too spicy, but now Ducks on the counter attack, tries to go for the shot, and the follow-up from Ravina. How about that?
How about that indeed? What a shot there. And Carol just got dunked by Ducks, which allowed that free shot for Ravina. Elisa so close to stopping it on the line, but that was a banger to say the least. I don't think Elisa would have seen that coming. And it's Catjam again in this opening minute, getting the first goal, I believe, as you alluded earlier. They've got the opening goal in every game played in this grand final so far. And so let's see if they can keep this lead and convert it into another one.
We'll soon find out as Ravina tries to set up for another shot, but it is going to finally start to get hecked away from them. Although I haven't said that, Sophie seems to be riding on a whole lot of confidence, going to go for it herself, and it is finally going to end up in Catjam's territory, so the rotations back are needed, and just about pins it away, all the way back into Sakura Blues.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, it's an own goal! That's an own goal!
Oh, Carol, how has this happened? To be honest, she just found some at the opponent, and it was launched right into her by Ducks. That is mad stuff there, but Catjam in the most unlikely way you could think of now extend their leads to 2, and man, I think Carol's going to be a bit annoyed about that one, because that is a really sad way to concede.
It really is, and almost making up for it by getting the goal back, but it is going to get saved by Ravina in the end. Another chance, and Ducks now getting the save as well. Here comes a third chance. third time's the charm, and Kano does make amends and gets them back in the game.
Yeah, Carl was a bit angry about that earlier goal. It's like, yep, here you go, have a goal in your own net. And there we go, SKB bring it backwards in one. You know, they do not want to let Cat Jam away so easily with this 2-goal leads. They want to try bring this one back, and there was that first step, as we are seeing Caro just baiting in attacking players seemingly, as now Sophie trying to pull out her own one skills, but Crimson will see the ball away into the opposing half.
Just every single time you see one team just immediately go for it, they're not too far away from a counter push on the other side. Kala gets taken out by Ducks. This shouldn't be able to set Cat Jam up. It's off the back wall. Will anyone come in? It's off the back wall twice. How about that for Ducks? Cat Jam just styling and profiling here.
Ducks, that was magnificent display of skill there, getting that double tap. Elisa unfortunately couldn't get up to it in time, but you know, Ducks has been showing her individual skill. We saw that overtime going to last game, and now this one coming out from her in this game to bring it back to 3-1.
And the ball is now going to start going towards their own goal as well. Again, they got the 2-goal cushion, but they didn't have it for long. It's right back down the other side. Crimson wins out the exchange. Nobody is in the goal. Ravina can't get back in time. And at the halfway mark, it's Cat Jam 3, Sakura Blues 2.
This game is just insane still. I thought the last game was mad. This one is slowly starting to live up to it as Elisa sends one towards the net. Again, SKB just showing their grit here. They don't want to give up as Caro sends it down the line to Elisa. What a shot off the bar! And just like that, SKB bring it back to an equaliser.
How has this happened? The Radiant Champs proving why they are indeed the winners from the previous season. Another smooth move. Elisa pokes it home. And I don't think Cat Jam will believe what they're seeing here. It's 3-3, and Sakura Blues are not done yet. They're straight back on the offensive.
Yeah, they're not giving up that easily. Both these teams just taking snipe after snipe at each other. But Elisa has overextended, and it's open for Duck to find her hat trick. What even is this game at this point, Layla? I just cannot comprehend.
Neither can I. That was an odd mistake from Sakura Blues to commit that much there. I've never seen them do that for a while, but yeah, with 2 minutes on the clock, Cat Jam retake the lead. It's now 4-3 in their favor. They're looking to try and tie this grand final set up 2 apiece. Crimson gonna make the save and try to clear this downfield. It's not gonna go the way they'd like to, and in fact, that's gone straight back into off their own goal, and Ravina makes it 5.
It is 5 now. What even, Ravina? That was just pure speed getting to that ball. Managed to beat both defenders that were in the air, and in the end, there's an open net. And it just seems like when Sakura Blues were starting to gear up into this game and trying to bring it back in their own favour, it's just come crashing down once again.
And again, Sakura Blues start off with the better kickoff, and that might be another chance to try and take one back as they go up extremely high there. And Elisa does manage to get the interception, but Cat Jam will comfortably try to clear this downfield and finally ends up doing so. A nice little 1-2 as well. Elisa finally hits that up. Will anybody meet that in time? Yes, they do. Crimson, again, we're back into that stalematey kind of side where both teams just need to take it in turn to just propel it downfield. But the demo on Ducks and a retaliation on Takano again keeps the 2 teams balanced with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I think Cat Jam won't mind having the game balanced, to be honest, because they're the ones in the lead and they want to tie their series up. So I think they're happy to play it this way, but it's going to be shot rifle towards the net. Ravina is going to get that save, as now we see Sophie up for it again. And we have 2 defenders up again for SKB. Elisa try to get it downfield. Just meets Sophie there, as now we're seeing an infield coming up from Caro. Crimson can't make it up. This one going towards the net again. Elisa unable to make the save. 6-3 now for Cat Jam.
And with that, with 30 seconds to go, it does feel like it might be academic that this may be going Cat Jam's way and the set will be tied up, but anything can still happen in the next 20 seconds, or 29 seconds even. And if Sakura Blues can get a decent kickoff like they have been doing in these past few turns, we'll see if they can get another goal in and immediately back onto the aggression. Elisa gets a decent hit in, but again, it's already cleared back downfield, and with 15 seconds to go, it feels like it's only a matter of time before Cat Jam wins this match.
Yeah, absolutely no chance for SKB to bring us back into this one. It looks like 2-2 in this series, and it's starting to look a lot like how the preseason turning went for both of these. It went all the way to Stedman. Maybe this one will as well, but nevertheless, Cat Jam dominant victory in this one. I wasn't expecting it to be that much of a landslide win for them, but nonetheless, they will take it. But SKB really need a big reset here going to this next game, because I don't know how, but that game seemed to come tumbling down. They were looking like they could bring that one back, and then all of a sudden, Cat Jam just go on a roll once again.
It just seemed to be like that. And also, can we just mention the fact that somehow between Cat Jam and Sakura Blues, we just had a match where we had 9 goals scored? What in the world?
Yeah.
It was just all over the place.
All over the place, complete mess. I mean, you could describe it in so many ways. I thought after it got tied up that, you know, SKB would solidify it and they managed to maybe bring it back to their favour. But then it just seems like they didn't have a third man at all. And that allowed Cat Jam to just slot 3 in at the end. And you know what? I mean, fair enough. You know, a win's a win for them. But SKB now, I'd imagine they're going to have a chat between these two games and figure what they want to do for the next. I'm sure they can identify their own issues. They all are very smart players after all. And hopefully they can come back stronger and get themselves onto match point, because we all know game finals and best of sevens, very crucial, especially in this kind of scenario. Because if you get onto match point, that gives yourself a big advantage as we are heading into the aforementioned 5th game here.
We certainly are, and Kala will definitely want to try and make up for that. Oh my goodness me! Is that an opening goal in the first 5 seconds? Because I think it is. Ravina just saw the demo and went, well, thank you very much. Nobody's catching that.
Alright, Cat Jam and scoring within the first like 10 seconds. Name a more iconic duo than that. I don't think he will be able to. Yes, again, it's Cat Jam just scoring right off the bat like that and going for another one. Here comes Dux. Oh, laser beam, not towards the net where she would want it, as they were seeing Ravina try and make a play here. She did actually have her flip there, but didn't make much use of it. So here comes Dux, sending it towards the back board, trying to get a shot here. Because it's the centre, the Crimson gonna try to take it out. Gets it past one. Sophie will be phased by her though, as they're Caro. Again, Sophie again trying to make a centre. Elisa up for this, and she will find the equaliser for SKB.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. Whilst Cat Jam generally get the first goal, Sakura Blues are never too far behind with the equaliser. And a nice little coasting in there from Elisa, just sends it into the left-hand side. And at 4 minutes 20, it's 1 apiece.
Yes, indeed, as we are approaching 1 minute gone in this game. This one is already starting to fire up here, as we are seeing Crimson gonna take it to the side, but it's being chased by Ravina. That goes to pre-jump. Elisa's gonna block it. Now Caro into centre. We'll go for the follow-up shot. Good save with Sophie, but Elisa is patiently waiting there in the box. Her second goal from 2, and SKB now into the lead.
Yeah, nice little setup again, like the save initially, but unfortunately they just handed it on a silver platter for Sakura Blues. No way they were not going to miss that. And 1 minute gone, 3 goals in, and there's a 2-1 lead to the reigning champs.
Yes, indeed, as we are seeing Cat Jam again on the attack. Ravina going for that shot. Elisa attempted to pre-jump in, but she misjudged how that ball was going to bounce. But it won't matter, as they will get it out either way. As there's Sophie with a bump on the defenders. Doings it into the middle. Forward Dux, can she get a shot? Yes, she can, but Crimson coming out with a big save. She's been a bit quiet in the past game or two, but now starting to get herself back into it, as Sophie tries to go for the airplay there. Looks like she went for a flip reset, but decides to go for the shot instead. As we now see Crimson Catline contact on that ball, it means Lisa will be called into action to send this one into the opposing half. Now Lisa again, hat trick hero for her. her third goal of the game. She is on a roll right now, seemingly.
Yeah, she sent that down on her own. It was like, yep, that's credit to me, an assist for me, thank you very much. Off the corner, straight back in on the right-hand side, and nothing Catjam again could do about it. It's a 2-goal cushion for Sakura Blues at this point. We've still just about got 3 minutes left to play, but goodness me, Catjam are going to have to do everything to bring this back to 3-3.
Yeah, 3 minutes, plenty of time for them to do so, but Crimson's going for a worried like that, then it's going to be disastrous potentially, and it will be as Caro does come in to finish this one, and it was great from Elisa to contest that with Docs and Sophie, just couldn't get up to it.
Yeah, tucked into the bottom corner, beautifully shot and directed by Caro, and with that being said, Sakura Blues, well, they definitely seem to be a lot more comfortable in this matchup than they were in the previous one, where Catjam, they just started to run rampant, and now it's Sakura Blues' turn to do exactly the same thing, and Sophie needs to try and get this through one. They've got a chance to do so, but it's just tipped right off the corner, and then across the face of goal the other way.
Man, that was looking a bit dangerous there on the side of Sakura Blues. You can see they're starting to get a bit jumpy there, but they do much to get out, but not this time. Here comes Ravina to get goal 2 for Catjam, and with just half the game to go, this game is still wide open at the moment.
Oh, yeah, it really is, with it being 4-2 after the halfway mark. If there's any team that's going to come back out and equalize this, it would be Catjam, but Sakura Blues, they just need to keep this aggression on lockdown. They need to try and find a way to restore that 3-goal cushion, and that was absolutely how you do it. Just could not quite get the finishing touch. Almost managed to get it in, and the danger is still alive here, but Catjam finally get it out of their half.
Yeah, it was looking like a really promising chance there for Sakura Blues to get up to 5, but it was just not meant to be, as at least the launch hits the backward for Cal. She can't make contact. Now Crimson gonna tell for a play, and that's surely a goal. Yes, it is, all by herself. And Sakura Blues back with a 3-goal lead with just under 2 minutes left.
Yeah, again, you gotta love that Crimson just off the crossbar and just went, okay, I have enough time to get straight back on into this. And again, just no defense possible from Catjam. They had already committed to their saves as well. So 5-2, 3-goal cushion restored. But again, Catjam not lying down that easily. Immediately trying to set up for another play. Ducks will send it high, but is there nobody in goal? There is someone in goal. Ravina just about gets that save. Crimson tries to go for the 1-2, but that was a nice save in the end. Would have been a very good goal had that gone in.
Yeah, that was a laser beam from Crimson, but brilliant save to meet it as well. And now we're seeing Catjam with attacking chance themselves. Caro can't reach it, and at least it's really awkward in the net. Crimson has to get away on the line, and now it's wide open for her, but she's got no boost to work with, and almost scores it off the 50-50. I don't know how she got that far, but nevertheless, Catjam will get away with that one, but really, that should have been goal number 6 for SKB.
I mean, never mind that. Right before then, that should have been goal number 3 for Catjam. The pair of those had back-to-back moments of near goals. You can't get any closer than that with these two teams, but as it stands, with 50 seconds on the clock, Sakura Blues will once again punt this right back into Catjam's half. And with a 3-goal cushion, the longer this goes on, the more it feels like the champs are going to take this 3rd point and put themselves on championship point.
Yeah, with half a minute to go, it looks like Sakura Blues have this game in the bag, and it looks like they will be going on to match point and championship point for the first week of WCBC EU. And we'll say the rest of this game will turn out. Looks like Ravina's going to try go for that and maybe get a consolation. Sophie with a shot on net, 2 defenders needed, but Caro will send it away, and they're back on the other end. Crimson's going to try find one more potentially. Sadly, not enough boost, and now Sophie maybe going for the style points here. Seemingly not, just going to let it die. Sakura Blues 3-2 up and on point to take this tournament.
Yeah, I'm gonna make up for the fact that they lost they lost the Catjam in the finale of the preseason last time out. They are going to stake their claim and prove why they were the season 2 champs and besting Catjam. Well, if they can do it like this, it would be a 4 points to 2. They currently lead by 3 points to 2. So we'll see if they can keep that going. But again, as it stands, Cat Jam, they're still not giving up. And the fact that they're still scoring that opening goal very quickly at that, it's still putting Sacred Blues under a fair amount of pressure because they still have to be the ones to retaliate first.
Yeah, indeed, and I'd like to remind everyone that we have seen this before in the preseason tournament where Sacred Blues do 2 up, and we all know how that went. It was Cat Jam Handler bringing it back, so they've been in this position before. We know that they can bring a series like this back. It's only 2 games after all, but it seems like it's going to be a mountain to climb almost. But nevertheless, Sacred Blues seemingly having momentum on that side, responding with a strong showing from themselves, and so for Cat Jam, not only do they need to get a good start in the game, they need to hold it down and see the game out to the end. Otherwise, they'll be buying out of this tournament.
Absolutely. You always want to try and win the first tournament of the first week tournament, and we are going to see if Cat Jam can at least turn that around and bring this level once more, or if Sacred Blues can finally take this away from them. It's been an amazing showing from both of these teams so far, and we'll see if Cat Jam can at least get back into this. They at least managed to clear it back downfield. Kato gonna keep this alive, but that gives them an opening. There is a save from Crimson just in the nick of time, and it will finally now go the other way. Can Cat Jam do the same? Yes, they can. Ducks gets there just before that can go in.
Yeah, there's some long balls going back and forth between these 2 teams right now, but no goals to be found just yet. But maybe Carol, I'd like to say about it, tried to get around the side wall there. It's their infield from Crimson. We'll find nobody. Would have been pretty risky for Lisa to push to that position maybe, but nevertheless, still 0-0 at the moment, as it will be Carol going up for this. Going to go for the wall reach. She does manage to get it, but at the same time, it's blocked out. So Crimson going to try to get into the centre. Ducks now. Going to put it down the field, get to pass one. Carol on her own will send it out, and Ravina will put it back into her own half as there. Lisa tries to get it. She can't line contact, but Carol comes in for a follow-up. Bar down, and Sacred Blues this time, I believe the first time in the series, get the first goal.
You're absolutely right. That is the first goal for Sacred Blues. The first time they've done that this set. A nice little comfortable tuck away for Kato in the end. And after just over 1 minute done, Sacred Blues take the initiative, and now it really is all on Cat Jam to try and find a response to this. Good save from Ducks. Had to get that to keep this score as it is, and Ravina now going to come in with a fair amount of aggression. Sophie thought about switching on for it, now goes for the attack, pumps it towards the left-hand corner, and now there's could be a chance. Is it going to dip? It won't dip. If that had just been a little lower, that could have been the equalizer.
Could have may very well been, but now another chance coming out for Cat Jam. This time Carol will get it away, and Elisa will extend it down the field. Is that Ravina going to try and take her time here? She's got a bit of space to work with, and Ducks in midfield, but she's going to go on her own here. Gets it behind Carol. There's now Elisa and Crimson both on this ball. This could be dangerous, but Crimson will handle it, as now we are seeing it. Carol on the ball here. Ducks going to get that challenge. Here comes Elisa contesting it there. Sophie going up for this, does pinch it in the field. Ducks having a chance here, not much boost to work with though, and Carol to stop her in her tracks.
Absolutely, and we are going to see that bounce off the corner once again, back towards the halfway line. Ravina tries to keep this thread alive. Both of them from Sacred Blues are going to be up high to try and just quell this down a little bit. We've passed the halfway mark, and so far it has just been the one goal between these 2 teams, and it can often be just the one goal that decides the fate of both of these 2 teams. As Elisa rotates on back, tries to get that boost up, and has to now try and clear this. They at least managed to get a fortunate touch and help set Kato up to try and center this a little bit better, but not going to happen on this occasion. Elisa doesn't win out the exchange either, and back into Sacred Blues corner it goes. Cat Jam are determined to find this equalizer, but it's across the face of goal and no one is there for it. But now Sophie is, oh my goodness me!
My words, that was looking like a goal for Cat Jam, but it's saved off the line as we are just under 2 minutes left to go in this game. Now SKB on the back foot, their own defense, needs to try and get this out, and they will do so. Now Crimson going for the long shot. Sophie and Ravina both on that. as now Elisa diving in for it. We'll take her stuff out of the game for now. Ravina with the sensor into Dux. Dangerous bounce out. It will be blocked by Elisa again. So Crimson has a bit of time to work with. Gets it over Ravina. Trying to force the fitting with Dux. So Crimson gonna try to get off the ceiling. Gonna go for an infield pass here potentially. And here comes Elisa. What a bump, but she can't find contact. Caro not getting the follow-up as well, and now Catjam on the counter-attack. Can they convert this? Seemingly not yet. Good shot coming in potentially for Sophie, but Crimson again with the save as now Caro does come back in again, and that's 2-0 to SKB.
That could be the goal that decides their fate. Catjam just could not quite get it in on the other side of the field, and Sakura Blues, with 50 seconds left to go, have a 2-0 lead, knowing full well that if they can hold on to this, the first week of the Season 3 competition will go to them. As Elisa tries to win out this exchange, it is still going to be in their half, and Ravina immediately clears it off the wall, tries to set up. Kato has been demoed. This could be an opportunity to try and get a goal in, but they were too slow to react to it, and with 30 seconds to go, time is ticking away for Catjam.
Indeed, they need to find something right now, but Sophie can't make it. Ravina has to win that one out, but she will not do it against Crimson, as now Caro with the save, just trying to stall this one out as Sophie. Another potential chance. Crimson will save it away. I think it's too little, too late. Sakura Blues will come through to win, but maybe not yet. Dux getting the goal there, and with time left on the clock, they could still bring this one back.
It's going to be all down to the kickoff with 5 seconds to go. We may still yet see another twist in this tale, but the kickoff has to go Catjam's way, and it really doesn't. The ball is high, but all Sakura Blues need to do is just spike this down. Sophie can't get to it in time, and Sakura Blues will breathe a sigh of relief. Catjam cannot get back into that, and as a result, it will be the reigning champions who will start with the first win of the season. Week 1 goes to Sakura Blues.
Yeah, indeed. And I must say, very well done to Sakura Blues. That was a great stand they had in that final game, and they truly deserve it. They get the revenge for the preseason tourney, and we are joined once again by the lovely Hunted. What do you think of that series, mate?
Oh man, they do it again. The Sakura Blues able to take down Catjam, and I mean, I'm so glad that this is week 1 of this tournament, because I have a feeling we're going to see this matchup time and again, and it's just never going to get more and more exciting. But great matchup, seriously, between both teams. It's a little unfortunate that we didn't see 7 games, but Sakura Blues just looks like an unbeatable team right now. But I mean, you guys, I think you said it best, specifically at the end there, that you know, it's just such a great series. And Layla, I would love to talk about it with you here as well. I mean, obviously Sakura Blues going to be top of the standings in EU, but Catjam put up quite a fight again through pretty much every single game.
They really did. I mean, they got the opening goal in every game, bar that last one, which I guess was a nice turn of it itself for Sakura Blues. But yeah, Catjam, they just don't know when to stop. I mean, even with the last 10 seconds of that game, we thought, okay, that's going to be how it ends, 2-0, and then they get the 5-second goal. If that kickoff had gone any other way, that given them the incentive, but it's just how it goes sometimes. But yeah, take nothing away from Catjam. That is a strong performance to beat Sakura Blues in the preseason and then fall just 4-2 in the end. They still took 2 games away from them, 3 if you count the winners final. So they will absolutely take this fight to Sakura Blues.
Well, the Sakura Blues do come out on top, as you saw on your screen there just moments ago in the bracket. So well played to the Sakura Blues. Faded. I mean, they were able to come all the way through. Didn't drop a series today, obviously, with winning the grand finals, but they didn't have to drop down into the losers. And I mean, they are looking like the team to beat this season. Of course, Caro, already a 2-time champion. We mentioned she's looking for that 3rd. I have a feeling they might as well just do it.
Yeah, definitely. For the first week here, a very strong performance. I still feel like there's very little to separate SKB and Catjam in particular, and I feel like they will consistently stay the top two throughout the rest of the season. But SKB so far looking brilliant. Of course, not dropping series today, as he said. A very impressive performance with them, and I feel like they could carry this out throughout the remaining weeks of the competition. But they'll definitely have to keep an eye out for Catjam because that team is looking like quite the beast they'll have to put up with.
And let's not forget some wonderful performances today, specifically from Sammy Smiles, their great losers bracket run to take third place. Tree Fruit putting up good fights against just about everybody here today as well. And we really look forward to week number 2 of EU, which will be in about a month's time, of course, with the holiday break, everything like that. Though we do have more WCBC action on this channel, so make sure you're following the channel next weekend, starting at, I believe, 2 p.m. Eastern Time for NA week number 1. And there's a lot of wonderful teams, a lot of wonderful players to catch up with over there. So make sure you are tuned in here for that. And before we wrap everything up, Tamashi, of course, want to say a huge thank you to you for being on the broadcast all day today. I know that you're probably itching to take a little bit of a break here, but any final words before we say goodbye?
It's just been a lot of fun. I just want to thank you all once again for having me in here. It's always great to be able to have something like this, and it's a good way to end the year as well. I mean, to see the teams turn up, not just for the preseason, but for the first week as well. And we've had some close games. Yes, we've had some dominant one-sided affairs, but we've had some amazing matches so far tonight. And I'm absolutely looking forward to seeing how this league is going to evolve going in to 2021. Thank you all so much again.
Well, on the backside of that, I want to give a huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes, part of the production team, of course, Pretty and Kilk of Crimson Wings, Freya as well, putting in all the admin work on the backside, Jordan from TGS, pushing the buttons here for us today, and of course, Faded for joining us on the broadcast, and Stealthy Wolf a little bit earlier on. Our other caster for today. We thank you all so much for all your hard work. And one final time, we'd love to thank our sponsors in Psionics for sponsoring us for Season 3, our partners in TGS, who, again, is our broadcasting partner this season, Jordan Wright and the City of Sound for working with us for the intro music and all the wonderful music you've heard on stream today, and Girls House and Girls Boss, or Girl Boss, I should say, for making fantastic wonderful scenes in other esports for female gamers to get involved and have a competitive time in their favorite esport. And speaking of Girls House, stick around for the raid. We're going to be heading on over there. They've got an event going on right now, so please go support our partners that make everything possible here on the WCBC. But until next weekend, I hope that you all have a safe and happy week. Again, make sure you wash your hands, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Have a great night.